For tonight's Facebook record sale, YouTube, X, Instagram, everywhere else. Welcome. Let's see how fast Mike Massey can be tonight. Probably not, because I'm really late and everybody's like, well, Chad's not going to go live tonight. Sorry, I've had major food delays, if that's my best excuse. It's that time of the year. It's just like, seems so early, but I'm so late. You know what I mean? It's just like, dang, it's what time is it? It's 5:58, and I'm like, dang, it's like, feels like it's the middle of the day. It's that time of the year. It's summer. So it's like harder to, I don't know, for me, get going. I went to Publix and got a sub. I did. I went to Publix and got a sub. I've got to find a box and start clearing this place up. Dance into the fire. Fatal kiss. Welcome. I love Publix. I gotta get my table cleared off. We'll get right into showing stuff. Looks like we got 3 crates of new vinyl, including some waiting list. Shortest straw. Oh boy. There are so many boxes around here. All right. Publix, yeah. They're so good. I was going to be late. If I would have showed up, I would have been here. But I didn't want to eat it going down the road either. So I was like, yeah, I'm just going to have to be late tonight. I apologize. I mean, later than normal. Because if I didn't get some food. Listen, when I go live, I'm kind of locked here for like 8 hours. And I don't like pausing and taking a break. So it's like if I don't eat or eat something I want before the sale, I feel like I'm just trapped for a long time. So I've got to make sure I'm well prepared on food. And I've got to find a place to put these unsold CDs. I've ran out of space. I'm glad Paul's doing the sale Sunday because Sunday's definitely going to be my cleanup day. Grooving's playing here in the store. I'm going to get a copyright strike if I don't go pause that. Do you seriously want the Torok game, Michael? Torok is $49.99, complete in box. Whoop, I'm still on the aerial camera, aren't I? I got a Torok complete in box for $49, and I have Star Fox complete for $124. So if you actually want those, just let me know. If you're serious, I know you're a serious man, so I got to reorganize some CDs here. By the way, the CD batch did get tagged from a couple nights ago by G. Thank you, G, because otherwise, I think I'm still 1 crate behind. So I think I've got to tag a $6.99 crate. I know it's behind the counter safely, so I don't get lost. But we do provide tracking. They are shipping last Wednesday's orders. So this is sold to Michael Rudolph for $49.99. Thank you, Michael. They are shipping orders paid through last Wednesday. So if you paid last Wednesday and you hadn't got tracking, you're next in line. If you paid last Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or this Monday, or this Tuesday, or this Wednesday, or this Thursday, or today, you're next in line with everybody else. So today's 7, so that's about 9-10 days. So if you've paid in the last 9 or 10 days, your order probably hadn't been shipped yet. Okay, but it will get there. We got basically. Well, Tanner's gone on vacation this week, and we made a great hire with Mr. Tony. He's retired. He said he'd come on board with us, and that was going to help relieve shipping. He's like, under one stipulation, I'm retired, and I'm about to go on a trip to Greece for about a week or two. I was like, well, okay. So, but I think when Tanner's back and Tony's here, we're about to, I was just texting Tanner earlier, I think we can zero in on one more hire. We're working on that, and yeah, the flyer. What did I just do with that? Somebody local dropped that off. I was going to show it here later. I think Tanner's trying to squeeze in all of his vacations he can before that child's here, and then he's tied down like Seth. I told Seth, I was like, Seth, I'm going to London to see Metallica. I'm going to go see Paul McCartney about 5 times. I think I'm going to go to Vegas and Atlanta, and I'm going to go see him in Nashville. And then I'm going to go to London and see Metallica, and I'm going to be over there and blah, blah, blah. I was like, how many of those are you going to? He's like, that might be a little bit of a logistical problem for me. I was like, see, you've had kids, now you can't go to concerts. Kenny Begley came in today. Cody Gray came in today. Cody Gray. This is a Tennessee Metal Festival. It's at the Amp in Jackson, Tennessee. I'll take a really good picture of this and post it in the group or on our main page, actually. 13 bands, all ages. FYI, it is PG-13. We got a whole new crate of Japanese vinyl. We got 3 crates of new vinyl. We got a whole crate of Japanese vinyl. Yeah, but Seth's gone off and got married and had a kid. I'm like, Seth, I'm about to travel the world and go see concerts next year and this year. And now you've got a kid, you're married. You just can't go with me anymore, buddy. Your days are over. You can't be going to London for a week and seeing Metallica with little Bo back home. You can't do that, buddy. You're tied down now. You can't go with me to Vegas and see McCartney, and then the next week go see him in Atlanta, and then that next week see him in Nashville, and then that next week see him in wherever else. Seeing that McCartney announcement, I was like, oh no. I was like, oh no, this is going to cost me some money. Oh my gosh. He's playing at all these places that's close by or that I want to go. Yep. All right. Let's hit the like button and share button. I'm going to hit the group button. And let's see. We probably are going to go through this crate first here. The struggle is real. You heading out, G? Thank you as always. I'll be right here. I'll be here right here for a while tonight. I'm at least going to be here till 2 a.m. because I started the show so late. I got to get my 8 hours in. I feel unaccomplished. I feel unaccomplished if I don't get rolling. And or don't put in a full 8 hours here. I could put in 2 hours. I could say I'm doing a show for 2 hours. I'm going to go home and watch James Bond movies and eat popcorn. You know, I could very easily do that, just so y'all know. But I'm dedicated to serving y'all, okay? I could very easily say I'm going to go head off early and go watch the new Superman movie. And then eat a bunch of burritos and pie and go to bed. I may have unleashed an animal. I just gave Laura the login codes to our new vinyl distribution websites so she can start ordering some new vinyl for us. That might unleash a whole new monster back there. Go pack boxes and ship stuff. I have no idea how to do that. I don't even think I know the login. I don't know the login to ShipStation. Listen, if I start packing here, if I'm packing orders, then this place we're in dire straits if I start packing orders. That means something has went terribly wrong here. We got some great auctions too, Japanese. Let me make sure we're over here on YouTube Live. Lauren Paul, great hires, absolutely. All right, there's that. All right. I'm almost got everything shared. YouTube done. Meanings for shipping work. Oh yeah, I'm not going to stop selling. I never have stopped selling. If you stop selling, if you ever try to take a break to get caught up, you're going to get further in a hole. I learned that a long time ago. A couple times I tried to cut back selling so they could get caught up, and it actually had a reverse effect. What I do is I keep selling, and I encourage them to work harder as a motivator. I'm like, listen, guys, I'm going to keep selling more and more, and y'all have to start packing more and faster. And they'll eventually get caught up. We just need more people. I love it, though. I never did think we'd be selling this kind of volume every single day. So I calculated that 2 hours I spent on pre-orders. I spent 2 hours posting about 20 pre-orders, and it generated enough sales, the equivalent of like doing almost a whole night here. So I was thinking earlier, you know, my next strategic hire would be somebody just to handle new vinyl, pre-orders, and all that, because we have 20 pre-orders that took 2 hours. That was the equivalent of gross sales of like one night here. So I was like, wow, that just goes to show you I need to be posting a lot more pre-orders. But that also took 2 hours, and it's like, where am I going to find 2 hours every day? It's nearly impossible. So I'm always like, man, we got to get somebody doing this for me. Because that was like about this much. That's about, that's the equivalent about this much that we could be posting. So, you know, every week it's like pre-orders galore that's coming out, and they're not going to stop that anytime soon. So I'm probably missing, as much as we're selling, I'm probably missing 80% of new vinyl sales, even as much as y'all see us move here. All right, here we go. I think I've got everything shared and ready to go. Let's open this up. And I got to run up front, and I got to pause the music before we get a copyright strike. Kiss is playing in the store right now. And let me find, there was 3 videos posted this morning. We're going to do the new vinyl video first. We're going to go ahead and get Japanese auctions. And the first thing I have is Cheap Trick Dream Police. A beautiful Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Cheap Trick Dream Police. It comes with a Cheap Trick solicitation insert. It has a booklet. It even has the Flexi 45 that came with it. Cover and Obi's beautiful, and that's going to be a $35 start. $35 start. Cheap Trick Dream Police. Let's see. I knew the day I stumbled upon Coletco, I was going to be poor from then on. I can't hear the music. Turn it up. Before we know it, Chad will be having like 2 or 3 different people doing the shows without him. It'll be a sad day. You know, I told somebody that one day. I was like, you know, there's going to be a point where for me to cover all the bases here at Coletco, I'm going to have to literally have somebody else doing the sales other than Paul on a regular basis. And that person's answer was, you mean Chad wouldn't be doing the sale every night? It would be somebody else? And I was like, well, yeah, basically. And I don't think they took that too well, so. But right now, y'all got me. Every night, y'all got me tied down like a prisoner. Y'all got me tied down like a prisoner. All right, Cheap Trick's our first auction. I had to go up front and turn off that music. I'm about to go get a... do we have some Hatchet Ed crates tonight? Is that for tonight, Ed, or is that for a different night? He'll let us know here in just a second. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. There's actually an AI chat bot. There's actually an AI chat bot in our group. I'll show it to y'all here in a minute. I don't let them post, but it's scary. You should see what this AI chat bot wants to try to post in our group. It's like really good questions and and like discussions and like stuff like that. And it's all AI generated based on what we post and what other people comment. It's really scary. It's really cool, but also really scary. There's like AI chatbot that's assigned just to our group, and it monitors and basically I can actually turn it on to reply to people's comments. And I was like, I don't think I'm ready for that just yet because I don't know what it's going to be saying to people. So I'm like, let's cut back on that for a second. All right. Let's see here. Let's see here. Lord, did you see? There was a few Kiss auctions in this crate. Did you happen to know where those went? If not, that's okay. But I'm about to put up another Kiss record anyway. Maybe, okay, they're in here. Okay, they're already in here. Kiss Love Gun. This is a 1977 USOG Terre Haute OG VG, and this is going to go up for a $15 start. Love Gun. It has this original inner sleeve, no gun, but it is OG, and that's a $15 start. That's up for bid. All right. Thank you, Laura. Got them. All right, so I posted a flip video. We got claims for Jethro Tull, Megadeth, Yngwie, Jethro Tull, Hellstorm, Sonny Rollins. Brian White wants a Tom Petty greatest hits. Okay. And then put me on the list for Momstein when you order more. And then Unto Others, Megadeth, Metal Massacre, Metallica, Maiden, Megadeth, Ice Earth, Burning Witches, Gruesome, Yusef Lateef, and Cryptasy. Okay? So a lot of stuff in here didn't get claimed in this crate. So a lot of this is still available. We have Rush, Test for Echoes. Rush, Test for Echoes. That's a 2LP, 1996 remaster, $39.99. For those that's never seen the store or ever seen me, there is a couple videos on YouTube of me actually on camera. I hadn't done one in a long time. I don't have time nor there's not really a reason. But there's also a really good video from a few months ago of me walking through our back room. That's a pretty cool video, just to get an idea of when I say I'm in the back room, how much inventory we have here. Those are pretty cool. So Rush is a 2 LP remaster. Sisters of Mercy Floodland, that's $34.99. That's a new MoFi pressing. And also Sturgill Simpson. This is the Meta Modern Sounds and Country Music. Sturgill is $38.99. That is available. And we have Badfinger Head First. Absolutely no reason for me to be on camera. Jake was like, do you want me to mount a camera where there's like up here in the corner, there's like a little camera on you all night? You know, like a little picture-in-picture. I was like, nah, we don't need that. We don't need that one. We don't need that going on. Badfinger's $38.99. Also, we have Johnny Cash, and this is America Recording 6, Ain't No Grave. That's $33.99 for Cash. And John Prine, Sweet Revenge. And John Prine is a Vinyl Me Please exclusive. All analog, $34.99 on that. Psychedelic Furs, Talk, Talk, Talk. That has Pretty in Pink. That's $39.99. And Green Day, New Jersey, live, 1992. That's on colored vinyl for $29.99. Over here, we have the Smiths, Strange Ways, Here We Come. The Smiths is $33.99. And we have Susie and the Banshees, All Souls. Susie and the Banshees is $36.99. Okay, now over here, we got Cheap Trick, and this is Dream Police. It is a Japanese pressing. Gloria is boxed in over here. John always closes me in. Cheap Trick has bids for $35 and now $37. $37 is with Tony Kepler. Greg Gallagher, just so you know, you've been outbid. Greg Gallagher, just so you know, you've been outbid. That's a beautiful Japanese pressing complete with the flexi disc. And then over here we got Kiss. And this is a 77 US OG Terre Haute. It is OG. It has an original on her sleeve. It's VG. And Kiss just has one bid for $15 with Larry Gonzalez. He's about to get it. Stephen Parton, first sell of the night, technically. Susie and the Banshees. Thank you. That's so to you. Volbeat still available. That's their newest album. It's on mystery colored vinyl. And Volbeat is $46.99. That is available $46.99. And then Bullet Boys 10 Cent Billionaire. Bullet Boys is $34.99. Limited edition, 350 copies made on silver vinyl, $34.99 on that. Cheap Tricks at $40, Kiss is at $16. Sonic Youth, this is on blue vinyl. It's a 2 LP blue, first time on vinyl, $44.99 on that. And Cold, a different kind of pain. And this one's a limited edition 1000 silver vinyl. And that one is $38.99, 1000 silver vinyl. We also have Motorhead Overkill. That's a half-speed master. And that is on green and blue vinyl for $33.99. And Dixie Chicks, Wide Open Spaces. The Dixie Chicks is $33.99. I still got White Zombie, and that is Astro Creep 2000. That's $38.99. And we have Death Symbolic, $29.99. So Cheap Tricks now at $40. I think that means Tony Kepler, you've been outbid. And then Kiss is now at $20. I'm about to go 2 or 3 wide with the auctions tonight. We got a whole crate of new Japanese. Laura has delivered all of tonight's auctions. And there's a bunch. There is absolutely a bunch. And we got Japanese. And I'll probably get into some surprise stuff too, because it looks like Seth's delivered another Seth crate over here. We got Takedo. Takedo is on teal with white swirl. That is $39.99. And Rush Counterparts. Rush is a 2 LP, $39.99 on Counterparts. And New Order Substance. That's a 2 LP, $39.99. Chad, these are all new LPs, so they're sticker price right now. We do new vinyl on sale about once a month, and that's for all the old dates. Right now, these are always sticker price. Cranberries, no head to argue. Cranberries is $46.99. And Rush Presto. Rush is $33.99. These, that's another remaster from the Rush catalog. Bob Riger on Bullet Boys, 10 Cent Billionaire. Let's pull that for Bob Riger. Let me make sure I hadn't missed anything else in this crate so far. I think all the claims are from the new crate. It looks like it is from all the new stuff over here. We got Pink Floyd Pulse. That's $119.99. 4 LP box, 52-page book. I have 2 of those available right now. The Very Best of ELO, that's on red vinyl. It's $34.99. That one's on colored vinyl. And then Tom Petty's Greatest Hits. This is sold to Brian White. Brian White got a Tom Petty Greatest Hits. That's sold. And then over here, we have Nirvana In Utero. Nirvana is $36.99. In Utero, that's available. And so is LA Guns Renegades. And that is on white vinyl, $29.99. All right, so Kiss has a new bid with Brad Waits for $21. Greg Galler, you're out. Larry Gonzalez says he's done. And Tony's out on Cheap Trick, so we're definitely about to sell that then for $40. Coulter Walls on red vinyl, Songs of the Plains, $29.99 for Coulter. Overkill, this is a Reilly 14, 2 LP orange and black splatter, yellow, orange, and black splatter, $38.99. Yngwie Malmsteen did get sold to Scott Smith. And let's put David Eberly on a waiting list for Yngwie Malmsteen Eclipse. So that one's sold to Scott, and we got David Eberly on a waiting list. And if anybody else wants on that Yngwie waiting list, let me know, okay? Also over here we have Presto, another copy of Rush Presto for $33. I'm going to put it here with the other Presto, and the newest Metallica Load remaster, 2 LP, $44.99. So that's available. All right, Kiss is over here. Brad Waits, he's out, so I'm going to sell you that for $21. And Cheap Trick is sold, and Cheap Trick is sold for $40 to Greg Gallagher. So he got both of those auctions. Nice. And hopefully I have a pack of sleeves over here. I do, because we're about to be selling a lot of Japanese pressings tonight. All right. Amazing. Absolutely. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. So we'll probably get into our new stuff pretty soon tonight, as far as like brand new vinyl. I've got other auctions to slip in here early. Let's go ahead and find some of those right now. I mean, if we sell all the auctions I have ready, that's going to be about 2.5 crates full. So that's a good start just on those. Let's go ahead and put up an AC/DC. And this is Fly on the Wall. And AC/DC is an 85 US OG specialty press. It is VG. It is OG. It does have the original on the sleeve. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of writing there on the cover. AC/DC, a $15 start. Who got Kiss? Kiss went to Brad Waits for $21. Oh, I misspoke, maybe. Brad Waits got Kiss for $21. Brad Waits got Kiss for $21. Greg Gallagher went out, and then Greg Gallagher got Cheap Trick for $40. So, Brad, you got Kiss for $21. And then we have Andrew Shaw on the Cranberries. No need to argue. Thank you, Andrew Shaw. And then Todd Kilgore on LA Guns. That's sold to Todd Kilgore. Okay. You know, except from here back is actually leftovers of the last batch of Hatchet Ed unpaid new vinyl. So that's why a lot of this is like from a lot of different. And for whoever made an offer, probably the next time I do new vinyl, some of this will be on sale, but it's going to be a while. Because some of this has probably already been sold out. Everybody's got what they wanted. This stuff didn't get paid for, and now it's kind of been left behind for quite some time. So I usually take these and I put them up front in the store, and it gives everybody a longer time, locals, walk-in traffic to see a varied selection. And then all the newest stuff is back here with me. And then this stuff here is pretty new. Yeah, all this stuff right here is recent orders. The Pink Floyd Up. The Cranberries is the 2 LP. It is the deluxe edition with the MTV songs, unplugged songs, or some of them, or one of them. So it's a 2 LP. And then AC/DC is a $15 start. Our Japanese pressing is going to be Power Station. Members of Duran Duran and Robert Palmer. Japanese pressing of Power Station, near mint minus and pristine. Does have the insert, cover and obi, $35 start on that. AC/DC is OG. It's VG with the inner sleeve, $15 start. Does have a little bit of writing on the cover. Somebody wrote an old price there on the front of the jacket. So VG cover just because of that, but VG vinyl. But it is OG. Anybody else on anything in here? I think I pulled everything that's sold. Metallica, Overkill, Nirvana, ELO, Pink Floyd, Rush, New Order, Rush, Takedo, Death, White Zombie, Dixie Chicks, Motorhead, Cold, Sonic Youth, Bullet Boys, Volbeat, Smiths, Green Day, Psychedelic Furs, John Prine, Cash, Badfinger, Sturgill Simpson, Sisters Mercy, and Rush. Now, the next thing I have is probably the newest stuff that came in. The newest stuff that came in for this yesterday. And that's where most of the claims came from because it was new stuff. Everybody likes seeing new stuff. So let's go ahead and put these over here. And we have some kind of spam already on the chat. Let me take this off because it's going to be annoying if it keeps going, which it is. So let me go ahead and take this guy off. Okay, and then let me jump back over here. And we're looking for a 35 Looking for a $35 start on Power Station, and AC/DC is a $15 start. Where is my flip video at when I need it? Let me click on this. Okay. Where did I get to? Okay. Here we go. I've got 2 copies of Unto Other, and this one's $29.99. This one's called Strength. This is available. Unto Other is $29.99. And Yusef Lateef is sold to Donna Turner. Thank you, Donna Turner. That's sold to you. Also over here, we have 2 copies of Metallica Reload. Metallica Reload is $49.99. Give me fuel, give me fire. That is available. And we have Chelsea Wolf. And Chelsea Wolf is $29.99. I'm going to end up having 2 of those available, it looks like. And then over here, we got Hailstorm, the curious case of Hailstorm. We got 1 sold to Ben Digert. Thank you, Ben Digert. That's sold to you, Hailstorm. And I think that was the only claim for that, so there's going to be 1 Hailstorm left. Over here, Metal Massacre did get sold, and that was our last copy, and that's sold to Brandon Jones. Thank you, Brandon Jones. That's sold to you. And then Stephen Piercy from Rad, of course. His solo album, Overdrive, on marble vinyl. That's $29.99. And then Sonny Rollins. And this Sonny Rollins is sold to Troy Robinson. Thank you, Troy. That's sold to you. And we have Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason. That is our last copy of that again. And that's $33.99. And Cryptacy. And this one is sold to Michael Rudolph. Thank you, Michael Rudolph. That's sold to Michael Rudolph. That was our last copy of that. Also, we have Metallica's Master of Puppets. And Master of Puppets is $29.99. And Master of Puppets is sold to Jeremy Todd. Thank you on that, Jeremy Todd. That's sold to you. And there's 1 left. And we also have Jethro Tull. And these are both sold, Living in the Past. And we sold 1 to Scott Smith. Thank you, Scott Smith. We sold 1 to Michael Potts. Thank you, Michael Potts. And then we had 1 copy of Megadeth Peace Sales. That's sold to Stephen Reeves. Thank you, Stephen Reeves. And let's put Raphael Riviera on a waiting list and Kenny Cates Jr. on a waiting list. So 2 people on a waiting list for Megadeth Peace Sales. We got Raphael on a waiting list and Kenny Cates Jr. on a waiting list. Iced Earth, we have 1 left. This one's sold to Sean Druin. Also put him on a waiting list for Burning Witches. Burning Witches waiting list, but this is sold to Sean Druin. There's 1 Iced Earth left. That's $44.99. And then we have Gruesome. This is, boy, Hatchet Edge just went to town over here. Gruesome's $33.99. Gruesome is sold to Charlie Buck. That one's gone. And we have Iron Maiden. And Iron Maiden is sold to Kenny Cates. And he's on a waiting list for Megadeth. If anybody else wants on a waiting list for Peace Sales, that's $38.99. Boy, that was a clean out. Wow, we sold almost everything. So last night, 4 crates of new vinyl. And literally, that's everything that's left out of 4 crates of new vinyl. That's it. That's pretty amazing. And maybe we can sell some more right here. And nobody bid on AC/DC. That's a $15 buy it now. And nobody bid on Power Station. You can pick that up for a $35 buy it now. So some great buy it now prices there. Just FYI, those are available. Brad Waite's also on that Megadeth waiting list. And let me show y'all what's left and everything that's sold out of there. Anything I can reorder. I ordered a lot last night. So we'd have a lot hopefully on Monday and Tuesday instead of later in the week like we have been. And then G handed me a stack of waiting lists this thick that Jake had accumulated. And I was like, oh my gosh, I thought I was caught up on waiting list after that stack last night. But guess what? I've got about 20 more waiting lists here. So that's a whole vinyl order in itself. So first thing we have is Mike Freiberger grabbed the AC/DC for $15. Michael Rudolph second, Chad Thompson third, Wayne Davis fourth, and Greg Gallier. Paul Catrich said he bid on AC/DC. All right, if there's a bid on AC/DC, I got to put it back up. But Paul Catrich, he did bid $20. Wow, I never did see that. And actually, Paul, I'm glad you said something because when I did a final call, this is going in, I guess I got to put it back up. Paul Catrich has AC/DC for $20. It's a VGOG. He did bid. I did not even, that was right here. You got caught between the spammer. Look, you got caught between the spammer. That's why I block spammers because it floods my chat. And the more chats is popping up, it makes my job very much more difficult to see bids. You got sandwiched between the spammer. All right, so that's at $20 for Paul Catridge, final call. And that means Power Station is available for a buy it now for $35. It's a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. Near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. Here's what's left in here. 2 copies of Unto Others. That's called Strength, $29.99. Metallica Reloads, $49. Over here, Chelsea Wolf is $29. I forgot who told me to order Chelsea Wolf, but I still got both of them. We got one Hailstorm left for $29. Stephen Pearcy, same price. Pink Floyd's $33. Metallica's $29. And Iced Earth's $44. Slayer Guy, if you want Power Station, let me know. If not, it's sold to Melanie Clausen, okay? It's sold to Melanie Clausen. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second, and then we're going to be ready probably for this Paul crate over here. All right, so Paul Catridge, I am going to go ahead and tag you this for $20. I think your $20 bid might have scared away everybody that wanted to pay $15. Wayne Davis says give him a Hailstorm. That's so to you. And you know what? Out of all of our new vinyl on sale, the only thing I have left, except for 2 I'm about to put up for auction, I've got a Sing Split Alley Venable for just $10. We got those down to $10. I mean, I've tried and tried, and that's my last copy. Surely somebody would pay $10. It's brand new. All it has is a Sing Split. And then over here, I've got 2 other records that were a different price point, and that means all of our new vinyl is sold out after we auction these, okay? We have Charlie Rich, Lonely Weekend, sealed. It's a remastered compilation. $1 start on the sealed Charlie Rich. And then this is going to be on sale. Analog Productions, The Doors, brand new, 2 LP, 45 RPM, a $35 start. $35 start. So that's our, officially, with Alley being sold to Saluki 47. Who is Saluki 47? That's sold to you for $10. Rick Hall second, then Jeff Brindley, then Michael Rudolph. And after we sell these to new people, that means there's nothing left in inventory from the middle of June until right now. Everything in new vinyl was the last 30 days, which is pretty amazing. Slayer Guy, I'm assuming you're passing on the Power Station, so I'm going to go ahead and tag that for Melanie Clausen for $35. All right, and then Lonely Weekends, a $1 start. $1 start. And The Doors is brand new and sealed. And except for that Hatchet Ed crate that I just went through of leftovers, everything's gone. Pretty amazing. Let's put all these over here. And probably in about, what is this, July? So in about 3 weeks, 2 3/4, 2-3 weeks, we'll have more new vinyl on sale. Anything that hadn't sold new for the last couple weeks. But as you see, most everything gets grabbed. And after a couple more videos and a couple more read-throughs, most everything gets sold. That's the way I like to keep it. Okay, I did a little bit different video. We're going to kind of go back. That was the 6 a.m. video. Let's jump up here to this. And some of this is going to be sold when I show it. Some of this is going to be shown when I show it. But if not, then there's really good records in here. These are new, fairly new arrival sticker price. And I need to reply to a couple people. Which ones? And then I'm going to put waiting list. WL for Megadeth. And then done. And we're good to go there. Okay, then the other video was right here. Okay. And I'm looking for the following. I'm looking for Nacho Libre, Led Zeppelin 2, Billy Joe, Jethro Tull, Daft Punk, the 1975s, Tom Petty, Big Bill, Billy Joe, Stormfront, Cheap Thrills, Bob Marley, REM, AC/DC, Outkast, Tom Petty, Nacho Libre, Three Amigos, Outkast, Cream, Percy Sledge, Billy Joe, Old Man Gloom, and Led Zeppelin, okay? So that looks pretty cool, and when I hear some of those, I'll go back. That means a lot of this crate is still available, so let's go through it. And the first thing I have is the Three Amigos, and that is sold to Brandon Lack. Thank you, Brandon Lack. Three Amigos sold to Brandon. Over here we have Daft Punk, and I think I did see a claim for that. And Daft Punk was sold to Rebecca Howitt. Thank you, Rebecca. That's sold to you. And then Nacho Libre, that's one of the first comments I read off. Darren Johnson. Thank you, Darren Johnson. And then Bob Marley Exodus is still available. Bob Marley Exodus is no longer available. It's sold to Charlie Sales. Thank you, Charlie Sales. That's sold to you. We have Snoop Dogg Doggy Style. I don't think I read off the word Snoop Dogg. So Snoop Dogg is available. It's a 2LP remaster, $34.99. We got Sealed Charlie Rich remastered from the original mono tapes. The high bid on this is $5 with topographic. The Doors is a Analog Productions 2LP 45 RPM. There's no bid. We're looking for a $35 start. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. And that next Japanese pressing I have for you is Obi-less Journey. But it is a very nice copy of Captured. Journey's a 2LP. It's going to go up for a $35 start. There's one LP. There's two LPs. There's one inner sleeve. There's the other inner sleeve. There's the insert. There's the book. There's the gatefold cover. No Obi, but it is Japanese. $35 start on that. Big Bill Brunzi did get claimed, and this was $19.99 on purple vinyl. These are all sticker price, by the way, for whoever's tagging. And Big Bill Brunzi was sold to Jennifer Schrader. Thank you, Jennifer Schrader. That's sold to you. Over here, we got Cold, a different kind of pain. And that's on red vinyl, numbered, new from Music on Vinyl for $34.99. Big Brother and the Holding Company, Cheap Thrills. That's an unopened Music on Vinyl remaster of Big Brother and the Holding Company. That's sold to George Jones. Thank you, George Jones. That's sold to you. We have Outcast Atelians. This one's sold to Jake Perganson. Thank you, Jake Perganson. That's sold to you. And we have STP, and that's on blue vinyl. Stone Temple Pilots is a 2LP, $39.99. Brand new, essentially an STP Greatest Hits. And Godsmack Faceless, that's a 2LP. Godsmack is a 45 RPM as well, $34.99. $34.99 on Godsmack. And yes, that one is still available. Okay, so let's go back to the top. And Charlie Rich did get a new bid for 5 and then 8. And then, unbelievably, the Doors Analog Productions is going to be put up for a buy now for $35. That is $30 off sticker. And there's no telling how many I've sold at sticker. That's been my last copy since May 21st, just lingering around. Sold to Topographic, $30 off sticker. That was a loss for me, okay? That was a major loss. Topographic got that for $35. Rick Hall second, Thomas Baumhart third. And now Charlie Rich is sold for $8. Another loss. Mike Fry. I got to sell some stuff. Can I start selling some stuff that I can actually make some money on? This is sold for $8 at a loss to Mike Fryberger. I got to be careful ordering some stuff. And then Journey is called Captured. It's a 2LP Japanese pressing. Out with the old, in with the new, though. This is a 2LP Journey Captured. It's a Japanese pressing. It's a $35 start. Next is John Legend, Get Lifted Rising. John Legend is sealed for $14.99. This one here was Old Man Gloom. And Old Man Gloom was $29.99. And that one is sold to Mark Stanley. Thank you, Mark Stanley. That's sold to you. And we have Led Zeppelin 2. Led Zeppelin 2, EX $24.99. That's sold to Darren Johnson. All right, let's go ahead and put up another auction then. And the next auction is Judas Priest, Point of Entry. Judas Priest is a 1981 USOG. It does have the original under sleeve. Unfortunately, it is in VG condition. Judas Priest is going to go up for just a $15 start. Brian Call does have Journey for $35. Going once, going twice to him. And then I'm about to add another auction in just a second. But first, here's Percy Sledge. When a Man Loves a Woman. That's EX $17.99 for Percy Sledge. And that's sold to Sherry Darnell. Thank you, Sherry Darnell. That's sold to you. Paul McCartney Tug of War. This is an OG VG Plus. Original under sleeve. Paul McCartney. That is $17.99. Also, Berlin Love Life. That's a VG copy for $9.99. And Jethro Tull, Songs from the Wood. That is sold to Bill Samus. Thank you, Bill Samus. That's sold to you. We got Outcast, Southern Palette, Cadillac, sold to Donna Turner. Outcast is sold to Donna Turner. Thank you, Donna. That's sold to you. And then over here, the 1975. That one is officially sold to Jeremy Bryant. Thank you, Jeremy Bryant. That is sold to you. Here is Robert Plant and Allison Krauss, and this is still available, $27.99. Brian Call, you get Journey for $35. Judas Priest, looking for a $15 start. No bid yet. Looking for a $15 start on that. Might do some buy now 45s over here out of my indie box. And which ones did you ask about, Jim B? Hold on a minute. I just remembered I read something in my head by Jim B and I didn't answer. Let me figure out what he had over here. Jim B asked about He asked about when do you think you'll put up Were in 10 years? Uh-oh. Were in 10 years. Uh-oh. Hopefully whenever the most people's watching, so they'll bring the most money. We have Johnny Cash, and this is Volume 5, 100 Highways. That's a 2014 pressing for Johnny Cash, $32.99. Janis Joplin Pearl, pressed at RTI, unopened for just $24.99. I think y'all are missing the boat on that one. Let's go ahead and put up a Japanese pressing I don't think I've had before. And with that, David Johnson's ears just perked up. Dwayne Allman, An Anthology, Volume 2, a 2LP Japanese pressing. Never seen this before. $35 start. There's the lyric insert. There's the gatefold cover. There's the Obi. And Dwayne Allman's a $35 start. Judas Priest has a bid for $20. Billy Joe 52nd Street and Billy Joe 52nd Street got sold to Tim Graham. Thank you, Tim Graham. That's sold to you. And then Janis Joplin sold to Ivan R. And then asked a few weeks ago about that Doors getting any more. Doors Analog Productions, I can get any of them you want for $64.99. You just got to tell me which ones you want to go on a waiting list for. It's a commitment to buy it. Just let me know which ones. I've still got self-titled in stock. That's always a good seller. I got self-titled. I can get another copy of Waiting for the Sun, not for that price. I sold that one for less than what I paid for it. And then I can get their entire discography. You just got to let me know what you want me to order, and they'll be in. I don't know exactly when, but they'll be in some of that stuff. That particular distributor, I get stuff from about once every week or once every couple weeks. So we got Cream sold to Sherry Darnell. She also got Percy Sledge. Also, AC/DC Fly on the Wall. This is sold to John Labate, Labate. Is he a first-time buyer? If so, somebody probably needs to make me a note so we can reply to his comment. John, Labate. I'm not familiar with him. Jason Isbell is sealed, $24.99. That's still available. And John Coltrane, A Love Supreme. Coltrane's on orange vinyl. That is $29.99. Coltrane, $29.99. And we have Billy Joe, Glass Houses. And this one's $19.99. This one's sold to Bill Sammis. Thank you, Bill Sammis. That's sold to you. Also over here, we have the Velvet Underground soundtrack. That's a 2LP, $34.99. Tom Petty's Greatest Hits is sold to Bill Tauchen, Tauchen. Thank you, Bill Tauchen. Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy. And Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy was sold to Chris Smith 27 minutes ago. Wow, 27 minutes ago. Also, Billy Joe Stormfront. Billy Joe Stormfront is sold to Melissa Bilbrey. And we have REM Murmur, and that's sold to Evan Spencer. I think Evan Spencer is new too, or is that Ninja Pony? Ninja Pony, are you Evan Spencer or are you John Labate? Let me know, okay? There's that and there's that. And then just flew in and my arms are tired. Brent has been flying in. All right, a Stolid Steel here on Judas Priest for $20. Edward Boosie. Edward Boosie got that. And final call on Dwayne Allman. Final call to get a bid on this, a $35 start. Let me go get Nashville Tiger, a Doors self-titled, 45 RPM. And let me go grab that, and I'll go grab another one. Maybe somebody else can buy it. And that's up here on the rack. Yep, right here they are. Come on, baby, light my fire. You know if I were to say to you, girl, we couldn't get much higher. Come on, baby, light my fire. All right, here's this, and that is sold to Nashville. Actually, $59.99. Cut from the original Analog Master, $59.99 as a 2LP, 45 RPM. I've got one left if anybody wants it. I think I got Billy Joe Stormfront. You did. Wait a minute. Did I not pull it for you? Let's see here. Stormfront, let's see here. Glass Houses was sold to Bill Sammis. Glass Houses was sold to Bill Sammis. Tom Petty was sold to Bill Tauchen. Yep, Tom Petty sold to Bill Tauchen. Led Zeppelin here. Led Zeppelin here was sold to Chad Smith. Make sure I didn't misspoke on anything because I got really fast there. Billy Joel here. Billy Joel Stormfront is sold to James Rayner. I'm not for sure what I said, but yeah, it is sold to James Rayner. Thank you for that correction. And then Spencer, which I think is Ninja Pony, on REM Murmur, but I don't know. Then we sold this to Edward Boosie for $20. And then Nashville Tiger got this. All right, so everything in the crates left. Let me double check my video, make sure I pulled everything. And we're down a couple people this week on vacation, so I'm doing a lot of crate tagging live to start the shows. It can get a little bit complicated, but I have figured it out. I'm looking on the wrong screen. Sleeker got Velvet over here. What year is Dwayne Allman? Japanese pressing? No, this should be at least some kind of 70s pressing. I can check for you right quick. This is P-5143, and that is Dwayne. Should have pulled it up by now. There it is. Gatefold. It is 1974 OG Japanese. 1974 OG Japanese. Beautiful copy. $35 start. Okay, then what else happened over here? All right, so we got everybody. Thank you for catching that, James Rayner. We might have mistagged something if you hadn't said it something. I liked everybody's comments. Autumn Betts was second to Nacho Libre, and everybody else got what they wanted. All right, and then these are all for sure still available, without a doubt. These are all for sure still available. And then Slicker on Velvet, and we got that. Ryan, yes, I think, you know what? Paul probably didn't know you were interested. I just seen where we're shipping that thing to Brazil today. I think it's going to Brazil. Somebody bought it over. We have turned on international shipping on our Discogs, and we've been selling all of a sudden a lot more stuff here lately. I've noticed maybe 5 or 10 additional sales is kind of boom, boom, boom. I think because we've turned on international shipping. So, almonds is a $35 start. Brent says, never mind. It's about to be a bite now. It's a $35 start. But Paul took an offer on it, I think, for $100, and he probably had no idea you were interested. We probably should have went ahead and sold it to you because somebody's already bought it on Discogs. And they were buying it, I think, as a gift all the way down in Brazil. All the way down in Brazil. Amazing, right? Okay, so here's what's left in here. We have Snoop Dogg Doggy Style 2LP Remaster, $34.99. Cold, a different kind of pain, numbered on red vinyl for $34. Stone Temple Pilots, essentially a greatest hit, sealed for $39.99. Godsmack is sealed for $34.99. John Legend, this is sealed for $14.99. Paul McCartney Tug of War, VG Plus, $17.99. Ebony and Ivory. And then Berlin Love Life is VG $9.99. And then Robert Plant, Alison Krauss, Raise the Roof, $27.99. Johnny Cash, Volume 5 is $32.99. Jason Isbell is sealed for $24.99. And John Coltrane, $29.99. All right, so we had some confusion on Allman Brothers. Here's what happened. 35, no 35, 15, 35, and now 37. So we officially have an auction. $37. Reveille's in. Brent's going to be unpredictable. I might be unpredictable too. How much is John Legend? Sealed for $14.99. And then Berlin is so to Robin Glenn, okay? And what that was a Paul / some lore crate that was mixed together. And I found it the other night, and I was like, man, this is really good. Let's put it up for auction. Or let's put it up for in a video. And then Kiss, Peter Criss, is a 78 Terre Haute. Peter Criss is a Terre Haute OG. And what is Kenny Begley? Is Kenny Begley still watching? Kenny Begley. I saw a Kiss record. Kenny Begley said, sorry I missed you today, Chad. Stop by the store to pick up an order. Spur of the moment on the way to Knoxville. I bet you're going to see Gene Simmons, aren't you? I bet he's going to see Gene Simmons. This does have the Peter Criss poster. However, the poster's got quite a bit of wear. It was definitely hung on some guy's wall back in the day. Or some probably more like kid or teenager. It does have a really bad crease up here, but we're going to put it up for just a $15 start. So it does have the puzzle piece poster, the insert, inner sleeve and poster, no insert, and no merch form. $15 start on Peter Chris. Reverly, you've been outbid on Dwayne Allman. And John Legend, so to Romelu. Does anybody else want to make an offer on anything in here to try to get the rest of these sold? Now that you've heard the prices, and now that I've went through it, can we get any more of those in there sold? It would make me so happy. In the meantime, I'm going to mute my mic right quick. Give me 1 second, please. All right. That's what I want to see. Jim B, we got to get that invoice up there. I don't have a successful week unless Jim B's invoice is 4 digits. He got Snoop Dogg for 28. It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. Brandon Jones got Godsmack for 30. Peter Chris is VG. All right. And Dwayne Allman, Reverly, I'm assuming you're done. Brent has it for 39. I'm about to sell it to him. We have filled up our first crate of vinyl tonight. Thank you. And I have one more crate to tag. Anybody else want to make an offer on anything in there? I've got one more crate to tag so we can wipe our hands clean. You might be looking out for another 2 or 3 videos again in the morning, but we got one more to do right now. There's really good stuff in there. If not, some of the sealed stuff at some point may go up for low start auction. So you might want to go ahead and grab it right now before you see it get bid up higher than what I even have it stickered for right now. That typically happens because there will be different people watching. Allman Brothers is at 41. Man, this was a crazy... I do crazy stuff like this after I've had too much brownies. And I'm talking about just straight brownies, okay? I'm talking about straight brownies. I start doing crazy stuff. And I put some records in here at discount that I woke up this morning and I regretted. Okay, so bear with me as we tag this. I'm going to go ahead and start trying to put up 3 and 4 auctions. Allman Brothers at 15. So one more look at Peter Chris. He is a strong VG, maybe VG plus poster, but it's dinged and damaged. Inner sleeve. And there's that, okay? Now, here's the agenda for tonight. 3 crates of new vinyl. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 Hatchet Ed crates again. I didn't even let anybody know, but I've got them right over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Hatchet Ed crates. I think he's gone for the weekend. I don't see him at his desk anymore. Unbelievable, but we've accumulated 5 more Hatchet Ed crates again. That's them. All right? Hope y'all ready. Let's go back up the top and find my next video. And then let's jump over here. And here it is, 46 comments. Okay. It starts off a little slow, and then as stuff gets claimed and the crate gets thinner, it goes a lot faster. Brian, I want to make sure you're done on the Allman Brothers. Reverly has it for 41. And here's some of the stuff I'm looking for. I better just start from the bottom and work my way up, okay? So I'm looking for Mason, Billy Joel, Hall & Oates, Lenny, Michael Martin Murphy, Dolby, Stampede, Raspberries, Doobies, Genesis, Foreigner, Monkeys, Dinah Ross, Sinatra, Threshold, Nancy Birds, Ringo, Doors, Lou Reed, Lennon, Genesis, Born to Run, Steely Dan, Lou Reed, Sweetheart, Lennon, Eagles, Doobies, Monkeys, Doobies, George, Hornsby, Birds, Yes, Hornsby, Van Morrison, Moody's, Beatles, Bad Company, Stewart, Little River, and Linda Ronstadt, okay? Peter Chris. has one bid for $15 with John McPatriot. VG, beat up poster, inner sleeve, and you got very lucky because I was about to sell it. And I'm about to sell Dwayne Allman to Reverly for $41. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is Joe Satriani, Dreaming number 11. Joe Satriani is a 1988 USOG EX edition, a $15 start. Okay? Steely Dan. This is Steely Dan's greatest hits. Sold to Mike Bartlett for $19.99. The first couple records here have been marked down to $19.99. That's sold to Mike Bartlett for $19.99. Also $19.99 was the Rolling Stones. And can you believe this? I scrolled through here a couple times just to make sure. And there was no claims for Rolling Stones. And we're about to have 3 in a row. Here's the first one. Out of our heads, from the discount bin, a clean stereo copy. Nice, for just $19.99. Second was the Rolling Stones 12-inch disco single, Faraway Eyes and Miss You. $19.99. Major markdown, no claims. And Some Girls, no claim. Edited cover, clean, $19.99. I never did hear back from Brent on the Dwayne Allman, so this is sold to Reverly for $41. Reverly, you got the Dwayne Allman for $41. That's sold to you. And then Peter Criss is sold for $15. No, it's not. We have a bid on, what is going on? Peter Criss? What is going on with Peter Criss? Let me figure this out for a second. I feel like I've went in circles on Peter Criss a few times. Michael Hamburger, the last bid on Peter Criss was $15. Now, if you want to bid $37, that's fine. But it was only at $15, and John McPatriot had it for $15, probably for about 15 minutes. And the only reason he had it for 15 minutes, because about every 3 minutes, I had a question on what condition it was in, or if it was complete. And so now it's at $15 with John McPatriot, and I'm going to put it up for the 7th final call. That's what happens with Kiss records. Everybody's eyebrows start to get raised. They're like, oh my God, Chad is selling a Kiss record. Joe Satriani. The last bid on Joe Satriani was Daniel Strom at $20. Okay? Now here's what happened on the Rolling Stones. 3 in a row. This is why y'all have got to be setting an alarm for 9 a.m. every morning in Whole Lot of Records. Just tell your phone, hey, remind me to watch Whole Lot of Records, private group on Facebook. Chad posts a discount video at 9 a.m. every morning. The first person to claim the Rolling Stones was Robin Glenn. And Robin Glenn wants this one. This one sold to Robin Glenn for $19.99. Okay? The next Rolling Stones claim was Nick Bargeron. Nick Bargeron, he wanted Out of Their Minds. It's already sold. ST was next. Do you want Miss You? I think ST wanted this, the Miss You, $19.99. Next is James Goggin, and he wants the last one for $19.99. Those are all gone. Those are all sold. Now Peter Criss has a bid of $20. John McPatriot, you're out. And Joe Satriani's at $25. Those are final calls. I think Joe Satriani's just getting started, though. He's just warming up. Next Japanese pressing is going up right now. REO Speedwagon, Wheels Are Turning. In shrink, near mint minus and pristine. Insert. It has a cardboard insert, which is like a zoetrope. Very cool for back in the day. It has a solicitation card and a $35 start. John's out on Peter Criss. Sorry, John, that took so long. An auction's live up until I say sold, and probably about 24 times a night, I'll be going to say sold, and there'll either be a question or a bid pop up. And I have to keep it rolling unless I say the word S-O-L-D. Unless I say S-O-L-D, and then it's gone to whoever had the high bid. Or unless I've missed a bid. Peter Criss is at $20. Final call to Michael Hamburger. Next for $19.99 was Lou Reed. Now, some of these have already been claimed, and I'm going to figure out who claimed them and when they were claimed so we can make sure they go to the right person. Lou Reed was a German press, a 2LP, $19.99. Lou Reed. It's a 2LP compilation, and this is sold to Amanda Darby for $19.99. Thank you, Amanda Darby. That is sold to you. That is done. Satriani's at 30, final call. Also, the Eagles Live was a 2LP, gatefold with the original on her sleeve. Everybody has set out on Joe Satriani. That's what I like to see. And I think the Eagles could still be available. It is $19.99, and so far it is sold to Kathy Collinsworth. Thank you, Kathy Collinsworth. That is sold to you. And then I know the doors got claimed. I just seen it a moment ago. This is sold to Mike Bartlett. Thank you, Mike Bartlett. That's sold to you also for $19.99. As I expected, the $19.99 thefts got obliterated. Now the next batch are $14.99. Some of these should still be available. Peter Criss is sold. Michael Hamburger for $20. Joe Satriani has a bid of $30, and so did Daniel Strom. And Brad Waits just bid $21 on Peter Criss. Brad, that came in literally after I said the D and sold. Otherwise, we would still be bidding on Peter Criss. REO Speedwagon, a $35 start. No bid, final call. Next auction is going to go up right now. It's Kiss Asylum. Here's what I recommend everybody doing. I recommend you bidding early and fast on this one. Kiss Asylum. It's a 1985 USOG Hauppauge 53 press, and it has the original on her sleeve. It is VG, and it has the original on her sleeve. A $10 start on Kiss. $10 start on Kiss. That's now up for bid. All right, we got Bruce Springsteen for $14.99. No condition notes. Let me see if there was any claims here for Bruce Springsteen. Joe Farrell got this for $14.99. Also over here, I have the Beatles story. How much was this? Just $14.99? Yes. And let's see if there was a claim for it. The Beatles was $14.99. And if you do see something and you're like, I might buy that, let me see if somebody claimed it. I'd be ready to claim it as long as they say, no, no one got it. Ed Hickey got the Beatles story. Thank you, Ed Hickey. That's so do you. This is the John Lennon collection. Audiophile, translucent, brown vinyl. John Lennon was $14.99. And John Lennon is sold for $14.99 to Kathy Collinsworth. Thank you, Kathy. You got that for $14.99. Nobody bid on REO Speedwagon. It's a $35 buy it now. Nobody's bid on Kiss. It's a $10 start. It is a VG, maybe even a little bit less grade. It's got a few stray marks on it, but it's just a $10 start, and it's a final call. And over here is REO Speedwagon. It's a buy it now if anybody wants it. Bad Company was $14.99, and Bad Company at $14.99 was sold officially to Ed Hickey. He got Bad Company for $14.99. Thank you. And then over here, we have Buku of Blues, Ringo Starr. Buku of Blues, Ringo Starr. And this is $14.99. Patrick Lear says, wasn't he before her on, which one here? Let's see here. Patrick Lear, Lennon. Lenon, Patrick Lear. We need to make sure he gets the John Lennon. This goes to Patrick Lear. $14.99. Change that to him instead of Kathy Collinsworth, okay? And then those are done. That's fixed. As I go back through these, I'm probably going to have to change stuff, probably have to redo stuff. And Gary Wellman got Ringo Starr. That's sold to Gary Wellman for $14.99. Thank you on that. Because at the bottom, I'll see unlocked comments, and I'll be like, wait a minute, I've already tagged that to someone later. Also, $14.99 is Yes, Tales from Topographic Oceans. I think as many times as I've scrolled through here, I have not seen a Yes comment. And Yes is $14.99, and this is sold to John McPatriot. John McPatriot, that's sold to you. Kiss has a bid for $15, and that's sold to Michael Hamburger for $15. And REO Speedwagon sold to Jamie McCord for $30. All right, next auction is going to go up right now. Jimi Hendrix, Axis Bold as Love. Jimi Hendrix is a 1968 U.S. repress, second label. Nice, clean copy, though. I love this one. $35 start on Jimi Hendrix. Hope everybody has a copy of that in their collection. Our next Japanese pressing, holy moly, buckle up for this one. Don't get this one too often, especially this nice Elton John's Madman Across the Water. It is a beautiful Japanese pressing. It has the book with it. It has the other Japanese book with it. It has the obi. It is going to go up for a $45 start. Just a little bit of damage right there. The back of the obi has some discoloration. That is now up for bid. Hold Me Closer, Tiny Dancer. Also over here, Van Morrison, Into the Music. Van Morrison is $14.99. Into the Music. Let's see if anybody got Van Morrison for $14.99. This crate was a great one. I try to show these live sometimes. I'm really just tagging these tonight because we're short a couple people. I'm helping them out by tagging these. Sherry Darnell got Van Morrison. But maybe everybody watching be like, man, I need to watch these videos in the morning if I can. You do, as you can see from right here. The Birds is $14.99. And the Birds at $14.99. The Birds at $14.99 is sold to Greg Lee. Sweetheart of the Rodeo, just $14.99. Also $14.99 is Bruce Hornsby and the Range. And Bruce Hornsby and the Range. Let me find Bruce Hornsby here. Bruce, where are you, Bruce? This time not Springsteen. This time Hornsby. Bruce Hornsby is $14.99. And this one sold to John Dorsey. Thank you, John Dorsey, on that. And then we got a change on this. Do not give this to Greg Lee. This actually goes to R.J. Myers. That goes to R.J. Myers. R.J. Myers gets that one. Bruce Hornsby is sold, though, to John Dorsey, unless I find a different claim. And then Nancy Sinatra Sugar. Nancy Sinatra is $14.99. Nancy Sinatra is sold to Mike Bartlett. Thank you, Mike Bartlett. That's sold to you. And now all the $14.99 stuff sold. All of that's gone. Now, what's left in the $9.99? George Benson White Rabbit for $9.99. George Benson White Rabbit for $9.99. I don't think I've seen a George Benson comment, but I better look, and I do. There's one for Michael McCullen. And I got a change on Bruce Hornsby. Bruce Hornsby needs to go to Michael McCullen. This goes to Michael McCullen and not John Dorsey. Boy, they're going to shoot me in the operations room. This is sold to Michael McCullen and not John Dorsey. They are going to, Jake or G, somebody's going to assassinate me after all this. Moody Blues is $9.99. And $9.99 for the Moody Blues is sold to Charles Owens. That's sold to Charles Owens for $9.99. Also $9.99 is the anthology of Dinah Ross and the Supremes. You may say, do what? That's only $9.99. I am being very serious with you. Let me see if there's any claims for Dinah Ross and the Supremes anthology. It was Patrick Lear for $9.99. That's sold to Patrick Lear. Also over here is More of the Monkees. And the first claim on the Monkees for $9.99. The Monkees is sold to Gary Wellman for $9.99. Thank you, Gary Wellman. Over here is the Raspberries. And the Raspberries for $9.99 is sold to Amanda Darby. It's going to get a lot faster near the end. There's less comments and less records to look through. Foreigner. I don't know if I've seen a comment for Foreigner. Let's scroll through them all. Yep, Mike Bartlett, $9.99. As soon as I said that, there it is. Linda Ronstadt Retrospective. Linda is a 2LP, an amazing compilation here. Let's update the bids, though, right quick. As soon as I figure out if anybody got Linda Ronstadt. I have looked, and Linda Ronstadt is sold to Darren Johnson just 6 hours ago. He got that one at 1 o'clock. See, you don't even have to watch at 9. You can watch any time to see what's left. And then Stuart Copeland is $9.99. And I think the only claim I've seen on that is Rebecca Howitt. That's sold to Rebecca. All right, so let's update these auctions. Over here, we got Jimi Hendrix. It's a 68 repress. And that's the year this album came out. But it was on a Tricolor Steamboat album. Originally, it's on the second label. And the last bid over here on Jimi Hendrix was Reveille at $40. James Goggin, you're out. Reveille has that for $40. And I'm looking for a $45 start on Elton John. No bid on that yet. We have Genesis for $9.99. Genesis for $9.99 is sold to Mike Bartlett. Thank you, Mike Bartlett, on that. And then Genesis Trespass is $9.99. Let's see if there's any claims for Genesis Trespass at $9.99. I'm looking, and it's sold to R.J. Myers. So thank you, R.J. Myers. That's sold to you. And now all those are sold. Here's what's left in $6.99. And for $6.99, Stampede is sold to Mike Bartlett. Thank you. That is sold to Mike Bartlett for $6.99. Also for $6.99 is Thomas Dolby. That's sold to Charles Owens. Also $6.99 was Hall & Oates, sold to Amanda Darby. Also $6.99 was Bob Dylan, New Morning. Was there any claims for old Bob Dylan for $6.99, New Morning? I don't know if I've seen a Bob Dylan claim. Let's look. Bob Dylan for $6.99. Bob Dylan for $6.99. I don't see a claim for Bob Dylan. He may be available. Let me look through it one more time. Bob Dylan, Bob Dylan. Where are you, Bob Dylan? Bob Dylan, Bob Dylan. Nope, he's still available. I have looked twice now. $6.99. Unbelievable. That's one of the few things that didn't get claimed. The Best of Lenny Bruce. I don't think I did. Mike Freiberger got Lenny Bruce for $6.99. Marshall Tucker Band. I don't think I've seen an MTB, have I? Marshall Tucker. Is this available? Could this be available? $6.99. Marshall Tucker Band. Marshall Tucker Band went unclaimed. That's available for $6.99. Brent Robley on Dylan. Brandon Johnson second. Wayne Davis third. Roger Daltrey for $6.99. Roger Daltrey for $6.99. Could this be unclaimed? Could this be available? It's looking like it. I'm almost at the top. And that's available for $6.99. Also $6.99. This is sold. Michael Martin Murphy. Danny Thomason got that. Also $6.99 was Dave Mason. So did Gary Wellman. That's sold for $6.99. And Little River Band. Little River Band. LRB. Little River Band is sold. LRB to A.J. Clark for $6.99. And Billy Joe Glass Houses. That was sold to Joe Farrell. Brent wants to pass on Bob Dylan. That's only a $50,000 putback fee. And that's going to be sold now to Brandon Johnson. Brandon Johnson, that's sold to you for $6.99. Okay, so we got Marshall Tucker. That is sold to Russell Snedgear. And folks, surely to goodness, we can get somebody buying Roger Daltrey. Because if we can get somebody to buy Roger Daltrey, that crate sold out. That's the only thing that's left. And let me make sure I've locked everybody. So Charles Owens, you were second on the Doobies. Gary Wellman second on Genesis. Gary Wellman was second on Foreigner. Gary Wellman second on the Birds. No, I think I got to change that one again. Yeah, I got to change that one again. So the Birds, RJ doesn't get that. That is then sold to Gary Wellman, Sweetheart of the Rodeo. That's the third time I've changed that one. Gary Wellman. This one is sold to Gary. He got the Bird, Sweetheart of the Rodeo. Let me show that again. Make sure this one right here for sure goes to Gary Wellman, okay? That for sure goes to Gary Wellman. Scrolling back up. And Mike Freiberger second on Lou Reed. RJ then second on Sweetheart of the Rodeo. Kathy second on John Lennon. Greg next on the Doobies. Michael next on the Monkees. Greg next on the Doobies. Greg Lee third on the Birds. John Dorsey next on that. Sherry Dardanelle. She at least got Van Morrison, and then AJ, we got everything else, okay? And there we have it. Michael Rudolph on Roger Daltrey for $6.99. We got Jimi Hendrix. I didn't hear, he said out. This is sold to Reverly for $40. And Elton John's a $45 buy it now. I won't be doing this every night. This is probably tonight, tomorrow, and then Tanner does all that before the sale. Sorry for the delay, but guess what? We've already sold 3 crates of vinyl tonight, and I hadn't even started the show. And we've already sold 3 crates of vinyl. And we got to blow an air horn. I mean, that's amazing. I guess I just need to hire somebody to just post videos all day in the group and tag stuff. Because I think we could sell stuff in there just all day long, just tagging stuff, posting videos, posting pre-orders. It's essentially like a live website. It's a very unique thing I have over there with the group with all of our active, fantastic customers such as y'all. That's pretty amazing. I mean, I've sold half the show and we hadn't even got started. I mean, I'm speechless. I'm without speech. I have no speech. And next thing I'm going to do is blow this air horn. So I hope everybody has their volume turned up, and I hope you have your dogs very close so they can start freaking out and running around the house. We have cleaned out a whole crate already. Amazing. Beautiful. That's what I like to see. Anybody want to come work at CollectCo and do nothing but post flip videos and pre-orders all day? That's all you got to do. It'd be like we're live 24/7. Elton John is a $45 buy it now. Plus, there could be like little posts, just a gallery of stuff like high-end records that didn't sell. Post picture sticky notes on them with prices. I just don't have enough time. I got to sleep at some point. I used to leave or get to work right after the sales. Now I spend a couple hours making these videos for the next morning. All right. Charlie, you need that. That's one of my favorite albums of all time. Levon wears his war wound like a crown. All right, here comes our next auction. It is Star Trek, folks. Star Trek. This is here 4 exciting all-new action-adventure stories. A 1979 VG condition. Star Trek is a $15 start. Next thing I have over here is Gary Moore, Corridors of Power. Gary Moore, Corridors of Power is an 82 U.S. Allied OG. It's a $15 start. Unfortunately, it does have a little bit of a corner bend right here. Gary Moore, just a $15 start there. All right, we're going through new vinyl here, never shown before. I repeat, new vinyl. Hendrix was tricolor 1968. No, it was two-tone label 1968. We have Scorpions, Love at First Sting. Scorpions is available. 2 are available. This is $33.99. Scorpions is $33.99. Jeff Brinley gets Elton John for $45. Star Trek at $15. Star Trek at $20. I've got 3 copies of Great White, and there was a waiting list for Great White. Great White is on blue vinyl, and these are $34.99. Great White's at $34. Reveille, the Jimi Hendrix, was a 1968 two-tone reprise label. That is what you won for $40. It's a 1968 two-tone reprise label. Here is Great White, $34.99. Missed seeing it at the store yesterday. I have not been at this store during normal hours in probably 4 months. I have not been in this store when it's open for normal operations, probably in 4 months, maybe 5. What is today? It was the dollar sale back during it was the last dollar sale back during the winter. So yeah, I have not been in this store when it's actually open in probably 4 or 5 months. Probably closer to 5. So I hadn't seen my mom at the store working. She's here 5 days a week. I've not actually seen my mom at the store working in months. And we're all here at the same place every day. That just shows how different schedules a lot of us are. All right, so let's go to Great White and pull up the pre-order over here. And the waiting list for Great White, we are now in new stuff. This is sold to Brad Waits. This is blue vinyl. These were long out of print. They finally came back in print. And Brad Waits, you get this one. There's 2 left. Let's go back to the top and see what's going on here. So the last thing was Star Trek, opened at 15 and then 20. Jeff Brinley got Elton John, Star Trek 25. Gary Moore 15. Star Trek 28. And then Star Trek 25, 30, 32, 35. And we have 2 Scorpions for 33, 2 Great Whites for 34. Here's Rolling Stone's Hot Rocks. I have 1 sold, $44.99. I think it's Tim Graham. We've had somebody wanting a copy of this, and I said, listen, I can get you a Hot Rocks, and it's one of the best compilations of all time. There's going to be 1 extra. This one's sold to Tim Graham. Thank you, Tim Graham. And if anybody else wants one, it's a 2 LP, $44.99. $44.99. Also over here, we got 2 AC/DC Rock or Bust. Very cool lenticular cover. That's $33.99. If you're just joining us, the show is actually officially beginning. The last about hour and 15 minutes, I've been tagging stuff that already sold from last night. And now there's going to be nothing but new stuff, including we got new John crates, we got Hatchet Ed crates, we got new vinyl crates. It's going to be one thing after another. We're going to try to auction off all this stuff tonight. Rock or Bust is sold to Greg Gabhart. Thank you, Greg Gabhart. That's sold to you, Gebhardt. There's going to be 1 extra copy if anybody else wants it. Anthony Clark gets a Great White. That's sold to Anthony Clark. Now Star Trek is at $37. There was only 1 bid on Gary Moore, and that's sold to Darren Chrisman for $15. That's very surprising. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. This one's really cool. Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Great compilation. Iconic movie. It's a 2 LP Japanese pressing with inner sleeves, gatefold, and obi. Very nice copy. Very cool copy. $35 start on that. Buddy Cordova on AC/DC. Surely somebody needs a Hot Rocks. Don't make me read the track listing because that will definitely sell you. We have Seraphim Gold. By the way, there's some metal stuff left over because this distributor shipped a day late. So this metal stuff didn't show up until today. Seraphim Grow, Half Present Human, dark red marble vinyl, limited to 500. That is $29.99. And Prince, Rock Over Germany, 1983, Volume 2. Prince is $34.99. And this is sold to Guy Shard, I'm pretty sure. Prince, Germany is sold to Guy Shard. I have one extra copy. If anybody else wants one of those, there it is, $34.99. We got Fast Times at $35, another bid for $35. I think we're done on Star Trek. Robert Barnett's at $37. Michael Rudolph says he's out. Next is Etta James, the second time around. And this is sold to Patrick Lear. This is the Jackpot, originally released in 1961, limited edition orange vinyl, all analog by Kevin Gray. This is a very great pressing of this album, especially based on how hard it is to find near mint OGs, and it's colored vinyl, and it's all analog, and it is cut by Kevin Gray. That is sold to Patrick Lear. Thank you, Patrick. I got two more Etta James there if anybody else wants one. Prince is sold to Gerald Whitworth. Seraphim Gold is sold to Michael Rudolph. And over here, we got Romelu on a Etta James. That also means that Star Trek is officially sold for $37, and that's sold to Robert Barnett. And Fast Times at Ridgemont High is going to go right over here, and that's tied at $35. Nick Bargeron, you're out. Also over here, we have Seraphim Gold. That's called Dark Parade, and that is $39.99. Brent Robley on Etta James. Let's start a waiting list. We got Clifford James on Etta James. Thank you, Clifford James. And, excuse me, we got Brent Robley on Etta James. We're going to put Clifford Umstead on the waiting list. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Dennis Daly, Sandy Villa, also on Etta James. Fast Times is at $37.38. And then we got Amanda Darby on Great White. Great Whites are now sold out. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. Over here, we have Need Elvis, Buddy Holly, Leonard Skinner, and Sun Records. Buddy, you're in the right place. We have all of that. Slave to the Grind. This is a 2 LP, $39.99. Just sit back and relax, and over the next 8 hours, you're going to see nothing but vinyl. It's going to absolutely blow your mind. By the end of the show, you'll probably have to go to the hospital. Just FYI, be prepared. Have all of your medication on standby, because you are about to be in for a crazy night. Skid Row is sold to Scott Dwallow. I have one left. Scott Dwallow, that's sold to you. Let's keep a waiting list going on Etta James. Etta James is $34.99. So we have a waiting list going for this, all analog, and we sold 2 live. We had a waiting list for Patrick. This one sold to Romelu, and then we sold one to Brent. We got Clifford Umstead on a waiting list. Clifford Umstead on a waiting list. Also on the waiting list, Troy, that might be coming up in just a second. Sandy Villa also on a waiting list. We sold Great White, and then we have Philip Hope on a wait list, and Scott Rowe wants the Skid. Todd Doris got Skid Row. Wayne Davis, I'll put you on a waiting list for that. And if that's okay, there's a Seraphim Gold, and I have 2 copies of Dead Guy, and Dead Guy is $33.99. The first new album in 30 years from the hardcore metal legends, Dead Guy, $33.99. Wayne, I've got you on a waiting list for next week on Skid Row, if that's okay. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and you may say at this point, my gosh, what else could you possibly have up for auction? And I'm going to put this up for auction. Michael Schenker Group, a 1980 USOG with insert OB and the original inner sleeve. It's near mint minus and pristine. It's a $35 star. Right now, Fast Times is at $45 with Nick Bargeron. That was an amazing first crate of vinyl. Let's go ahead and show that again. Scorpions, Love at First Sting. I still got both of them. $33.99. Rock You Like a Hurricane. Also, Rolling Stones Hot Rocks, $44.99. We're talking Brown Sugar, Wild Horses, Gimme Shelter, Honky Tonk Woman, Satisfaction, Painted Black, Jumpin' Jack Flash, Street Fighting Man, Midnight Rambler. You can't always get what you want. Let's Spend the Night Together. Mother's Little Helper, 19th Nervous Breakdown, Ruby Tuesday, Get Off My Cloud, Play with Fire, Thomas on My Side, Heart of Stone, Under My Thumb, Sympathy for the Devil, and As Tears Go By. AKA only some of the greatest music ever written. Also, we have Seraphim Gold, sold one left, half present, $29.99. Another Seraphim Gold, Dark Parade, $39.99. Dead Guy, sold to Darren Johnson. There's one left. Carol, I think the Keith Richards is in. Yes, it is. We have filled up another crate. Let's go ahead and start a new empty crate. And Chad's officially in turbo mode, as Craig Sweden likes to call it. This is officially Chad turbo mode. This is it. Fast Times is at $50. Wayne's cool with the waiting list for Skid Row. If anybody else wants anything in here, just let me know, okay? If you want anything in there, just let me know. We'll take care of you. It won't be a problem whatsoever. We'll pull it, and I think we might go ahead and just go back-to-back new vinyl over here, because that crate was hot and heavy. And it looks like I got some wait list. Looks like I got some pre-orders. And here we go. Let's knock them out. Wait list, pre-orders, and then we'll do probably a new arrivals bin from Ed or Laura or Paul or somebody over here, Hatchet Ed, something. Let's see what's going on over here. Michael Schenker, one bid. Fast Times is at $50. Who did he outbid then? He outbid officially Nick Bargeron. Fast Times is at $50. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is going to be Sway. Whir is a 2014 USOG. It's a club, Graveyard, Grave Face Record Club, a limited 300 on hand-poured wax, $1 start. The last record of theirs we tried to auction was a no bid, but once you put it up for $1, it got tons of bids. Here we go. Whir, Sway, $1 start. This is a 2014 USOG club. It's from the Grave Face Record Club. It's limited edition 300 on hand-poured wax, a $1 start. And with a $1 start, GMB just fell out of his recliner. He went, holy moly, a $1 start. Are you kidding me? I'm going to bid right now $1. Next thing over here was, we have, Chad, did you see my comment? Bill me for Star Trek and send it to the Vlodder Robert Barnett, who won that Star Trek auction, he would like to pay for it and send it to the Vlodder, okay? He would like to pay for it and send it to the Vlodder. Is there any vintage bins? There's about 290 vintage bins tonight. And then Cody Gray said, sorry I missed today, Chad. I'm in town for Nashville HorrorCon and stopped by. Yes. And I believe I have some kind of flyer here from Cody. And Cody, I'll try to get this posted on our group. It's for Tennessee Metal Devastation Music Fest. It looks like it's going to be Saturday, October 11th at the Amp in Jackson, Tennessee. Looks like perfect for metal heads. It's Tennessee Metal Devastation Music Fest 2025, the Amp in Jackson, Tennessee. Now, most of those band names, oh, good, they have translations underneath them. Filth, Summoner Circle, East of Eden. Very cool. Any local Tennessee Metal Devastation. That sounds pretty cool. All right, and then the next comment was, make sure that gets billed for the Vlodder. And White, you mean Whir, has a bid for $10. Next in here is Smashing Pumpkins Pure Acoustic. This is $38.99. Nick Bargeron, I'm about to sell Fast Times. I have not heard back from you. Tim Graham has it for $50. And now let's pull up Smashing Pumpkins. Also, Kenny Begley is in the store today. My mom always makes notes. Hey, this person was in the store, this person's in the store, you're never in the store. People come in the store and want to see you, and I have to tell them you're in bed asleep. And I'm like, man, I'm sorry. Smashing Pumpkins on Pure Acoustic. This is sold to Scott Dwallow. He was on a waiting list. Smashing Pumpkins Pure Acoustic is sold to Scott Dwallow. Thank you on that. He was on a waiting list for that. Next LP, I've got One Kiss, Ritz on Fire. And this was a waiting list. There's already a bunch of people on a waiting list for this. I'll go ahead and tell you who's on a waiting list, and I'll tell you who gets this one. The waiting list for Kiss at the Ritz, the waiting list is Gerald Whitworth, Buddy Cordova, and Stacy Metternich. So Gerald Whitworth, this is so to you. I went ahead and ordered like 15 more copies. Buddy Cordova and Stacy still on a waiting list. If anybody else wants on this, let me know. Whir's at 10, Whir's at 11, Whir's at 15, Fast Times at 51. Brent Robley, you were the only bidder on Michael Schenker. That's sold to you for $35. There's one Smashing Pumpkins left. This was a special request for Troy Robinson. It's the weekend. Hurry up tomorrow. That's sold to Troy Robinson. If anybody else wants one, let me know. It's a 2 LP, 22 track, $56.99. That's sold to Troy Robinson. And these are available, both are available. Alice in Chains, Jar of Flies, $24.99. Remastered, Stay Away, No Excuses, Nutshell, Rotten Apple, $24.99. Mark Morris also wants on that Kiss wait list. If anybody else on that waiting list, let me know. Mark Morris on Kiss. My mom's like, you know how many people come in here? And there's like, where's Chad? I want to see Chad. Where's Chad? Chad, tell Chad to call me. I want to see Chad. I've never met Chad. And I've told my mom, I was like, well, if I did that, we wouldn't have live sales every night. Because if I was here during the store, that means I wouldn't be sleeping and we wouldn't have live streams every night. So I try my best to use her as my messenger. She also is now taking all my phone calls. I was like, Mom, here's a list of people. I need you to call them, and here's these people. Can you call them back and tell them that I'm asleep? If they're lucky, I might be here on the next dollar sale right when we open. Otherwise, we can't have live streams because I'm here all night into the night working. And about the time, a few hours before the store opens, I'm probably about to leave and probably head to bed if I'm lucky. All right, I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right, hope everybody's hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube. Welcome, everybody. So let's go back to the top. We got Fast Times at 51. Whir was at 15. Mark Morris wants added to that Kiss list. Whir has a new bid for 16. And then over here, Cody said Summoner Circle, Mantra, Ninja Witch, and a few other Tennessee-based bands. Very cool. I'm going to post that on our main page for you, Cody. Or maybe if you have a digital version, If you have a digital version of that you want me to post, I mean, I can probably take a really good picture of it, but it might work better if you have a digital version, high grade, high quality, or high resolution. Sandy Villa on Alice in Chains. That's sold to Sandy Villa. Amanda Johnson wants Rolling Stones Hot Rocks. Let's pull that from the last bin. Amanda Johnson on Rolling Stones Hot Rocks. Sell that to Amanda Johnson. Also, we got Brian Thurman on that Kiss wait list for $29. Amanda Johnson on Alice in Chains. Joe Kolowski, you'll be first on a waiting list for next week. James Lavender, you'll be second on a waiting list for that. And then Word 20, Word 21. And then Fast Times. Are we done on Fast Times? 10 grams out. That was a new bid from Nick Bargeron for $51. He went out, so that's sold for $51. Words at 21. All right, there's that. My mom is very cool. Yes. My mom, listen, my mom's a very firm lady. Okay? You get on her good side, she's extremely nice. You get on her bad side, you'll never be forgiven. You're in bad luck if you get on her bad side. Believe me, we got Kiss, Dressed to Kill. Kiss is a 1975. Let's not do this one right now. That's a dollar star. Let's not do that one. Let's do something else. Let's do Stevie Ray Vaughan, Live Alive. Stevie Ray Vaughan is a 1986 USOG. It's EX vinyl. It is going to go up for just a $25 start. It is a $25 start. And it does have some cover damage right here along the edge, a little bit of dinging going on, but just a $25 start on that. If anybody else wants on the Alice in Chains waiting list, let me know. I got 3 people. Great price on that at $24.99. First is Joe Kolowski. Next is James Lavender. And then Jamie McCord wants on that other Kiss waiting list. And David V also on that AIC. The other waiting list is Kiss, Live at the Ritz. There might be more coming in next week. It's Kiss Live at the Ritz, and that is $29.99. $29.99. The only thing left is Smashing Pumpkins, and Edmund Mastrada said, give it to me. All right, so what's next? I got a bunch of copies of it. Okay, let's officially do the wet leg, okay? Let's officially do the wet leg now. So I have some from last night and tonight. I wanted to get them all together. This is the new album by Wet Leg, Moisturizer. Let's go originally to my waiting list for people who claimed them live. And the first people on my list are George Buchanan, Jerry Stone, and Mike Massey. George Buchanan, Jerry Stone, and Mike Massey, $34.99, 1, 2, 3. And then there was a pre-order posted in Whole Lotta Records. And those people get the next dibs. So those 3 are sold to George, Mike, and Jerry. And now let's do the priority next over here for the pre-order, okay? And hopefully I have enough for everybody tonight. And the first person over here was Jason Fornerat. Sold one for Jason Fornerat. Sold one to Daryl Johnson. Jerry Stone already got one, so he don't need another. And then Autumn Betts got one. And then Patrick Lear got one. And then Scott Beebe got one. Scott Beebe got one. I've got 2 extra live copies to sell here tonight. And the first one's the Brent Robley. Also, we got Scott Dwallow on the Alice in Chains waiting list. No Other Kiss. I hadn't went through everything yet. And there's one new wet leg left, and that is the indie exclusive. That is the indie exclusive on that. Stevie Ray Vaughan, 2530. Where are we on Whir? The last bit on Whir over here, Whir is at GMB at $25. GMB at $25. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 25, 25, 28, and now 30. Chris Kirkley gets the next wet leg. Your mom likes Wiley Leigh Hubbard and Robert Earl King. She does. So does my Uncle John. Must be a family thing. All right, so wet legs are sold out if anybody else wants on a waiting list. And then here is the other Etta James, the very popular At Last. And once again, another jackpot pressing, this time 33. And this one is has 4 bonus tracks, and it's cut by Kevin Gray. Another, probably one of the better, more affordably priced Etta James At Last. And the waiting list is Sandra Martin, Melanie Jennings, and Patrick Lear. Sandra Martin, Melanie Jennings, and Patrick Lear. 1, 2, 3. And I have probably 3 extras. Those are 33. Once again, cut by Kevin Gray with bonus tracks. Brent Robley got one. And we have 2 more there if anybody else wants one. I'm assuming we're done on Whir. I haven't heard back from Darren Johnson. I'm going to go ahead and show this next record and put it up for auction. And then I'm also going to sell Stevie Ray Vaughan for $30 to Scott Dwallow. Haven't heard back from anybody else on old Stevie over here. Let's go ahead and try. Let's go ahead and try another Japanese pressing. And this time it's going to be a Japanese pressing of Rainbow on Stage. Rainbow. Rainbow is right here, and this is a 2 LP with Obi. This is a $35 start. It has both inner sleeves and the insert and the book. Nice, Ronnie James Dio, $35 start. That's now a forbid. A bunch of comments just came in. It must have been lagging. So Romelu got an Etta James. I have not located the other Stephen King books yet. No, I haven't. And Sandy Villa. Let's start a waiting list. So we got a waiting list for this and her other album. They're both around 33 and 34. We got one for Sandy Villa. We got one for Ron Burns. And we have, we have one for Romelu C and one for Sandy Villa. Ron Burns first on the waiting list. And then Stephen Reeves second, okay? Kevin J. Reed's third. So 3 people on a waiting list. Anybody else on Etta James. Those will be in next week, which means you won't be billed. If you're put on a waiting list on a Friday night, you're not going to be billed until they come in. So it won't be the invoice that comes out in a few days. It will be a week and 3 days, okay? It will be the not this Monday, but probably the next Monday. So you got some time there, okay? This was a really cool unofficial. We've got several sets already sold. This is Metallica, Market Square Heroes, Volume 1 and Volume 2. And I should have these sold out. I should have some of these sold, and let's try to get the other ones sold out. They're $44.99 each for each volume. And we got Brandon Jones, Alonzo Breezy, Brinsno Jr., Jim Sedal, and Jamie Butler. Brandon Jones, Alonzo Breezy, Brinsno Jr., Jim Sedal, and Jamie Butler, okay? So here's how that needs to work. We need 1, 2, 3, 4 Volume 1s. And then over here, we need 1, 2, 3, 4 Volume 2s. So I've got 2 sets left. If anybody wants the 2 LP set of Metallica, Market Square Heroes, that's all that's left in that crate. Volume 1 and Volume 2, $44.99 each. That's a live unofficial. Brandon Jones, Alonzo Breezy, Jim Sedal, and Jamie Butler. Those are all available. Were still getting bids. It's at $35.36. Stevie Ray Vaughan still getting bids. As of right now, Rainbow does not have a bid. Brian Thurman wants 1 each of Metallica's, okay? So I'll do that. And make sure whoever's tagging, the way I put them in the crate was Volume 1 and then all the Volume 2s. And then here is a Volume 1 and Volume 2 together to Brian Thurman. I'm sure Jake or G will figure this out very easily. And 1 more set, everybody, and that crate is all done. There are 5 Hatchet Ed crates. I've got 5 new John crates. I'm sure Laura will be able to hopefully mark something. We'll see. I don't know. Is Laura here? Laura? She here? And then we have another crate. I have another crate of new vinyl, which I might do after I go through probably a John check condition crate. Okay? Anybody else on that? And then Brandon got even more Metallica. Brandon is racking up on the Metallica stuff. All right. I'm going to put these right over here. If you change your mind, that set of Metallica is available, okay? I think that's the first time I haven't sold out and hadn't got a waiting list. I think it's time for a great check condition bin. And Laura's working on a Laura crate. That's what I thought. Laura is known for being very quiet, okay? Sometimes we don't even know if she's here. John says all the time he'll be in the back hollering and cussing and everything, and he'll be like, oh my gosh, Laura, I didn't even know you was here. I think some nights I thought she's left, and as soon as the sell over, I start singing, and I start singing out loud because I've had to hold it in for 8 hours, and then I'm like, oh no, Laura's still here. I've been up here singing to myself. Okay, let's go up here and grab a Monster energy drink. Not that it would embarrass me, but she probably don't want to hear me singing. That's the problem. She's probably like, my ears. Chad, stop singing. Oh, ow. Hold me closer. All right. Monster time. If you think I was talking fast now, you have no idea what's about to happen. Good golly, Miss Molly. Holy moly. Yes. Unbelievable. Here we are. All right. Darren Johnson, you're out. Darren Johnson has it at 45. Rainbow did not get a bid. Wow. Live Ronnie James Dio, 2 LP Japanese press of Obi. $35 buy it now. You can pick that up right now. $35 buy it now on that. Let's put that in a new sleeve. and welcome everybody. I want to thank everybody for supporting CollectCo night after night after night after night. Our count of repeat customers is through the roof every week. We couldn't do it without repeats. That's like our business is based on y'all buying, repeat customers. So thanks everybody. I was curious why Rainbow didn't get a bid, and now there's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 claims. Michael Salazar was first, and then are we done on Stevie Ray? Are we done on Stevie Ray? The last bid I had on Stevie Ray was Travis Woods at 38. And let me make sure Scott Fellows went out. Scott, just want to make sure you're done. That's at 38. It's a final call. And then Dave Seretna says he'll take the Metallicas. Bang. Metallicas are gone then, sold. So that means we have sold all the new vinyl that I've shown tonight, except for those few records in that first crate. And then maybe we can do the same thing for the next crate. I still got Dead Guy for $33.99, Seraphim Gold for $39, Dark Parade, Seraphim Gold Half Past Human for $29, and Scorpions is $33. Y'all are going to sell me out of new vinyl again. I'm not going to have anything again for the 6 a.m. video. Everybody's going to be like, where's the 6 a.m. video, Chad? I'm going to have to make a post and be like, sorry, everything literally sold out. Let's go ahead and go through this new arrivals bin. These are all new arrival sticker price, okay? Here we go. We have Spirit live. Spirit is in VG Plus, $14.99. These are freshly priced. Brent just flew in and his arms are tired, folks. Wow. Isn't that a, I heard Potato Salad do that. What's his name? Ron White. I've heard him say that before. Satellites were linking up. We have the Doors Full Circle. This is VG condition, $14.99. And we have Van Morrison Wavelength. Van Morrison's in VG condition, $14.99. And the Kinks Low Budget, VG Plus $9.99. Low budget. That is Seth. And then over here we got Stevie Ray Vaughan, and that means he's done, and that means this is sold. And Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold to Travis Woods for $38. That is the Doors. It's Analog Productions, 2 LP, 45 RPM, cut from the original Analog Master. It is $59.99. We sold one earlier. It's still available. Cut from the original Analog Master. It's a 2 LP, 45 RPM, $59.99. We started this thing at $1, $1, and Jim B has it right now at $49. And then over here is our next auction. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It is Van Halen live in Dallas, 1991, and it is the record store day with the Van Halen logo etching. It does have the Van Halen logo etching on red vinyl for a $35 start. Is there a wait list on 2 Metallicas? Sure. Yeah, anything we sell out of. So some people sometimes even wait for something to sell out, and then you can go on a waiting list. That's okay with me. Obviously, if I still have it, you got to claim it then. But if I sell out, you can go on a waiting list. And let's start a waiting list for Scott Dwallow. You got it. He wants Market Square Volumes 1 and Volumes 2. And I'm probably going to go ahead and order like 3 more sets of them. If anybody else wants one, they'll probably be back in on Monday or Tuesday, which means you'll be billed the following week. And then over here, we have Chris Kirkley says, I'm thinking there's some kind of vinyl crack sprinkled on each record. Oh, my gosh. We got Travis Woods on the Kinks. Words at 50. Van Halen's a $35 start. The Cleopatra soundtrack. That's VG Plus $14.99. Elizabeth Taylor there on the cover. Flashdance soundtrack. That's VG Plus $14.99. And the Chantels. Boy, that's an older record. Yeah. 1959. 1959. VG Plus $49.99. Not bad for that record. VG Plus over here. We have Marshall Tucker Band, Searching for a Rainbow, VG Plus $9.99. And we have Metallica Waitlist 1 and 2, also with Gerald Whitworth. You got it, Gerald. Thank you, Metallica. On my way to work today, I listened to Harvester of Sorrow, Shortest Straw, and Shedding Skin by Pantera. Probably another reason I'm all fired up. That's what I listened to after I left Publix. I said, give me some Shortest Straw, Harvester of Sorrow, and I want some Shedding Skin from Pantera. Brent Robley on the Chantels, Donna Mitchell on Flashdance, and Sandra, the Etta James came in. Etta, you got one. I mean, Sandra, you got one. The At Last, you got one for $33.99. You was already down for one. So, Sandra, you got an At Last for $33.99. Donna got Flashdance, Words at $65, and Commander Cody's VG $9.99, Tales from the Ozone. Nice, The Best of the Animals, VG Plus $12.99. House of the Rising Sun, Don't Let Me Be Misunderstood. We got to get out of this place. It's My Life. VG Plus $12.99. Van Halen, unbelievable I'm saying this, but there's no bid on Van Halen. I'm looking for a $35 start. Our next auction, holy moly. Wow, is this sealed? What's going on here? Bon Jovi, why is it in another baggie? That's weird. Bon Jovi's a Japanese pressing of 7,800 degrees Fahrenheit. And boys and girls, this is beautiful. It has the sticker insert with it. The vinyl's near mint. It has the insert. It has the Bon Jovi poster. It has the other Bon Jovi poster. And the sleeve is in, it's in a sleeve, inside of a sleeve. Wow. This might be the nicest Bon Jovi 4,800 degrees Fahrenheit I've ever seen before. It's complete with both posters, the insert and the stickers. $45 start on that. Next thing over here was we sold Flashdance. We got Stephen Parton on the Animals. Melanie Jennings next. Reverly was next. Then Susie Q. And then Robin Glenn. And then Whir has a bid of 75. And now Van Halen has a bid of 35. Kodachrome. That's not Paul Simon. That's John Cale. It's actually called the Academy in Peril. It's got Kodak Kodachrome lens or slides all over the cover, but it's called The Academy in Peril by John Cale, and that's VG $14.99. All right, we do have a bidder on the Red Vinyl Record Store Day. Van Halen, $35. We're about to sell it. We got Jeremy Bryan on John Cale. Thank you on that. Bon Jovi has a bid for 50. Words at 75. And Charlie Daniels, The Million Mile Reflections. The Devil Went Down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to seal. VG $9.99. Jimmy Buffett, Down in Margaritaville is on here. VG Plus $14.99. Does have a little writing there on the cover. Billy Joe the Bridge, Shrink Wrap and Hop sticker. That's VG Plus $9.99. New bid on Bon Jovi for 51. I'm talking about a top copy. I'm talking about complete and top copy. Once you have that, you'll have to check that one off your list and be like, there's no other way I can upgrade this. About the only way you could upgrade that is if you get Bon Jovi to sign it. That's about the only other upgrade that could have. James Gang, thirds, VG condition, $9.99. Speaking of autographs, Paul called me today on the way to work. I'll blame me being late for him too, because he did call me. We have got a collection trip lined up. He's going to be gone for about 5 or 7 days across the country with Tyler. And these collections we have coming in the next couple weeks after they come back, it's going to be amazing. He was telling me about some of the stuff people have and some of the stuff he's already pre-committed maybe to buying and just what some of these people have. And I'm like, oh my gosh. I mean, he's like about every stop has some sort of just amazing batch of records. And we've got about 3 or 4 just crazy collections lined up. So he's probably going to be hitting the road next Wednesday. Him and Tyler's going to be gone for like a week. And you're going to be sending me post pictures of just more and more stuff showing up here at Coletco, which means over the next couple of days and nights, I'm going to have to really get whip this store into shape to store all this. Our building's already full of records. And it's amazing. It's like we never can have enough, but at the same time, this place is absolutely full of vinyl. But you can't stop buying in this business because all the great stuff we auction off every night, boom, boom, boom. So we're constantly having to be buying high-end collections to get all these high-end records that y'all want to see every night. But right now, this place is full of records. I mean, you can barely turn a corner in here. Everybody has to crab walk to walk around. Laura's having to walk the long way just to walk up front earlier. I mean, we got alleyways blocked, and I'm going to have to get this place in fire code ready shape by tomorrow. It is like crazy. We got Cheap Trick at Budokan, VG $14.99. There's never been more records in one building, in this building, than ever before than right now. There's probably 100,000 billion. I mean, it is crazy. And then we're still buying more. Cream, EX $32.99. And we have Buddy Miles Express, VG Plus $17.99. Let's go back to the top. The last thing I had was Word got a bid for 76. Bon Jovi 55, Word 77, Van Halen track listing, Van Halen 37, Van Halen 40, Word 78, Word 80, Van Halen 42, Word 81, Word 86, Bon Jovi 60, Bon Jovi 65, Ed Riviera on Cheap Trick. Nice, the classic live at Budokan. There's that. Over here we got Van Halen at 45. Chambers Brothers Greatest Hits. VG Condition, $9.99. Savoy Brown. This is Blue Matter. VG Copy, $9.99. Over here, Roxy Music Flesh and Blood. VG Plus $17.99. Roxy Music Flesh and Blood. Gordon Lightfoot Sundown, VG $9.99. Reminiscing Buddy Holly, VG Plus $29.99. Willie Nelson Tougher Than Leather, that's EX $12.99. And The Best of Cream, VG $14.99. Track listing on Van Halen, I can knock that out right quick. Van Halen track listing is Pound Cake, Judgment Day, There's Only One Way to Rock, Run Around, Why Can't This Be Love, Panama, Apolitical Blues, Finish What You Started, Can't Drive 55, Best of Both Worlds, and Top of the World. And that has a high bid right now. Van Halen's at $45. $45 on that. Words at $100. Russell Snedgear on Savoy Brown. That is sold to Russell Snedgear on that. Bon Jovi has a new bid of $68. Words at $92. So that's the high bids on all those. And luckily the fire marshal's on my payroll. That's what Tom Hagen told Michael about some of the reporters. He said, yeah, they're on our, what did he say after? He said they're on our payroll or something like that. Okay, time for a monster rehab. Okay, I'm good to go here. So Brent, you were second on Savoy Brown. Loverboy, their debut, EX $17.99. Jim Croce, Photographs and Memories, VG Plus $9.99. And Boston is VG Plus $19.99. This is an early 80s pressing of their debut album. We're talking More Than a Feeling. Bon Jovi's at 80. I think that means we're done on Van Halen. Van Halen's at 47. No, that's a kind of a new bid. So Brian Thurman, you're out. Jeff Halsworth has it for 47. And Bon Jovi's at 80. And Darren Johnson's out. Jim B has it for 101. Jeff Beck Wired, rest in peace. VG Plus $12.99 for Jeff Beck Wired. Michael Jackson Thriller, rest in peace. VG Plus $14.99. I don't know why I'm saying rest in peace. Michael Jackson's been passed away for quite some time now. Jimmy Buffett, rest in peace. VG Condition, a Y Sport coat and pink crustacean. VG Condition, $9.99. Violent Femmes. Whoa, what's this doing in here? 1984 Allied Press. VG Plus $59.99. Has the original under sleeve. $59.99. $59.99 for an OG Violent Femmes. What's that doing in there? Flamin' Groovies. What's this doing in here? Shake Some Action. VG Plus $34.99. Robin Glenn on Thriller. And Robin, you actually just scored a true OG. There's no co-produced by Michael Jackson. You just got an actual OG copy there. James Goggin on JC, and that's for JC was for Jim Croce. Yes, nice. There's that. And Fleetwood Mac Rumors, VG $14.99 on Fleetwood Mac Rumors. This does have the original under sleeve. It's the second label. And we have a new bid on Van Halen. And then Jeff went out. So let's go ahead and sell that to Brian Thurman. That's been up for a while, $50. Let's go ahead and sell Jim B. Word. That's sold to him for 101. And then let's go ahead and say that Bon Jovi has a high bid. Matt Marco, $80. Matt Marco, $80 on that. All right, let's go ahead and show a couple more. My crate's full, though. Alice Cooper, Love of the Death, VG $14.99. Flamin' Groovies is sold to ST. That's something I just don't see randomly in a bin. Now I need to change out crates. Folks, busy night tonight. Still got 4 more crates to go through from John. 5 Hatchet Ed crates, but I'm about to start working on those next. That's going to have new vinyl. That's going to have vintage vinyl. It's going to have unpaid for auctions. I just hope not many. Hopefully there's not many. Hopefully most of that stuff got paid for. Price and condition on Loverboy. So don't go anywhere. Hopefully you've hit the like button. EX $17.99 on Loverboy. Melanie Clausen on Boston. Got to have a copy of that. Also, we got auction after auction after auction over here, including a Japanese white snake. Is this Japanese? Yep. Japanese white snake. I had to question it because it didn't have an obi, and it is Japanese, though. It's going to go up for a $35 start. There's that. There's the inner sleeve, and there is the cover. And then the last bit on Bon Jovi, Jamie Butler went out. Matt Marco has that for $80. Over here, we got Tommy the Who, and that's VG Plus $24.99. It has a booklet. And we have Blood Rock 2, VG $9.99. Yeah, the Kiss earlier, it was low grade. It's G condition. So it is OG, but it's low grade. It's less than VG minus. It is pretty beat up, but we're going to put it up for just a $1 start. Nice cover. That's a $1 start. And Jamie Butler does want Loverboy. Thank you on that. And then over here, we got the Beach Boys Today. That's in mono, in shrink, VG $9.99. Eagles Greatest Hits. There's Volume 2. Volume 2, VG Plus $24.99. Heart, Dog, and Butterfly, VG $12.99. And Joni Mitchell Blue is a, whoa, a white label promo. VG Plus $149.99. Wow. A white label promo of Blue. VG Plus $149.99. That's pretty cool. I mean, that's like really cool. Like somebody better buy it pretty soon. Kind of cool. Or Chad's going to have second thoughts. Jeff Hallsworth on Whitesnake and at $37. And then Kiss has a bid for $5. Stephen Parton on Eagles. Kiss has a bid for $5. Jeremy Warwick second on Eagles. Kiss has bids for 10, 110. And Brent Robley on BM. And BM was for Baloo, or was it for Beach Boys, or was it for Buffett, or was it for Joni Mitchell? Did you mean JM? If so, I might be a little sad. But Kiss is at $12, and Whitesnake is at $37. And let's go ahead and sell Bon Jovi to Matt Marco for $80. All right, thank you on that. Let's slide this down and see what's next over here. All righty. All right, let's keep this show on the road. I got another crate of new vinyl to do too. I forgot about that. We're going to probably do that right now. Yeah, I have a feeling he wanted Joni Mitchell. We'll make sure though. All right, there's this and there's this. Buddy Miles. Okay, Buddy Miles. Joni Mitchell's $149.99. It's a white label promo. Buddy Miles, so to Brent. That's a white label promo of Joni Mitchell Blue. Think about that. Okay? Let's go ahead and go back to our auction bin. Let's do one of our first higher end records tonight. And let's go ahead and do this right here. Alice in Chains live facelift. Wow. Record Store Day. Limited edition numbered white vinyl. The legendary 1990 Seattle show. There they are. Alice in Chains. Not white vinyl. Where did I come up with white vinyl? Limited edition numbered vinyl. Record Store Day. Limited to 5,000. Numbered. It's in shrink top copy. $85 start on that. $85 start on that. Here we go. One more read through. These are all new arrivals, check condition, sticker price. VG Plus $14.99 on Spirit. Doors VG $14.99. Van Morrison VG $14.99. Cleopatra soundtrack VG Plus $14.99. Marshall Tucker VG Plus $9.99. Commander Cody VG $9.99. Charlie Daniels VG $9.99. Jimmy Buffett VG Plus $14.99. And Billy Joe VG Plus $9.99. The Violent Films back here is an OG 84 Allied VG Plus $59.99. All right, so we had Kiss got up to $13, and Whitesnake I think is still at $37 with Jeff Hallsworth. Jeff, you're about to get that. Kind of surprised that's not getting more bids, but we're about to sell it. And now Alice in Chains already has bids for $85, $90, $95, $85. Travis Woods picking up the Violent Films. Thank you. That's typically something we would have put up for auction. James Gang is VG $9.99. Cream is EX $32.99. Chambers Brothers is VG $9.99. Roxy Music VG Plus $17.99. Gordon Lightfoot VG $9.99. Bill Samus sold on the bridge. Sold out the Bill Samus. Thank you. Also reminiscing Buddy Holly VG Plus $29.99. Somebody asked earlier, I'm looking for Billy Holly. There they are. We have not sold Johnny Cash yet. Nope, still available. Willie Nelson's EX $12.99. The best of Cream. My first time I heard Cream was spinning this record right here, and I was changed. VG $14.99. Amazing side one on that. Jeff Beck is VG Plus $12.99. Jimmy Buffett again, VG $9.99. Rumors, a second pressing, but VG $14.99. Alice Cooper, VG $14.99. Censored cover. Tommy the Who, VG Plus $14.99. Deaf, Dumb, and Blind Boy. Blood Rock 2 is VG $9.99. Beach Boys Today in mono, VG $9.99. Heart is VG $12.99. And one more look at Joni Mitchell. It's a VG Plus copy, a white label promo of Joni Mitchell Blue. VG Plus $149.99. I'm kind of curious about that on Discogs over here. And give me 1 second. We're about to go through a crate of new vinyl over here. He's got it about right. I mean, there's one for VG plus VG for 130 and one near mint for 179. So I mean, and some of them have sold for as much as 300. A VG plus copy 129. I mean, VG plus 150. I mean, for sticker price at 149, that's probably about right. I was just kind of curious about what those were going for. All right, Kiss 15, 16. And then we have JB. JB would be Jeff Beck or Jimmy Buffett. Jimmy Buffett is VG $9.99. Jeff Beck is VG plus $12.99. And then there was another Jimmy Buffett as well. And Jimmy Buffett back here was changes in latitudes, VG plus $14.99. Now, Rob, if you don't want Jeff Beck, James Goggin does. Okay, let's change out crates. Jeff Hallsworth, you get White Snake for $37. Let's get that off the auction block and get that in a brand new sleeve. And thank you, Jeff Hallsworth. All right, and Robbie Woods did get Jeff Beck. Okay, so he was asking about Jeff Beck, so James, he was first on that. Anybody else on any claims or questions in there? Right now, we got 2 active auctions. We got Kiss, which is at 20. It's in G condition. And we got Allison Chains, which is at 100 with Stephen Parton. 100 with Stephen Parton. Anybody else decide they want anything in there? They're right here behind me, okay? We have another crate of brand new and sealed stuff to go through right over here. And then we'll officially start the Hatchet Ed crates. And what happened to my last crate of new and sealed? Here it is. All righty. Fleetwood Mac is VG $14.99. JetBlue wants to Joni Mitchell. Great decision. I think that's a pretty fair price for that record. I mean, if it was mint, I probably would have already hit it and said I don't want to sell it. This is not bad whatsoever. I already have like a really nice OG near mint copy. I don't think I've ever seen a promo. And of course, this is now regarded as like, this is up there as far as, it's all opinion based, of course, but as far as like important albums and music history, they put this up there now, highly regarded. And to boot, it is actually really good. And that's so the JetBlue 004. Great decision there. Allison Chains 1.5, Allison Chains 1.10, Kiss 23. I have a Boys in the Hood. Oh yeah, this is a crease corner. Now here's what happened. Here's what happened with this. So this came in stock from my run-out distributor, and somebody bought it. Well, it had a crease corner, and we had to reorder it through my main distributor. And if I were to order this new, because these are now sold out on sale, I had to order it from the main place, and the retail on that was like $44, $46.99. We had to replace it for somebody. So this one has a bent corner. And that was the on-sale price originally. So if anybody wants it, I'll do it for $29.99. So it's technically on sale, double on sale, because these new retail are pretty, it's always been a pretty expensive record. So $29.99 if anybody wants Boys in the Hood, okay? That's a 2 LP soundtrack, bent corner. Wise Blood, I still don't, Ed put it back in the bin, so I guess it wasn't a special request. I never did ask Paul. Lord, we probably should ask Paul, did he order this? Because I left a note for Ed. Did he order for anybody? He said no. So Titanic Rising, Wise Blood's $29.99, unless it belongs to Paul. Paul, are you watching? And then we got Allison Chain still getting bids and Kiss still getting bids. So let's go ahead and put up another auction. And let's go ahead and do that Johnny Cash that somebody asked about. This is the 1957 mono. Unfortunately, though, it is VG minus. VG minus, it is a kind of a tougher record to find. But this is the very first Johnny Cash LP. 1957 mono, $20 start on Johnny Cash. All right, Motley Crue's greatest hits. Motley Crue is $39.99. That's a 2 LP, 19-track greatest hits of Motley Crue, $39.99. Haven't had that in a while. Troy Robinson on Boys in the Hood. Make sure that goes in for $29.99, please. Make sure that goes in for $29.99. And then we've got Oliver Anthony, Hymnal of a Troubled Man's Mind. Those are just $24.99. 2 available, $24.99. Another Motley Crue, this time Theater of Pain remaster. Motley Crue Theater of Pain is $33.99. And I've got one, Ozark Mountain Daredevils. Now hear this. And this is actually a new release, I think. Yeah, this is new, or maybe it's a reissue of something from... I know it's new, though, and it's on colored vinyl. It's on clear, indie exclusive. Ozark Mountain Daredevils, $38.99. It might be a reissue of something from... It might be a reissue of something maybe from the 90s. I've never seen it before. Just $24.99, the best of KC and the Sunshine Band. Now playing on glitter ball, clear vinyl. KC and the Sunshine Band. Get down the night. That's the way I like it. Shake your booty. I'm your boogeyman. Boogie shoes. They're all on here. Clear vinyl, just $24.99. Are we done on Kiss? Troy Overmeyer, 25. Mike Freiberger, let me know if you want back in. Allison Chains is now at 135, and Johnny Cash has 2 bids for 25. Carol Puckett's came in first. Mike Cochran on the Ozark Mountain Daredevils, if anybody else wants one. My invoice said I ordered 5, they shipped 1, and back ordered 4. So whatever that was, it was pretty allocated because we only got 1 copy. We got Natasha Pickett on WB, and WB was for Wise Blood. Sell that to Natasha Pickett. And if that was Paul's, we'll get that figured out. KC gets sold to James Fairfax. I've got 2 Ray LaMontaignes. One goes to Jerry Stone, and this is the new 20th anniversary on orange vinyl, frosted orange. It's a gatefold with poster. And I have 1 Ray LaMontagne left. That one goes to Jerry Stone. I'll go ahead. I know that one from memory. I'll take it off my list officially in just a second. Brian Thurman on Theater of Pain. There's 1 Motley Crue Theater of Pain left. And here's a pretty good deal on this, $24.99 for what it is. Essentially a Dokken Greatest Hits. It's called Now Playing, Breaking the Chains, Tooth and Nail, Unchained the Night. Dokken, $24.99. I've got 2. Melanie on KC and the Sunshine Band sold. Allison Chains, $150. Allison Chains, $150. Kiss is still getting bids. It is in G condition. And then over here, we got Johnny Cash at $30. Next, I've got 2 copies of Chris Cornell. These are $49.99. It's his first ever hits collection. I always called it Chris Cornell Anthology. It's a 2 LP, $49.99. $49.99. That's Chris Cornell. That's sold to Steve Parton. There's 1 left there. I've got 2 copies of Girls, 40th anniversary. That one's still available. Wild Side also on that album. Another Motley Crue remaster, and King Crimson, 3 of a perfect pair. 200 gram, Steven Wilson, $29.99. King Crimson for just $29.99. That's available. All right, so Kiss, the last bid that came in on Kiss then was a new bid, and that was $28. And then Allison Chains got a bid for $160, $165, $165. Chris Cornell's $49.99. 1 to Stephen Parton, 1 to Susie Breelove. Noah, if you want on a waiting list for next week, those are gone. And then guess what? More Motley Crue. This time Shout at the Devil, $33.99. And this is relatively new, but I never did stock it. Iggy Pop, live in San Francisco, 1981, 2 LP pink vinyl. Iggy's $39.99. Iggy Pop. Anthony Clark on Oliver Anthony. Anthony Clark on Oliver Anthony. Anthony gets Anthony. That's sold. ST on Iggy Pop. Where's Rebecca at? I had a feeling she would buy one. And guess what? More Motley Crue. This time their OG, or excuse me, their debut. This is not an OG. It's a new remaster, $33.99. Scott Dwalla wants on a Chris Cornell wait list. Anybody else? Who was the person who got bumped on Kiss? Because it was Troy Overmeyer. Let me know, Troy, if you want back in on Kiss. He's out. Okay, he's done. Allison Chain still getting bids. No surprise there. Now, I hadn't seen a Johnny Cash bid in a while. And I have Carol Puckett at $30. It's a 57 USOG mono, VG minus. OG mono, and that is VG minus. It is VG minus, but it is the OG mono. $30 on that. Still seems like a great price. Carol, it's yours. Final call. Shout at the Devils, 33. Rebecca, this is Iggy Pop in San Francisco, 1981. Wow, I said her name, and boom, there she is. Troy's out on Kiss. And yeah, all the Motley Crues except for the 2 LP greatest hits is $39. Let's read through those again. Okay. And the last crate of new vinyl completely sold out. And I'm going to add this stuff. And Rebecca Howard does want an Iggy. I know our customer base well. I order some stuff sometimes knowing that some people will definitely grab it. All right, so Kiss is officially sold then. Kiss is sold to Michael Harr for $28. And Johnny Cash is sold for $30. And that's sold to Carol Puckett for $30. Great price on that. These in high grade we have sold for hundreds in high grade. Hundreds. Great price on that steel. Stephen Parton has Allison Chains for $200. And that's a final call to him. Live facelift. Legendary Seattle concert. Next auction, AC/DC, The Old Waldroof, San Francisco. Wow, 1977 AC/DC. Red vinyl, limited edition bootleg, $55 start. That's pretty cool. So Paul did not order Wise Blood. You know, it might have been one of those things where somebody just said, Chad, order Wise Blood. And I had it in the back of my mind one night and I never did write it down. So, yep. Natasha got that right. Okay, here's what's left. Motley Crue's Greatest Hits, $39.99. 2 LP, 2 available. Oliver Anthony, Hymn of a Troubled Man's Mind. Of course, it does have Rich Man's Gold. That's the big song, isn't it, that went viral? Richmond, north of Richmond. Yeah, I think that's what it's called, Rich Man's Gold. So, yeah, $24.99. And then Motley Crue Theater Pain, sold one left. That one has Home Sweet Home and Smoking in the Boys' Room. Ray LaMontagne, very popular album, 20th anniversary, orange vinyl, $33.99. Dawkins, still got both of those for $24.99. It's essentially a greatest hits, Girls, 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 Wild Side, You're All I Need, and of course, Girls, Girls, Girls on that one. Another remaster, $33. King Crimson, 3 of a Perfect Pairs, $29. Shout at the Devil has Looks You Can Kill, Too Young to Fall in Love, and of course, Shout at the Devil. Too Fast for Love has Live Wire, Take Me to the Top, and On with the Show. Those are $33. Scorpions, $33.99, Love at First Sting. Seraphim Gold is $29. Half Past Human. Seraphim Gold, Dark Parade on Fog Colored Vinyl, $39. And Dead Guy is $33. Stephen Parton, you get Alice in Chains for $200. Thank you on that. The stuff we sold out of that bin, if anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Here is the Ozark Mountain Daredevils. It's called Now Hear This. It's on clear vinyl. Now Hear This. It has a copyright of 1990 and then 2025. So I'm assuming it came out in 1990 originally, but I don't know. I know I ordered it and I've never seen it before. And then we sold out of Casey and the Sunshine Band. It's on glitter ball clear vinyl. That's really cool if anybody else wants that. Those are just $24.99. And we have a waiting list. I think a couple people are already on it. Chris Cornell has stuff from Soundgarden, Temple the Dog, Hunger Strike to be exact, and then great solo stuff, including also Audio Slave. Really good. I mean, it has You Know My Name from James Bond, Casino Royale. You know, when I first watched that movie, I was definitely not pretty much into music. I was still pretty young, but I just remember that song rocked the first time I watched Casino Royale, which, in my opinion, is one of the best Bond movies. And now, years later, it hit me. I was like, dang, that's Chris Cornell, which I'm now a super fan of. So no wonder I like that movie, and no wonder I like that song so much. I was like, man, that's Chris Cornell doing that You Know My Name on the Casino Royale. Oh, such a good movie. The last 3 times I've flown somewhere, I have that movie downloaded. That's what I watch because it's like I get so locked in that first probably 2/3 of the movie. Dude, you're not young now. Not in 2000. When did that movie come out? Casino Royale's been out probably for 20 years. I was probably like 8 years old. I don't think I'd even really started listening to music yet. Storyteller is out of print. Storyteller is out of print. So that cannot be. We had a copy the other night. It sold for a few $100s, I think. That is a toughie. All right, so back up the top, Greg Smith, Theater of Pain is $33.99. All the Motley Crues are $33 except for Greatest Hits. All right, Greg Smith got a Dawkins. I hadn't pulled that yet. Write down Natasha Pickett for Wise Blood, especially the one And in Darkness. James Goggin got that last, Ray LaMontagne. That's sold to James Goggin. Lonnie Jolly on the Casey and the Sunshine Band waiting list. James Goggin on the Ozark Mountain Daredevils waiting list. And we have Brian Thurman on Chris Cornell waiting list. Yeah, and it has Hunger Strike on here. And it has Outshined and Seasons and Like a Stone and Black Hole Sun and his cover of Billie Jean. Nothing Compares to You. Yeah, that's a good one. $49.99 if anybody wants on that. So as far as Chris Cornell solo stuff, you can get that. You can get Euphoria Morning. And there's another one. It looks like it has a mountain on the cover. I forgot the name of that one. But nothing else by him is in print. And, of course, I can get all the Soundgardens. And I can get Temple the Dog. And I can get Audio Slave. Just that first Audio Slave album. The other 2 Audio Slave albums are out of print. So there's only about 3 things in print from Chris Cornell. All the Soundgarden stuff's in print. I don't think nothing by Soundgarden is not in print. And then Audio Slave, just that first album, and Temple of the Dog. Mothership, right now. I'll put it up right now. AC/DC, a live, unofficial, San Francisco, 1977, red vinyl, $55 start. So quite a lot of people on the Chris Cornell waiting list. The first one's Brian Thurman. The next one's Autumn Betts, Matt Marco. Brian Thurman says give him 2. Brian Thurman says give him 2, okay? And let me know if you want Temple of the Dog. There's 2 versions of Temple of the Dog. There's a single LP and a double LP. And there's about a $10 price difference. One's about $30, the other's about $40. So let me know which one you want. There's a 2 LP with an etching, and then there's a single LP. Steven wants a double. Okay, and next auction is Led Zeppelin Mothership. Speaking of something, this isn't technically, they haven't deemed this yet out of print. They just hardly ever press them. Most box sets, they do a big batch. When they sell out, it's like another year before they get reordered, typically. And that's the story with Mothership. I hadn't seen these in stock in a long time. This is the 2015. It's a 4 LP with book. It's an amazing, essentially the most recent and only Led Zeppelin greatest hits that has ever been ordered, okay? And this is Led Zeppelin Mothership, a $75 start. $75 start. This is a 2015 U.S. reissue 4 LP set, 180 gram, and it is got just a little bit of shelf wear on the box. It's no rips or tears, but it does have some shelf wear. $75 start on Mothership, okay? And then David V also wants on Chris Cornell. Excellent. All right, let's get into the Hatchet Ed crates. Those are going to be very fun, okay? Very, very fun. And that's all that's left tonight in new vinyl. And Noah, the Motley Crues, all the Motley Crues are $33.99, Noah. $33.99, except for the double greatest hits, it's $39. Okay. Awesome. Let's see what, we got a lot of stuff to go through with these Hatchet Ed crates. So you may say, what is a Hatchet Ed crate? Hatchet Ed, he works here. His name is Ed. We call him Hatchet Ed because he's in charge of customer service. And if you don't pay your bills, he'll bring down the hatchet on you. What does that mean? That means he cancels your orders and we resell them. That's exactly what that means. It's plain and simple. He gives lots of warnings. He gives lots of time. But if you don't pay, he will drop the hatchet. And these are also maybe putbacks, which we don't like, but sometimes it happens. Oops, Chad, or oops, Ed, I accidentally bought this record last week, and then we take it off an invoice, and what Ed does is he just goes ahead and puts it in a crate, and then they accumulate. And so every week or so, you have all of a sudden more new arrivals we can show, and that's what the story is here. All right, and then here is the hatchet donated by Mike Massey. And then here's the very punk and metal flyer that Ed makes. Non-payers, overdue invoices, irresponsible, reckless claims. I don't have many rules here. We have a few rules about our auctions. We have a few rules on how the order in which stuff's claimed and stuff like that. But probably my most important rule is if you're going to be buying vinyl, if you're going to be buying records or CDs, make sure some way or another, I don't care how you get the funds, but make sure you can pay us. Whether you have a job or you're buying on credit, not with us, somewhere else, whichever way, just make sure you can find a way to pay us come Monday. We give you a week to pay. Some people pay Thursdays, they pay Wednesdays. They might get paid, they might be a school teacher and they get paid once every other week. That's okay. We got some people that tell us that. We got them on great rotations, but just you got to communicate with Ed and make sure you don't overindulge, okay? Make sure you don't overindulge. This stuff can get expensive quick, okay? Let's first update AC/DC because 2 people have asked. AC/DC is an unofficial pressing, a bootleg, live in San Francisco, 1977 on red vinyl. This is from that same collection all the Kiss bootlegs came from. We have a $55 start on this. $55 start on Kiss, or AC/DC, I mean. $55 start on that. And then Led Zeppelin. This is Mothership, the 2015 4 LP with book And all the inner sleeves, it's EX and a VG Plus box. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else there. Do I have a Dylan Highway 61 mono? Not tonight. Could we have one tomorrow? Possibly. Led Zeppelin 75, Led Zeppelin 80, Led Zeppelin 90, Led Zeppelin 100, Led Zeppelin 110, Led Zeppelin 115. All right? There it is. What Chris was it, Chad? Brooks, that was Chris Cornell, Anthology, 2 LP. There's quite a bit of people on a waiting list now, $49.99. So this is Hatchet Ed stuff. Some of the stuff is vintage and OG. Some of it I can see right here are new. So there's going to be pre-owned vintage. There's going to be new. And then up here in the front, I can already see them, are unpaid for auctions. And you'll get another chance to score those for the last bid that it's sold for. If not, I just re-auction them later. Let's get started. Ernest Tubb. This is $9.99. No condition notes on Ernest Tubb. Technically a self-titled album, MCA Records. The Judds, Why Not Me, $24.99. No condition notes on the Judds. Elvis, Let's Be Friends. Elvis Presley is $9.99. And Sesame Street, Everybody's Record. Sesame Street is in VG condition, $9.99. There's Bert and Ernie. And Willie Nelson, The Sound in Your Mind. No condition notes, clean copy. Willie is $14.99. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second, please. Okay. Now I'm going to take a drink of Monster. All right. All right, Sesame Street, So Does Susie Breedlove. We're moving Led Zeppelin to a final call to 120. Josh Jones, you're out. Let's go ahead and sell this to Brent Robley for $55. Thank you. 55, Brent Robley. Appreciate that. Next auction is going to go up right now. Let's do Y&T. Uh-oh, this is usually something I'd have on a Thursday night. Down for the count. Y&T is an 85 USOG Indianapolis. VG Plus, $20 on Y&T. Nice. Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark. The first Indiana Jones, music by John Williams. There's John Williams, $36.99, 2 LP. Kiss, Unplugged, also just $36.99, a 2 LP, 2014. And look, another Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil, $33.99 on that. Also in here, I got Willie Nelson in Shrink for $14.99. Also got Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits in Shrink for $19.99. I got Blondie, Auto American, VG for $12.99. Air Supply, Lost in Love, $9.99 on Air Supply. And Buck Owens, Hot Dog. Buck Owens is $9.99. Kiss, Ace Frehley solo album, 2014 remaster, $33.99. And Ace Frehley's Comic, Friday Music, hand-poured, variant colored vinyl, gatefold jacket, $44.99. Led Zeppelin then is sold to Oso Adventure for $120. Thank you on that. Over here, we already sold Sesame Street, Y&T 20, Y&T 20, Y&T 20, Y&T 20, Y&T 20, Y&T 20, Led Zeppelin out, Y&T 22, Y&T 30, Y&T 21, Y&T 25, Y&T 23. Jeremy Rourke first on Hank Williams Jr. sold. Brent Robley on Buck Owens, Hot Dog, Y&T 23, Y&T 28, Y&T 28. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that one is going to be Kiss My ASS. And this is on the original red vinyl. It's a 1994 USOG Gold Stamp Promo, limited edition red vinyl. Out of print, never been reissued, VG++ EX. Kiss My ASS. It's a Kiss covers album. $50 start on that. John Miller, you are second on Hank Williams Jr. Dolly Parton. Name of the album is Dolly, Dolly, Dolly. No condition notes, $24.99. Great Country, Ernest Tubb. Ernest Tubb is $14.99. Joyride soundtrack. Music by ELO and Barry Mann, $19.99 on that. Also, Reba McEntire, Whoever's in New England, Reba's $14.99. And Men at Work, Business as Usual, VG Plus, $17.99. Our next Japanese auction is going to go up right now. It's Elvis Presley. That's the way it is. Elvis Presley's a gatefold with Obi. It is an orange label here. It is near mint minus and pristine. We also have the Japanese insert. We have the book. We have the gatefold cover. That's going to go up for a $35 start. Now Y&T's at $40. Kiss, Buddy Cordova, make sure you put 50. That way I know you're bidding. New and sealed, Smokey and the Bandit. That is now $36.99, not $54. This is a stray price tag that got stuck to the cover. Let me see if I can get that. That flew off of something probably. There we go. Smokey and the Bandit, $36.99. And the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, that was $54.99. That's where that came from. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, $54.99. Light in the Attic, exclusive blood red and hand-poured vinyl, $54.99. The OG of that movie. Here we have The Love Bug. Wow, Walt Disney. We don't see that too often. Narrated by Buddy Hackett. Gatefold 2LP, $24.99. The Eurythmics Touch. Here Comes the Rain Again, EX $14.99. Another Dolly, New Harvest First Gathering. Dolly's $24.99. Charlie Daniels Night Rider, $24.99. No condition notes. Reba McEntire, Just a Little Love, $12.99. Over here, we have Y&T, the most recent high bid's 41. Kiss My is at 50 and now 51. Y&T has a new bid for 50. And then Brent Robley on TC. And TC was for Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Nice. And now Y&T's at 50. Tim Graham on Love Bug. Sold. Susie Breedlove second. Stephen Parton on the Eurythmics. That's sold to Stephen Parton. Next is Hank Williams Jr. Major Moves. That's in Shrink, $19.99. This is David Coverdale. It's a David Coverdale solo album billed as Whitesnake. It's called North Winds. It's on black ice-colored vinyl, $37.99. And Elvis in Person, International Hotel, Las Vegas, Nevada. Elvis, black RCA label, $19.99. And the original Johnny Cash from Sun Records, it's on Go Vinyl, $26.99 on that. The last bid on Y&T that came in was Gregory Roberts at $50. He's over on Twitch, and that's a final call. So Kiss has a bid of $55. Kiss has a bid for $55. And Elvis, that's the way it is. Japanese pressing, we're looking for a $35 start. Merle Haggard back to the bar rooms. Merle Haggard's $14.99. Gene Autry back in the saddle again. He did it before Aerosmith, $9.99. And we have Kiss Alive 2. Kiss is a 180-gram 2014 remaster, beautiful, $54.99. Tim Graham says he wants to pay for Love Bug, but send it to Susie Breedlove as a free gift, a token of appreciation. There you go, Susie. Nice not to be watching Coletco, right? Oh, wait, Susie watches every night, 8 hours a night. Who am I kidding? Thank you, Tim Graham. That's sold to you. He's going to pay for it. We're going to give it to Susie. Next is Tina Turner, Steamy Windows. Tina Turner is $14.99, and Willie Nelson, The Sound in Your Mind, $14.99. Also, Transformers, that's a music on vinyl soundtrack, $39.99. I accidentally just put my phone in low power mode, and that's going to be very annoying, so let me take that off low power mode right quick. Otherwise, I'm going to have to be muting or warming up my screen every few seconds. I do not like low power mode. That's a scam, okay? Nobody bid on Elvis. That's a $35 buy now. That's the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's also a song by Bruce Hornsby. Also, there's a guy in Monterey I used to buy stuff from. Great guy. His name's Ray Lee. Vietnam War veteran. He had buildings and houses just absolutely full of stuff. And here's what he used to say. That's just the way it is. That was his favorite saying. He would price something and he would go, Chad, that receiver is $100 and that's just the way it is. And I'd be like, all right, Ray, I'll take it. This guy had garages full of vintage stereo equipment. Y'all probably remember when I was buying all that. It's just room after room. He had 1,200 Ping putters. The brand Ping, P-I-N-G. He had, I repeat, 1, 2, 0, 0, 1,200 Ping putters. We bought every one of them. It took me and a guy that used to work for us, Scott. We listed every one of them on eBay and sold them. We got down to about maybe 20 or 30, and I finally just put them out here in the store for sale. This guy had everything. I should have video documented the collection of Ray Lee. Incredible. Sandy Villa on Tina Turner. That's been years ago. Sandy Villa on Tina Turner. That is sold to Sandy Villa. AC/DC, Highway to Hell, Hellfire colored vinyl, 50th anniversary, $39.99. We have Ace Frehley picture disc, that's $38.99 new. And Flatt & Scruggs, the golden era. Flatt & Scruggs is $14.99. KMA's at $65. Troy, you're out. Y&T did not get another bid, right? So did Gregory Roberts for $50. So did Gregory Roberts for $50. That's sold. Next auction is going to go up right now. And you may say, Chad, at this point, what else do you have left to auction? I'm like a bunch of stuff, including Van Halen, 1984. The cover has some damage to it. See those lines? Looks like a kid was tracing something on top of it and it made big indentations. This is an 84 USOG Club. The vinyl, though, is nice. Just a $25 start. Troy, it's up to you on Kiss. New and sealed Psycho Circus. Speaking of Kiss, $33.99. Our first unpaid for auction. Dolly is sealed for $39. Dolly is sealed for $39. Dolly is sealed. Auction unpaid for $39. Next is AC/DC, $45, unpaid for auction. Atco, vinyl looks very nice. AC/DC, $45, unpaid for auction. Kiss, Animalize, looks like it has a insert with it. The vinyl doesn't look too bad whatsoever. $40 on Kiss. Buddy Holly picture disc, $35. I don't know a lot about it. It's an 82 Denmark OG compilation picture disc. $35 on Buddy Holly. Crocus, $50, Alive and Screaming. Also, we have Police, $15, and this thing is sealed. Wow. Sealed Police. Elvis Presley is also sealed, $70. Also, ZZ Top, $30. That's called Can't Stop Rockin'. Led Zeppelin for $40. And Ozzy is $90. And this may be a Japanese pressing. Yeah, this is a Japanese pressing with a bonus single. No Obi on Ozzy. All right, let's go back to the top. And did Troy say out on Kiss? Final call at 65. We pulled Tina. And then no Crocus for Gregory. Buddy Cordova wants Ace Frehley. I'm assuming you're talking about the picture disc, right? The picture disc here, that's so to Buddy Cordova. Robbie Woods is going to grab the Police, which appeared to be sealed for $15. And Scott Arnold wants ZZ Top. All right, and then Ozzy over here, Japanese pressing. I have a feeling it's near mint minus and pristine. It's a Japanese no Obi. It does have the bonus 45 and insert. Yes, it's super nice. Super nice. And if you don't want it, it looks like Brian Thurman does. Slicker next on ZZ. Stimpy next on the Police. Scott third on Ozzy. No, Scott's first on Ozzy. Behind Gregory. And then Brian. Troy's out on Kiss. Dennis next on the Police. Van Halen's a $25 start. EX, it does have some indentations here on the cover. The vinyl's EX, though. All right, and then how much was High Voltage? High Voltage, these, that one was $45. Gregory Roberts gets Ozzy. Now, some of these I don't have the details for. I'm just telling you what they sold for. I'm taking a quick glance. It looks like some of the original sticky notes have therefore been gone. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and this is Styx Paradise Theater, a Japanese pressing, 81 OG with insert Obi and inner sleeve, etched, near mint, $35 start on that. All right, Troy's out on Kiss My ASS, so that's so to Greg Gallier for $65. Before I do anything else, Troy Overmeyer gets AC/DC, and let's show the Crocus right quick. The Crocus is $50. That's Alive and Screaming. I don't have any details on it, but it is nice. I have a feeling that's very much OG, and that's what it's sold for. That's what's left. So just a few unpaid for auctions, but let me restart this crate. What I'm going to do right quick is sort new from pre-owned, okay? I'm going to sort new from pre-owned, and there's even some fairly new pressings in here that are pre-owned, but those still technically go to pre-owned. And let me put all those together. All right, and we're going to show all those first, and then I'm going to show you the vintage stuff, okay? There's that. Right here, Kiss Unplugged is part of those. So right here with the new stuff, first, Raiders of the Lost Ark, 2 LP John Williams, $36.99. Kiss Unplugged, that's at a great price, sealed, $36.99. Shout of the Devils, $33. Ace Frehley, black vinyl, $33. Ace Frehley, Frehley's Comic, $44. That's on colored vinyl. Smokey and the Bandits, $36. Kiss Alive 2's $54. Transformers, new and sealed, colored vinyl, $39. AC/DC, colored vinyl, $39. And Psycho Circus, $33. And then unsold auctions was Dolly, which is Here You Come Again, sealed for $39. Kiss Animalize is $40. Has the original inner sleeve and the live uncensored video cassette insert. That one looks like maybe EX, $40 on Kiss. We got Buddy Holly for $35. Crocus is sold for $50 to James Davidson. Troy got AC/DC. Scott, ZZ Top went to you, but you were second on Ozzy. You were second on Ozzy. Yeah, you were second on Ozzy. And then Elvis was sealed for $70. And we have Led Zeppelin. Now, what version's this? Led Zeppelin is... I can usually figure these out on the fly. This is just a beautiful, I mean, near mint minus 77 club copy, it looks like. Either it's going to be pretty close to 75 or maybe 77. But that is a spanking copy for $40. What a spanking button. That was on Seinfeld this morning. Chad Thompson wants Highway to Hell. Buddy Cordova on Kiss Unplugged. Nice. And then Chris Frazier wants to Kiss Animalize. Nice. Now, Van Halen did get a new bid for $28. Chad Thompson, you got outbid. Stephen Parton did bid $28. And Final Call to bid on Styx for $35. I mean, I know it's a reissue club, but that is so nice. It has the original strip. I think that's and the inner sleeve. I think that's very solid for $40. The rest of these, I'll probably just end up re-auctioning. Yeah, I'll just probably re-auction them. I usually just do that right now. All right, and then let's go through the pre-owned stuff. I'm not going to read through it all. I'm just going to tell you the titles, and if you want a price, let me know. Ernest Tubb, The Judds, Elvis, Willie Nelson, Blondie, Air Supply, Dolly, Don't Hesitate to Ask a Price, Ernest Tubb, Joyride, Reba, Men at Work, Dolly, Charlie Daniels, Hank Williams Jr., Reba, David Coverdale, Whitesnake, Elvis, Johnny Cash, Merle Haggard, Gene Autry, Willie Nelson, and Flatt and Scruggs, okay? There's that. Chewing some gum. Yeah, Johnny, low main gum. What a spanking button that is. Styx is at $35, Van Halen $32. Holly, Holly Dolly. This is a beautiful copy of New Harvest First Gathering. And boy, does she look pretty there. Holy moly. $24.99. New Harvest First Gathering. It is a beautiful copy. I don't know if it's OG. I don't think that's the first label. I think that might be a little bit later pressing, but it looks brand new. $24.99. $24.99. The ZZ Top was $10, but I didn't get Ozzy. ZZ Top was $30. ZZ Top was $30. Just FYI. Okay. Next was Coverdale. That's right back here. And Coverdale is $37.99. It was a Rhino Rocktober exclusive. Men at Work was VG Plus $17.99. Yep. VG Plus $17.99. Andrew Shaw does want Dolly. Okay. He's going to pass on AC/DC. So let me figure out who was next in line on that AC/DC then. This is called Can't Stop Rockin', which is some kind of promo 12-inch single from 1985. And this needs to go to the next person. Let me make sure they want it now. It's Slicker Van Slyke. Slicker, I'm tagging you for the AC/DC. Unless you say otherwise, okay? You get the AC/DC. Next is Van Halen 35. The Reba McEntire's, George Samberez. The first one here was Just a Little Love, Gold Stamp promo. No condition notes, $12.99. It looks like it has a radio station marking on the back, probably because it was a promo. And then the other Reba was Whoever's in New England. And that one is no condition notes, also $14.99. Jeremiah's going to grab up the Led Zeppelin. So did Jeremiah. Amanda Darby's going to grab the Men at Work. Who Can It Be Now? Stephen Parton's out on Van Halen. Cindy Yarborough on ZZ Top. Who did I say? AC/DC? Uh-oh, the acronyms got me. ZZ Top. Yes, thank you. ZZ Top is sold to Slicker Van Slyke. You were next in line after Scott. Okay? Who asked about Coverdale first? Scott Dwallow. Scott, he says he's passing, so we will give that to Cindy Yarborough. All right, which was right here. And then we fixed ACDC/ZZ Top. All right, and Sticks just got one bid. And this is a final call to Gerald Whitworth at $35. $35 on that. Okay? And then Van Halen, he went out, so let's go ahead and sell that to Chad Thompson for $35. And then Sticks has one bid for $35. We're about to sell it. Next auction is going to go up right now. And let's run a George Harrison, All Things Must Pass. And this looks really nice. Is this some kind of new edition? This is beautiful. Yeah, it's the 2017 Euro reissue. 180 gram near mint with poster. And this is going to go up for a $55 start. Oh, man, don't get me started on this. It's amazing. $55 start. There's that. Did I do Kiss covers? I did. 20 for both Rebas. What I'll do, here's what I'll do to go ahead and expedite some sales. Does anybody, except for the new vinyl, all that's going to say sticker price. Does anybody want to make an offer on any of the unsold auctions? And then we'll go ahead and sell George both of the Rebas for 20. And then any of the pre-owned stuff, does anybody want to make an offer on any of it? Just one time on this one crate. One time on this one Hatchet Ed crate. Right now. Flat and Scruggs, $14.99. Willie, $14.99. Gene Autry, $9.99. Merle Haggard, $14. Johnny Cash, $26. Gold vinyl. Elvis was $19. Hank Williams Jr., $19. Charlie Daniels was $24. Joyride was $19. Ernest Tubb, $14. Another Dolly, $24. Air Supply, $9. Blondie's VG, $12. Willie Nelson, $14. Willie Nelson, $14. Elvis, $9. The Judds, $24. And Ernest Tubbs, $9. All right. Head up this week, see what we got. Good deal. Yeah, just if it's something you buy, or if you want Paul to come check it out. Paul. Now, sometimes on Sundays, Paul can run out locally and take a look at stuff. Sometimes, if he's got to do a sale, he's here. But if it's more important to him go buy records, we do that too. We got Blondie at $10, and that was for the VG copy. Go ahead and sell that to Ed Hickey. Flat and Scruggs for $10. Tommy Call, that sold you for $10. Johnny Cash for $18, sold to Ryan Eaton. All right, and then John McPatriot, you were second. Donna, if that's for Blondie, it's already sold. And Jackie, that was the only Flat and Scruggs, right? Yep, that was the only Flat and Scruggs. So all those are gone. Merle and Hank, $25. Merle and Hank, sell those to Scully Mack for $25. And my crate over here is really full all of a sudden. Sticks got a new bid for $36. So Sticks is still getting bids, and George Harrison's a $55 start. Folks, there's 4 more crates like this still to go through. All right, I'm going to pull these auctions out, and I'm probably going to leave them for Laura. Sometime next week, you'll probably see them retagged and put up for auction. Or I might run them again later tonight. Who knows? In case I run out of auctions, but I don't think that's going to happen. All right, there's that. Anybody else? Thanks for all the offers. Hey, it's Friday night. I'm here to sell records. That's what I do. This is not a record museum. If you want to see that, you can come to my house. But I'm closed permanently. I'm closed permanently. Let's see what else I got in here. I almost kind of want to sort this new vinyl right quick, but I'm just going to leave it the way it is. So these are all... This is a Hatchet Ed crate, everything sticker price, and I think this one's going to fly through. Let's do it. And we still got 4 John crates. Laura's working on marking stuff, and we got 4 more Hatchet Ed crates. So 4 Hatchet Ed crates, 4 John crates, and Laura's marking on stuff too. Rich Krulak, you're out on Sticks. I can't believe I'm saying this, but guess what? This is a buy now for $55. Y'all missed the boat there. Let's go ahead and put this crate over here. We've already filled up 5 full crates tonight. 4 or 5. Unbelievable. And I feel like we're just getting started. We got all this other stuff to read through. This is going to be a busy night. All right, let's put up another auction. Do I have a help? Do I have a help? I do. Help. Here it is. Help is a 1974 UK reissue. EX edition, $30. One of my favorites here. Oh, you're going to lose that, girl. Help, the night before. You've got to hide your love away. Here I stand, head in hand. Turn my face to the wall. $30 start. Sticks is at $38. Here we go. First is Bobby Digital in Digital Potion, sealed for $19.99. Also, new and sealed, Back to the Future. It's The Power of Love, $34.99. One of my favorites. Y'all know that. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. This is $34.99. Clean copy. It is a 5-digit, so a little bit later reissue, but it's not barcoded. Probably pressed sometime in the 70s. That was in print for a long time. Olivia Newton-John's Greatest Hits Volume 2, Let's Get Physical, $9.99. Nice. Rush Moving Pictures, $34.99. It does have the original on her sleeve. Boy, this looks like a nice OG copy. Holy moly, what a beautiful disc on that one. This is a beautiful copy of Moving Pictures. I don't have the exact pressing or anything. It is spectacular, though. It's real and it's spectacular. $34.99. It looks like it's a club copy. RCA club copy, $34.99 for Moving Pictures. New and sealed, Shania Twain, Come On Over, $34.99. The top-selling country album of all time. Wow. Also over here, we got Pat Benatar, Precious Time for $14.99. New and sealed, Vinyl Me Please, Grateful Dead, Anthem of the Sun. This is the original mix of the Dead 68 psychedelic patchwork masterpiece, all analog by Chris Bellman. It's on Noonday sun-colored vinyl with art print, $34.99. And Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power, Mouth for War, A New Level, Walk is on there, $33.99. The Beatles has a bid of $35, and now Styx is at $40. And then over here, we have Olivia Newton-John. This is sold over here to Brandon Johnson. That is sold. Over here is T for the Tilleman, Cat Stevens, VG Plus $9.99. Where Do the Children Play? On the Road to Find Out, VG Plus. Ooh, Baby, It's a Wild World. That's on there. And Led Zeppelin 2. This is a 5-digit 1977 press, VG Plus, $29.99. Holy moly. That is a nice looking copy of that. And then Matt Marco on Pantera. We have Grateful Dead, American Beauty. This is the Rhino High Fidelity series. Kevin Gray, all analog, $44.99 on that. Styx is about to be sold for $40. And then Chad Smith on Dead. Chad, do you want American Beauty, or do you want Anthem, or do you want both? And now Styx has a new bid for $41. Beatles, the timer's on. Next auction is going to go up right now. It is 10 years, The Autumn Effect. 10 years, The Autumn Effect is a 2023 music on vinyl. It is on vinyl for the first time, a $55 start. Also, the Cars Candy O. This is on clear vinyl, and this is sealed. It's All I Can Do, just $19.99. That seems like a steal. Also, new and sealed is Perfect Circle 13-step. That's $39.99, and a Perfect Circle Emotive, that is $44.99. That's a 2 LP. Also over here, we have Noonday Daydream by Ben Howard. That is sealed for $21.99. And another perfect circle, that's Murd and Oms. So there's Murd and Oms, there's Emotive, and there's 13-step. Chad Smith wants Grateful Dead, Anthem of the Sun. That's so to Chad Smith, thank you. Melon Jennings on the Cars, It's All I Can Do. Gerald Whitworth was second. Also, we have Rhythm Come Forward. This is a reggae anthology with Yellow Man, Peter Tosh, Jimmy Cliff, Third World, VG Condition, $9.99 on that. Looks like Help just got one bid, or kind of surprising, but so did Donna Mitchell for $35. Styx is still getting bids. Rich Krulax at $41. The 10-year start was $55. $55 on that. This was like a one-time music on vinyl. I remember having these brand new, had the pre-order up. It was a one-time deal and then gone, and it looks like it's went up quite a bit because it looks like they are not making any more as of right now. $55 start on that. Next is Big Brother and the Holding Company, Cheap Thrills, VG Plus, $24.99. Original Columbia 2i label. Also over here we have We Are the World, $19.99 on that. Led Zeppelin 3, that's a new sealed copy there. Chad loves Led Zeppelin, very true, $29.99. Reggae is sold right over here. And we have the Steve Martin Brothers, EX $12.99. Melanie Clausen on the Cars, not Melanie Jennings, my bad. Melanie Clausen on the Cars. I may have said Jennings there. There's that. And we have was Rush and 81 pressing. I don't have an exact year, Jamie, but it probably is. It's not barcoded. It is stamped RCA Club. It is near mint minus. It's beautiful. If you give me a second, I can run the matrix. But if I was gambling, I bet it was an 81 club. It has all the indications. This is Appears Unopened. It is a 2023 Euro Music on Vinyl, Appears Unopened. $55 start. Ryan Ennals is in. And now we have a final call on Styx for $41 because the The other person, Gerald Whitworth's out. Rich has sticks for 41. Next is In Flames, and that's on red vinyl for $29.99. Merle Haggard, Mama Tried, $14.99 on Merle Haggard. And Dolly, Real Love. Dolly's in shrink, beautiful copy, 26. Dolly, The Seeker We Used To, beautiful copy for 24. Iron Butterfly in Agata Davida, $19.99. Hansel and Gretel, Walt Disney, $19.99. And Dinah Ross and Supreme's Greatest Hits, $26.99. Wow, we got to sell a lot more out of there. There was way too much good stuff still left in there for all that to be left. I mean, holy moly. Okay, so let's go back to the top. 10 Years has a new bid for 60. And how much was Steve Martin? The Martin brothers, Steve Martin, was EX $12.99. And let's go ahead and sell Rich Krulak sticks for $41. And let's go ahead and put up some other auctions, okay? Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Scorpions Virgin Killer. And Scorpions is a 1980 U.S. reissue with the alternate cover art, $25 start, okay? Kenny Case Jr. on Merle Haggard. MH with Merle Haggard, and that is right here. That's sold to Kenny Cates, and 10 Years After is at 65. All right, and then let me sort the pre-owned with the new stuff. Some of this is pre-owned and sealed, though. And then how much was Big Brother? This is Cheap Thrills. Cheap Thrills, Another Piece of My Heart Now, Baby. VG Plus, $24.99 on that. So there's that. These are all pre-owned, but some of them are sealed. That's all new and sealed. These are pre-owned, and that's pre-owned, and that's pre-owned. But some of this pre-owned stuff is sealed. Okay, Jamie Butler is going to go ahead and grab the rush. Jamie, I think you'll be very, very happy with that one. All right, and then let me see what was pre-owned sealed in here. Let me do another category. Also kind of like pre-owned modern. We got pre-owned vintage and then like pre-owned modern. There we go. There's a good way to separate it right there. Okay, so here's what's left in here. Let's run through them one more time. Scorpions is a $25 start. Let's pull something else from our Japanese crate, too. Japanese crate, really cool Santana compilation here. It's called Gold Disc. Golden Pre 20 by Santana. It's a 2LP, $35 start. It is a gatefold jacket, and it has the book attached inside the gatefold, and is going to go up for a $35 start. Really cool Santana compilation there. All right, and then Rush is sold, 10 years, 75. First thing we have is Back to the Future. That's $34.99. New and sealed, it's The Power of Love. Shania Twain, Come On Over, $34.99. Grateful Dead, American Beauty, that's $44.99. Gatefold jacket. A Perfect Circle, 3 different albums. 13 Step is $39. Emote is $44. Murder Nom's $44. Those are all new and sealed. Now, these are pre-owned, but some of them are sealed, including Bobby Digital. That is sealed for $19.99. Noonday Dream, Ben Howard, that's sealed for $21.99. Led Zeppelin is sealed for $29.99. And In Flames, this is pre-owned, but it's a modern record, sealed, or excuse me, red vinyl for $29.99. And now we got some vintage stuff, and we'll start with Big Brother and the Holden Company. Cheap Thrills, first label, VG Plus condition, gatefold, R. Crumb artwork, $24.99. And then somebody also asked about Steve Martin. It was EX $12.99. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, no condition notes, $34.99. Pat Benatar is $14.99. Cat Stevens is VG Plus $9.99. Led Zeppelin was VG Plus $29.99. We Are the World was $19.99. Dolly, top copy, shrink, near mint, $26. Dolly, very nice copy, $24. Iron Butterfly and Agata Davida, no condition notes, gold record sticker, yellow Atco label, $19.99 on Iron Butterfly. Also, Hansel and Gretel by Dolly, or excuse me, by Disney, $19.99. And Dinah Ross and Supreme's Greatest Hits, 2LP with book, $26.99. Melanie does want Cheap Thrills. All right, and then Brian Thurman does want Steve Martin. So, final call. Let me make sure everybody's heard the details on Scorpions. Virgin Killer is a 1980 U.S. reissue, alternate cover art, $25 start. You probably want that cover than the other one. The other cover is honestly really bad. And then we have Santana Golden Grand Prix 30. That's a gatefold 2LP, near mint minus, a $35 start on Santana. $35 start on Santana. Great compilation, 2LP, near mint minus. 10 years is getting lots of bids. It is now at $85. Anybody else? Anybody else want to make an offer on any of the pre-owned vintage stuff? All the new vinyl is sticker price. Some of the pre-owned sealed, I'll take offers on it, but all the new stuff back there is sticker price. Okay? And then first thing we have is 10 years, 80, 85. Kenny Cates wants the Perfect Circle Murder Noms Perfect Circle Murd and Alms. That's right here. That's sold to Kenny Cates. That is sold. That is done. We have Iron Butterfly at 15. That's sold to Mark Stanley. Thank you on that. Anybody else? The Springs was 26. Hansel and Gretel 19. Dolly 25. Dolly 27. We Are the World 20. Led Zeppelin 29.99. Cat Stevens 9.99. Benatar 14. Crossdales Nash 34. And In Flames 29. Led Zeppelin 29. Ben Howard 21. And Bobby Digital 19. Next was Led Zeppelin 25. We will sell that to Joe DeGaldo for $25. And wait a minute, was you talking about for Led Zeppelin 2? Yeah, so did Joe DeGaldo. And next is 10 Years is out, so that's a final call to Josh Jones for $95. All right, let's take all these records back here. I'm going to put them right here. And that was Murd and Alms, right? Wait a minute, what did I do? I didn't put that in the sold crate. I put it over here for some reason. That was weird. All right, so let's sell that. Let's sell that and that. All right, Jeff Brent. So the Led Zeppelin 3 here, you're first, but you got out-offered. So, Jeff, it's yours, but it'll be $24. If not, I'll sell it to Dennis Daly. And Scott, I've already sold Steve Martin, okay? And I'm going to put all these over here. Anybody else? Hey, I'm here to sell records tonight, especially these Hatchet Ed crates because these... Ow. I just paper cut myself. So that's where I cut myself with a knife Sunday night, and now I've just paper cut myself. This is a risky business, everybody. This is a really risky business. This isn't just some, you show up and you're safe at work. I've got 2 fingers and I've cut both of them in less than a week. Y'all know how paper cuts feel. It feels like little things are like attacking my fingers right now. All right, and Jeff Brent said he will do it for $24. Dennis, your quest for a Led Zeppelin 3 continues. I feel like we've been so close, Dennis, on closing the deal on a Led Zeppelin 3 for so long. This is sold to Jeff Brent for $24. All right, nobody bid on Santana. That's a $35 buy it now. And then over here, the Scorpions can be bought for a $25 buy it now. And Brian Frenfrock just grabbed that for $25. Okay? And then we have Kenny Case Jr. wants Emotive as well. Perfect Circle Emotive also sold. Let's do another Hatchet Ed crate. Then we might jump over here and do a John crate. But I like these Hatchet Ed crates. That is sold Emotive as well to Kenny Case Jr. Track listing on Santana. Track listing on Santana. Evil Ways, Jingo, Soul Sacrifice, Hope You're Feeling Better, Oyo Komaval, Sampa Pati, Black Magic Woman, Batuka, No One to Pretend On, Everything's Coming Our Way, Garjara, Toussaint La Overture. Over here, you've got Song of the Wind, Every Step of the Way, When I Look Into Your Eyes, Samba di Solito, Flor de Canila, Give and Take. We have Europa, Earth's Quiet, Heaven Smile, Gelato, Let It Smile, Let the Children Play, Carnival Revelations, essentially the best of Santana. That's a great compilation there. By the way, 10 years is at $100. 10 years is at $100. I got cut by the Hatchet Ed crate. Man, even his papers are nasty. I got cut by the Hatchet Ed paper over there. Everything Hatchet Ed touches, he's brutal, I'm telling you. He will hatchet you to death. We're still bidding on 10 years. Somebody better get that Santana. My goodness. Eric Dog, you need that immediately. Now, there's only 2 unpaid for, or there's only 2 unsold auctions so far. Elvis, that's the way it is, $35. And this George Harrison, All Things Must Pass for $55. All right, and we've gone to 2 Hatchet Ed crates. Okay? 2 Hatchet Ed crates. And now Santana's going on the pile. Who was the high bidder on 10 years? It got down to a couple people. It was Josh Jones at 95. I was waiting for Anthony Clark, or maybe somebody was still bidding. Whoever, it's got a high bid of $100 right now. The Vlodder checks are on. I was about to say, there's somebody missing tonight. We got Hawkwind. This has the Hawkwind logbook. 72 Terre Haute OG VG Plus $30 start. It does have quite a bit of damage here, which is common, but this is Hawkwind. If you notice, this cover kind of opens up like an envelope. Very common for it to be dinged like this. And this is a VG Plus And it has the book, 72 Terre Haute, $30 start on that. Who is Susie Q6179? Susie Q6179 on Twitch. That's got to be Susie Breedlove. Susie, have you made your way over to Twitch? Susie has maybe made her way over to Twitch. Is that right? Who is Susie Q6179 on Twitch? Okay, and now 10 years after is at 115. Josh Jones, it's looking pretty good. He says he's done. There's been some battles the last 4 or 5 nights for auctions. I have seen quite a bit. All right, this next hatchet crate has some auctions. And, man, there's a bunch. Holy moly. Half the crate. We had a couple people. Yeah, I mean, here recently, we had a couple people who really let us down. I mean, it's a couple people, they have just really, they were relatively new, and man, just think, if we could have got payment for all this stuff, we'd be showing new stuff right now. Now we're having to re-show stuff we've already sold and try to sell it again, which is very expensive for us to do. That's what one thing I tell everybody about non-payments, but not only that, putbacks. Collectively, this couple hours I'm spending reselling all this stuff is costing us thousands of dollars. We may be reselling it, but lost opportunity cost, it's costing us thousands of dollars. Please pay for your records, okay? Now, over here at the top, the last thing was 10 years after. Hawkwind got one bid for 30, and Susie got Elvis for 35, and Hawkwind, or excuse me, 10 years after is sold to Josh Jones for 115. Hawkwind's at $30. That's a final call. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This is Queen. This looks pretty dang cool. It's a set of 3 picture discs. This is from that Kiss collection. It's Queen, unofficial. Each picture disc is limited to 500, and this is recorded live at Yogi National Gymnasium, National Gymnasium in Tokyo, Japan. I thought I was going to say a weird word, and it was gymnasium. 1985, and they're all sealed. So Queen is a $95 start, and it's all sealed. It comes as a set of 3 picture disc. Very, very cool, and that is a $95 start. Queen. I haven't seen any 45s yet. Now, also what y'all got to remember is our unpaid orders are like 1%. A few months ago, it was less than 1%. But where we sell thousands and thousands of items a month, 1% ends up being quite a bit of crates. So, quite a bit of LPs. But yes, we're only about 1%. 99% we get payment for. Just 1%, but it accumulates. Now, these were Fangoria magazine lots. Lots of 3. Lots of 3, and lots of 3. So all these Fangorias, there's 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, making sure they're all 3s, 15 and 18. So 18 Fangorias over 6 lots. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 lots. I'm going to say $75. They're all Fangoria magazines. Instead of having to break all, we were selling them in lots of 3. But I'm going to try to sell this whole stack right now for $75. Fangoria magazine lot. If not, at some point I'll take the tape off. We've already got them bundled, and I'll put them all back up for auction again. Okay? And now Hawkwind just got 1 bid, and Hawkwind is sold for $30 to Sleeker Van Slyke. And now Queen is at Queen's at 100 and now 101. Chad, can you get the Bob Dylan Funko Pop Rolling 30th 50th anniversary 461? I tell you what, I'll have them make a note to check it for me. Okay? I'll have a note to check that. All right, let's see what's next in here. Hold on one second. I hadn't got to look at my phone for a second. One second, please. Okay. We have Queen at 105, Queen at 108, Queen at 110, Queen at 112. Michael said he'd do 50 for the Fangoria magazines. How many lots were there? Was there 5 lots? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, sell these to Michael Rudolph for $50. Done. And he bought the Torah game when the show started. So, Michael, those are also to you. Thank you. And let's keep the show rolling. Queen 115. So, Susie, I never did tag you for Elvis. So, Susie, that is so to Susie over on Twitch for $35. Our next auction is, you guessed it, Iron Maiden, Power Slave, a 1984 U.S. Club, near mint minus. Wow, what's this doing up on a Friday night? It's beautiful, though. $55 start. Let's keep rolling with the Hatchet Ed crate. The Yes album, VG Plus, $14.99. Starship Trooper, that is OG. That's OG. VG Plus, $14.99 on the Yes album. Carole King Tapestry, nice. EX, $22.99. And this is on the first label. That's nice at EX. So Yes and Carole King. Dio, it is pre-owned, but it's sealed at just $29.99. These would normally be about $44.99 if I had to order one new. So Dio, the Joe Barresi remix at a great price. Holy Diver. Limo, that's one of those Warner Brothers comps, a 2 LP, $19.99. So you got artists from songs from Leo Sayer, Al Jarreau. We got Danny O'Keefe, Eddie Hazel, Fleetwood Mac. Also over here, holy moly, there's something wrong with this one. This might have been put back for a reason. Hold on a second. Yeah, this one. Oh, I remember this. Yeah, this one has something wrong with it. Never mind on that. Let's put that over here. Never mind. I think that's why maybe that's over here in this bin. Vertical Horizon with the hit song Everything You Want. That is on orange vinyl. Vertical Horizon's $33.99. And then Dio is sold to Jeremy Ward. Queen's at $120. Rebecca, it goes back to you. Iron Maiden's at $60. And that is one bid. And also in here we have Alice Cooper. And this is $29.99. It is the 180 gram cut from the original Analog Master. And I believe that might be Rhino. Warner Brothers, $29.99. Either way, very nice, $29.99. And Nico, Janitor of Lunacy, numbered 27 of 100. 2 LP green vinyl. Nico is $44. And The Doors, Waiting for the Sun. Hey, we just had one earlier. Here's another one. 2 LP, 45 RPM, $64.99. Volbeat, their newest album. It's on mystery colored vinyl. God of Angels Trust, $46.99. Sting, Dream of the Blue Turtles, $19.99. Promise, that's the new anniversary edition. Half, I think, purple, half clear. Promise is $29.99. And let's go back up here and see what's going on. So Queen is at 120. Now Queen's at 123. Now Queen's at 125. Guy Shard getting the Alice Cooper. So did Guy Shard. Tony Kepler, you're second. Queen's at 128. Wow, a near mint Power Slave here. Very, very nice with the inner sleeve. Just one bid for $60. And we're about to sell it. What else do we have in our Japanese bin tonight? Oh, we got Robert Plant. We got the Principle of Moment. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood. It is a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the inner sleeve. It has the insert. It has the cover and obi. $35 start on that. So here is a unpaid for auction. Pink Floyd, The Wall. We're about to get into a lot of unpaid auctions. A lot. Because a lot of these were some new buyers. We gave them a chance, and we never did hear back from them. The first one is The Wall. $60. Pink Floyd. It was a new YouTube buyer from July 3rd. $60 on Pink Floyd, The Wall. That is available. $60. Pink Floyd, The Wall. Queen's at $130. Rebecca, it goes back to you. We have a request for Def Leppard. And over here, we got Iron Maiden at $65, and Robert Plant has a bid for $35. We're right in the middle, folks, of a hatchet edge Shane bin, okay? We have accumulation of about the last 2 weeks, because I don't think we had any last week. And this is stuff he's giving people. We've been trying to locate these people, track them down, figure out if we can get a hold of them, be like, hey, are you going to pay for this or not? A lot of these I don't have details for. I'll try to glance at them and try to figure it out. Stephen, at first glance, disc 1 looks really nice. Disc 2 looks really nice. But yeah, a lot of these, unfortunately, I just don't have details for. There's no barcode, right? No barcode. So there's a really good chance that's close to 79. No barcode. Eddie Vedder, Into the Void. $115. Unofficial pressing from 2019 sealed. I've been trying my best to keep all stickers just in case this happens again. Eddie Vedder, $115. Into the Void. Blue vinyl, $115. David Gilmour, On an Island, sealed. David Gilmour is a 2022, $36. Robert Plant has one bid for $35. Queen's at $140. Iron Maiden's at $70. And that means the other bidder's out, Angela Ledbetter. Marvin Gaye, sealed, 82 USOG with hop sticker, $45. Also, The Pretenders, a Japanese pressing, $30. Marvin Gaye, $45. An 80s US reissue, Exact Year Unknown, sealed, $45. Madonna, an original 89 US specialty with the patchouli scented inner sleeve, EX Plus condition, Madonna's $50. A Japanese pressing of Led Zeppelin's Physical Graffiti, $100. Queen's at $140. Queen's at $141. Robert Plant's at $38. Iron Maiden is now at $70 with Paul Catrich. And that means Angela has it for $65. Okay? And then David Gilmour, Guy Shard. David Gilmour on Guy Shard. Next is Eric Dog. Robert Plant's at $38. John Darden's at $40. Travis Wade on Madonna. Guy Shard has Queen at $150. Robert Plant's at $40. Eddie Money, Japanese pressing, $25. Live for the taking. Deep Purple, the very best of Deep Purple, $35. Madonna, Like a Virgin, $45. Eagles, The Long Run, $46. Bruce Springsteen, $25. Both Japanese pressings. The Beatles, Please Please Me, a 1988 US reissue based on hop sticker design and matching barcode, sealed, $45. Travis Wood's got the Madonna, not Travis Wade. Travis Wood. Tracy McFadden on the Eddie Money Japanese pressing for $25. Elton John, John Lennon, it took me forever to spit that out and I messed it up. John Lennon, Milk and Honey, $25. Susie next on Eddie Money. Mike Torrey's first on the Beatles. Queen's at $160. Men It Works, $35. John Lennon, $25. Duran Duran, $25. America, $35. Foreigner, $35. And Bob Marley's a 1979 Winchester OG, $17. VG Plus condition. Robert Plant is sold for $40 to John Durden. Let's get that in a sleeve. I'm going to go through all those again. That's a lot of Japanese. I think I remember that night. We had a new buyer, and I need to get that handle so I can let everybody know in case, especially anybody else I know that may casually sell vinyl, to be aware of him. I could have swore this guy that bought all this, somebody spoke up that night and said, I can vouch for whoever it was. And he had a really weird handle. And then he messages too on Facebook. It looked legit. And then basically, as soon as he got his invoice, the day invoices went out, he said, I can't pay for any of this. I don't know what I was doing. I don't know what I was thinking. I have $0. And we was like, you've got to be kidding me. I mean, it was a couple $1,000s. And so here they are. I remember that night we were doing buy it now Japanese. I think he was claiming every one of them. And I was like, wow, this is kind of suspicious. And, but I could have swore I wouldn't have let it gone that far, but I could have swore somebody was like saying, Chad, I know him. He'll be good for it. I could have swore. Maybe they thought he had money or something. Maybe they thought he was wealthy, or maybe he appears to have money. He's one of these people that tries to appear that they have money and they really don't. And because when this bill came, he said, I'm going to be honest, I don't have any money. And so there's that. But usually we do make people pay early. I say that all the time. But I shouldn't have took a vouch. I should have took cash and not a vouch. Or maybe I just was thinking about somebody else. I don't know. Things on here some nights move so fast. And I'm just like, and then sometimes I don't realize how much some people have bought. You know, invoices come and Ed's like, hey, we got a new buyer. They spent $3,800. And I'm like, okay, make sure they pay on Monday. Otherwise, we're going to have a major problem. So last thing was Queen at 160, Queen 161. Diego got Bob Marley. Queen's at 170. Chad Smith next on Bob Marley. Donna next on Bob Marley. And Stephen Parton said he will take the wall. Sell that to Stephen Parton for $60. Now, let's sort through these. So all of these here are auctions, right? We'll go back over those in detail in just a second. Let me sort the other stuff right quick, okay? So these are new and sealed, new and sealed. All right, all the new and sealed stuff is sticker price. All right, all the new and sealed stuff is sticker price. And there's that, and those are pre-owned, okay? So there's not much new and sealed. We have Vertical Horizon, everything you want, on orange vinyl for $33.99. Nico, Jeremy, I've got to keep this at $44. Now, some of this new stuff, if it don't sell eventually, you might see it the next time around and the new vinyl bin's on sale. I always keep these sticker price numbered, $44. The Doors is $64.99. And Volbeat's $46.99. 180 gram colored vinyl. And then Primus is $29.99. Now, the only thing I hadn't seen a bid from in a long time was Iron Maiden Power Slave. And I may have lost this during all my chit-chatting and claims. But the last bid I think that came in on this was $70. It's a near mint OG club. And Paul Catrich, you still have it for $70. I'm about to sell it. And then Queen over here is at $180 with Guy Shard. Okay, next is the Yes album. That's VG Plus for $14.99. And then Carole King Tapestry is EX $22.99. And Sting, The Dream of the Blue Turtles, is $19.99. That's the only three like vintage pre-owned. Okay? The rest of it's new. Those are vintage pre-owned. Let's go through the auctions one more time. I've got Eddie Vedder, which was an unofficial blue vinyl 2019, $115. Marvin Gaye, Midnight Love. Marvin is $45, sealed, an 82 OG with hop sticker. The Pretenders, a Japanese pressing. You can assume all the Japanese pressings I'm showing are near mint minus and pristine. Most of them should be OG. $30 on the Pretenders. Diego Sanchez wants Yes. Okay? Paul Catrich, you got Iron Maiden for $70. Thank you on that. Let's go ahead and put up, evidently there's a Def Leppard in here. Let me see if I can find it first. Def Leppard. Pyromania is an 83 US OG near mint minus. Nice Pyromania. Nice jacket too. $35. As expected, Queen's in a war over here with Rebecca and Guy. Marvin Gaye, What's Going On? It is a 1980s. It is a US reissue. Exact year unknown. It is sealed for $45. Well, there's an offer on the table. Let me think about it. This is a Japanese pressing of Physical Graffiti, which typically sells for that and then some. So, and we just sold one here recently. You might want to consider that one, $100. I think that's pretty fair. Deep Purple, the very best of Deep Purple, $35. Another Japanese pressing. Some of these prices look pretty accurate, honestly, even if I were to re-auction them. Madonna Like a Virgin, $45. Eagles, $46. You can assume all the Japanese are near mint and pristine. Same thing for Bruce. Any of these less than 35 seem like pretty good buys. Like Bruce is $25. John Lennon's $25. Men at Work is $35. Another John Lennon, the compilation, that is $25. Duran Duran Carnival's $25. America Live is $35. And Foreigner Double Vision is $35. A lot of Japanese stuff in there. Let's see here. Lonnie Jolly, I am going to go ahead and sell you Marvin Gaye for $35. Okay? Thank you, Lonnie Jolly. That's so to you. Promise is the newest anniversary edition. It's on split color, colored vinyl, $29.99. Def Leppard has one bid for $35. Final call. Queen's at $210. Okay? Led Zeppelin, 1992. No, I bet this is either OG or like a 77, I bet. It's either an OG or like a 77. And I want to remind everybody, all this unpaid stuff is like 1% of our orders. Most of y'all are rock solid, or most of y'all, if you get into a bind, you'll let Ed know what's going on. Most of this stuff is people we never heard anything back from after sending reminders. This Led Zeppelin is a 1976. 1976 Led Zeppelin. That album came out originally in 75. And y'all are great customers. Most of this is just what we call the bottom 1%. And if the other people, they let Ed know what's going on, and we always try to give additional time or work it out, okay? Just like the Beatles song, We Can Work It Out, Paul McCartney. Amazing tune, by the way. All right, I'm going to put all the new vinyl over here with the other new vinyl, and now we've got quite a bit of Japanese stuff to resell. At some point, you'll see some of this resold. Anything left? Does anybody want to make an offer? Anything left? There's a bunch of Japanese pressings. All this right here is Japanese up until the sealed Marvin Gaye or the Eddie Vedder, and then the Sting and the Carole King. And Sting was 19 and Carole was 22. I'm going to keep those behind me. We got two more Hatchet Ed crates to go through. America, 35. I'll do that one for 30. I'll do that one for 30. Let's go ahead and bring over that other crate, though. And this one it does have a few 45s in it. It's got a few auctions, and then new and pre-owned stuff. This should be another fun crate. Here we go. And of course, on the big serious stuff, Ed always lets me know. He's like, hey, this person wants to do this. This person wants to do that. And I'm like, yep, we can do that. No problem. They've been buying from us for 3 years. I understand if they need one more week to pay. You know, he's Hatchet Ed, not Nazi Ed. Let's go ahead and take a drink of Monster Rehab. All right. All right, let's go back to the top and see what happened, okay? So Queen was at 213, 220, Duran Duran 15, and Duran Duran 20. And that was for that Carnival, right? So what did I have on it? 25. So Dave Soretna, you're first. It will be 20 if you want it. If not, I'm going to sell it to Jared Inc. Javi Soto offered 15 for Sting. Sold to Javi Soto for $15. Queen's at 221. I heard 25. I'll pass. Next coin show. I doubt I'll do one tomorrow, so it'll probably be the next week. Eddie Vedder is $115. Eddie Vedder's $115. It's a sealed unofficial. That's what it sold for at auction. So it's a sealed unofficial from 2019, $115. I mean, that's what it sold for. We didn't get payment, so technically it didn't sell for that, but it's available. It's going to be pretty close to that price. Otherwise, we'll just re-auction it next time. Dave Soretna got Duran Duran for $20. I think, Steven, you were the only bidder on Def Leppard for $35. That sold. And then John Miller offered $30 for Deep Purple. That Eddie Vedder is not in print. That's why it demands so much even bootlegs. And Deep Purple, Deepest Purple, let's sell that for $30. All right. Thank y'all. Anything you buy out of these crates are very helpful. We've already sold them once, and I'm seeing a lot of great buyers, a lot of great customers. I know y'all are going to pay for them, so thank you for that. All right, and let's keep rolling. So this is another Hatchet Ed bin. Everything's sticker price. Some stuff's pre-owned, some stuff's sealed. We usually do this on Friday nights, by the way. Paul's not here. Laura's here, but John's here. We still got 4 John crates, 2 more Hatchet Ed crates, counting this one, and Laura's working on some stuff too. Queen, this is an unofficial. It's a 3-picture disc set. 3-picture disc set from Tokyo, Japan, 1985. They're all sealed, and Guy has it for $260 right now. Big auction there. Corn is still available, and I've got a lot of Japanese pressings too. Let's do corn. And what do we have here? We'll Follow the Leader. Follow the Leader is a 2022 red vinyl EX, mostly just disc 1. The other discs are near mint. It's a red vinyl pressing of corn. $20 on corn. Are you ready? Hope so. Here we go. Echo and the Bunnymen, Porcupine. This is a 2021 US, $24.99. And Junkyard, there it is. Oh gosh, Junkyard. Shut Up, We're Trying to Practice. Red vinyl, $29.99. The thing about having another silver auction is I actually don't have much bullion. The next auction will probably be more so a knife auction. I've been talking to dealers all this week. Unfortunately, it's hard. I can't just order silver like I can vinyl. I wish I could pick up the phone and say, hey, give me 1,000 ounces of silver at wholesale, but unfortunately, it's not going to happen. What is this guy saying here? I got to take this guy off. Hold on a second. Sorry. I've had a couple spam bots on here, which I try to take off immediately because it will really clog up my chat because they boom, 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 and then everything just gets hidden. Ban from your page. There we go. Not just from the stream, the page. Okay, they're gone. Let's go up to the top and figure out what happened, okay? So Queen was at $260, then $300. Corn $25, Queen $310, Corn $20, Corn $25, Corn $26. Okay, Echo and the Bunnymen sold to Fred Cardinal. There's that, and Junkyard sold to Angela Lewis. All right, we're back to normal. We have Isaac Hayes U-Turn. This is a sealed original. It does have a punch hole, but it's sealed. $19.99 on Isaac Hayes. Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell. Meatloaf's $29.99. Also, this is pre-owned. Great Moments in Sports. It does have the booklet with it, $24.99. Also, Wolf Mother, that's $44.99. That is a 2LP 10th anniversary, The Joker and the Thief. We've even censored it for it. A little bit of nudity on that one for you. The Fabulous Thunderbirds, oh no, the Connery collection. $17.99 on that. And we have Big Thief Masterpiece. Big Thief is sealed for $24.99. That's pre-owned, but it is sealed. Beck Odelay is $33, and that's new and sealed. And so is Pearl Jam live at Wrigley Field. Let's Play 2, $34.99. So Corn 30, Corn 31, Queen 350. So Corn's at 31 and Queen is at $360. That's where we're at right now on those bids. That's where we're at right now on those. And we have White Stripes. And this is a 2013 Record Store Day limited edition, red and black. One LP is red and black, and LP2 is white. It's a 10th anniversary. $49.99 on that. Also new and sealed is PJ Harvey, To Bring You My Love demos. Only $14.99. Band on the Run, Half Speed Master, new and sealed, $39.99. Coldplay of Rush of Blood to the Head, $33.99. That's new and sealed. And John Prine, Sweet Revenge, $44.99 on John Prine, Sweet Revenge. It does have the insert and the original inner sleeve. It does have some cover damage there. Nice. For $44.99. Korn is at $33. Queen's at $360. Let's go ahead and add another auction. The Clash, Rock the Casbah. That one's not on here. But this is the Clash's debut album. It is a 2020 US. A limited edition when they did this one in 2010. It's 180 gram EX edition, a $25 start. Travis Wade. Boy, I get the Wades and the Woods is mixed up. Travis Wade on Pearl Jam. That's so to Travis Wade on Pearl Jam. Also new and sealed is Pyromania for $33. We just sold an OG. Or that could be PJ Harvey. Hold on a minute. It's a PJ. Yeah. Laura just read my mind. And I was thinking at the same time. She said, if that's Travis Wade, it's probably PJ Harvey. I bet it is. Am I right, Travis? Was Laura right? Was I right? PJ Harvey. I was right. All right. There we have it. PJ Harvey. We was right on that. Okay. Now, Chad Smith, believe it or not, I still can get those at that ridiculously cheap price. One of my distributors was doing these like clearance. And if you want me to try a waiting list Chad Smith or anybody else, actually, I remember when I first ordered these, I was like, I got to get it posted in the group because if I post new vinyl for $14.99, I bet we can sell a bunch. If anybody else wants me to check, let me know, okay? The last bid on Korn that came in was Buddy Cordova at $33. So that's the high bid right now. And now we have Queen at $400 and Queen at $410. That's the new high bid. Also, we have Mandy Moore, Silver Landings. That is sealed for $24.99. And Deja, Bomba Estéreo, sealed, a Latin dance pop. That's $14.99. Over here, we got Ruben Blades, South Swing, Ruben Blades. And this is sealed for $24.99. And Smashing Pumpkins, Pisces Iscariot, $34.99. Clash is at $27. Queens at $410. Clash is at $28. Chad Smith on the PJ Harvey. Write that one down, too, because she's got quite the catalog. I don't think I'll confuse it, though. It's called To Bring You My Love Demos. Okay, she's got all of her albums, and then she did all the demos, too. Whitesnake Live and The Still of the Night. This is $39.99. Also over here, we have the Police Synchronicity on purple vinyl. And the Police, it turns translucent purple. You may not know this, but there's about 30 different cover variants of this album. It's pretty amazing. Actually, I had a really good customer. He made a YouTube video on the rare silver bronze. Y'all remember silver, bronze, platinum when we had? His name is, or his YouTube channel is slipping me, but he actually made a video on that record he bought from us because he collects these, and he just hopped on one night and we had it up for auction, and he's been looking for it for years. I know a lot of people who try to collect all those covers. They are tough to find. All of them, that is, or you're going to be searching for a while. Korn is officially sold, the red vinyl pressing, to Buddy Cordova for $33. And over here we got the Clash at $30 with Donna Mitchell. And that's a 2010, limited to 5,000. And the Clash, it is a 2010. At the time, it was a limited edition pressing. Wolf Mother is on black vinyl. Yep, Wolf Mother is black vinyl. The Joker and the Thief, yeah. I guess the serpent woman there, she does have some exposed body parts, so we did have to censor them. Over here, we have NWA's Greatest Hits, $39.99. $39.99. University of Vinyl, that's it. I can't remember his real name, though. I'm embarrassed. The Dunbar's numbers got to me. Somebody told me the other day, Dunbar's number. They was like, Chad, you know about Dunbar's number? That means you can only remember 1,500 people. That's like a scientific, like the upper part of the pyramid, at most, you can only remember 1,500 people's names and associate those to a face. And I was like, well, I don't have to see people's faces, but I have way more, I think, than 1,500 names stored in my head. but I forget handles and stuff. So, okay. Tim, yes. Your help. Patrick's giving me lots of hints. Okay, there's that. And next thing we have is Clash is at 30. Wolf Mother, and there we go. Okay, we got Soundgarden, Ugly Truth, Boston, Massachusetts, 1990, $29.99. Soundgarden, $29.99. That's a live unofficial. Also, Commander Cody, Tales from the Ozone, $19.99. Commander Cody, and Bob Dylan, real live. Bob Dylan is $34.99. And Flight of the Conchords, that's on Go Vinyl. That's a fairly recent reissue of that, $28.99. And Heart, nice, the MoFi pressing. I hadn't been able to get those since they sold out. $59.99 for Dreamboat Annie. And the English Beat is a VG copy, New Wave Ska, $14.99 on that. So they're still bidding on Queen. It has hit an air horn. Guy Shard has it for $500. Samberez is out. We are done with Queen. Guy Shard, $500. If you was waiting to bid, you're going to have to go up against Guy Shard, and he has it for $500. That is a final call. Samberez is out. The Clash is at 31. Brian's out. Brian Call on Dylan. Thank you, Brian Call. And we have Stephen Parton on English Beat. And now the Clash is at 32. Air horn is warming up, everybody. How about we slip in a Miles Davis auction? And I got to get back to my Japanese stuff. Miles Davis doing Porgy and Bess. That's an a 59, big difference. 59 OG. It is in VG. It does have some cover, coverware on the back. Not coverware. It has somebody's name. Isn't that like fraternity symbols? Isn't that like Delta something? Probably looks like fraternity symbols. Miles Davis, USOG, Columbia 6i, $20 start on that one. Clash is at 32. NWA's greatest hits was probably 39. Yep, 2 LP, $39.99 on that. And Megadeth, Rust and Peace, $36.99. Gary Moore, live from the Baloo session. Gary Moore, blue vinyl, $39.99. All right, Guy Shard, you get the Queen 3 LP picture disc sealed. And that's sold to Guy Shard for $500. Thank you, Guy Shard. And Guy, I have a note from Ed to check messages from you. And I am going to look into that French catalog. I hadn't forgot about you on that. And Ed's got me a little sticky note reminder over here of some people I need to double check on some messages for. So let's do that. Let's first bring out the air horn. Thank you, Guy Shard. Everybody turn down your volume or turn up your volume, depending on how hardcore you are. All across the world right now, all across the country, everybody's dogs and cats are going, huh? What was that? That was an air horn. Chad must have sold something for $500 or more. All righty. Fantastic. Fantastic. Sometimes I start talking like Sean Connery randomly. Those were number 2. All right. All right, so let's go over here. We have Clash. Let's go over this again. Clash is a 2010 U.S. reissue. A limited edition 500 on 180-gram vinyl EX. We started it at $25. We're at $33. Over here is Miles Davis. We have a bid for $20 with Lonnie Jolly, a 1959 OG. Moving right along, okay? We have the Smiths, Hatful of Hollow. Smiths is $33.99. Slayer, Divine Intervention's $34.99. There it is. The Thin Lizzy, Vinyl Me Please, all analog Kevin Gray, $34.99. And it's on orange vinyl. Now we're getting into unsold auctions. Hope y'all are ready. Unsold auctions. First, Plan 9, $15. An 85 French OG, garage sock, steel and shrink, and that was the minimum bid that night. Plan 9 is $15. A CD, Eagles Unplugged, 1994, $9.99. The Eagles Unplugged, $9.99. That's a CD. Robert Warner got Plan 9, Gerald Whitworth got Thin Lizzy. I have more of these in stock if anybody else wants one. I have more of those in stock if anybody else wants one. Jeff Brent RTO got the Eagles. Next is the Monkey's Best. A Japanese pressing, $64. $64. We're right now into unpaid for auctions. These, of course, are sticker price. The name is Bootsy, baby. A 1977 Winchester OG with the company inner sleeve. No condition notes. Nice. Bootsy Collins, $55. Rocky 3, Japanese. All the Japanese you can presume are near mint minus. $35 on that. Oasis, $145. It's a 2009 UK Big Brother with insert super clean, super heavyweight vinyl, highly praised pressing. And when we sold this, there was only one for sale in the United States for $200. We sold this one for $145. Some have sold for as much as $212. Still seems like a great price. Oasis, they're now on tour. $145. David Bowie Changes. That was Japanese. No Obi, $50. Does have some discoloration on the cover. Japanese Sticks, $35. And Kiss Asylum, $35. I don't have details on it. Kiss Asylum, inner sleeve. I bet this is a nicer copy. It is. At first glance, it looks very clean. Probably buy it as if it's EX or better. All right, I'll see what else is down in here. Let me pull out all these singles. Hopefully they're tagged. If not, I'll figure out what they were, okay? But first, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. So I remember saying the Clash was at 34. John Durden, you got outbid. Donna bid 34. Miles Davis, 22-22. Robert got Plan 9. Gerald got Thin Lizzy. Once again, I missaid his name. Scott Dwallow. Second on Plan 9. Jeff Brent got the Eagle CD. Miles Davis, 29. Chad Smith next on Plan 9. Fred next on Plan 9. Miles Davis, 27. Travis Woods next on the CD. Miles Davis, 30. Miles Davis, 28. George Scherer got Bootsy Collins. Nice. George Scherer got Bootsy. Miles Davis, 30. Miles Davis, 36. Miles Davis, 40. Gary Moore is fairly new release. Unreleased recordings from 2008. The Blues Sessions. Blue vinyl. $39.99. Kevin Cassidy. Chad's out on Miles Davis. Anthony Riddle got Kiss. And then Jay Nutria, who I think is now also asking on Facebook. Jay, I forgot to answer your question about the Soundgarden track listing. Soundgarden has Flower, Hands All Over, Loud Love, Full on Kevin's Mom, Big Bottom, Beyond the Wheel, Get on the Snake, Pretty Noose, Burn in My Hand, and Kyle Petty, Son of Richard. That's unofficial, $29.99. Miles 46, Clash 35. Is the Solemn Japanese? No, and it's already sold. Miles Davis out, Miles Davis out, Miles Davis out. At the risk of $1 million putback fee, may I pass on the Junkyard album? And as Angela, as soon as you bought that, 2 people said she's probably going to put that back. And now she wants to put it back. Angela, you have disappointed everybody on earth right now. Unbelievable. Let me see if I can find it in the crate. Oh, no, Angela. Unbelievable. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it? Junkyard. Who wants it? It's new and sealed for $29.99. Junkyard. I mean, it's Junkyard. Come on. This is what you want, Angela. They have long hair. They usually have their chest exposed. That's what you want. Next is Clash is at 36. Mark Stanley wants the Wolf Mother. Mark Stanley gets the Wolf Mother. Mark Stanley gets the Wolf Mother. So to Mark Stanley. Jay Nutria got Soundgarden. You are Jay Nutria, right, Jordan, on YouTube? You got Soundgarden. And then Clash 38, Clash 40. Paul Catridge got Junkyard. It went sold. It went to a Hatchet Ed crate. We sold it. Angela's putting it back again, so it got Hatchet twice. And now we sold it to Paul, and hopefully Paul will buy and pay for it. All right, let's go over the 2 auctions again because 2 people just asked. A 2010 U.S. reissue, limited to 5,000 copies on 180-gram vinyl. EX Condition. EX Condition, The Clash. It's with John Durden at $40. Miles Davis is a 1959 OG VG. And the last bid on Miles Davis OG VG was $46 with George Sambares. Oh, look, they got really old. All those guys from the 80s are old now, Angela. Are you kidding me? You think they're still going to look like they did on the back of those album jackets? She's wanting these guys with their chest exposed, their long teased up hair. They're not going to look like that anymore. All right, let's go and see what's left in here. Let me sort the new stuff from the pre-owned. NWA Greatest Hits is $39.99. NWA Greatest Hits is $39. Let me sort the pre-owned. And there's a new bid on Miles Davis for $55. Some of this is pre-owned and sealed, but I'm going to go ahead and sort it either way. Brand new and new. And let's run through those again. Okay? Clash is out. That's sold to Donna Mitchell for $45. All right, that's done. Now Miles Davis is at $60. Porgy and Bess. Okay? Brandon Jones on NWA. Sold to Brandon Jones. So first thing we're going to do is put up a new auction. And guess what? It's Pink Floyd. And this is Pink Floyd, A Nice Pair. Laura has censored it because that does have some nudity up there. It looks like at one point the sticker was there and somebody peeled it off. Word got out, hey man, if you peel off that sticker, she's nude. You've got to be kidding me. Yeah, as soon as I get home, I'm going to peel that off. Uncensored jacket, 1973 U.S. Winchester, OG, with the original on her sleeves. VG Plus. This is 2 Pink Floyd albums in one. 2 Pink Floyd albums in one. Their first album and their second album. The Piper at the Gates of Dawn and A Saucer Full of Secrets. VG Plus, a $25 start. That's now up for bid. Okay? And then Miles Davis is at $62. Info on Gary Moore. Gary Moore is right here. 2 LP, new and sealed from the Bellew sessions. Blue vinyl, limited edition, $39.99. Okay? First thing I'm going to show you is all the new stuff that's new and sealed. Gary Moore, Meatloaf is $29.99. Beck Odelay was $33. Band on the Run was the Half-Speed Master. Come on. It's Band on the Run, $39.99. A Half-Speed Master. Also, Coldplay of Rush of Blood to the Head, that's $33. Def Leppard Pyromania, $33. Photographs on here. Foolin', Rock of Ages. Those are all available. So is Pearl Jam for $34. Smashing Pumpkins is $34. Whitesnake Live is $39. And Flight of the Conchords, gold vinyl, that is $28.99. That's available. Also, Mo-Fi, Heart, Dreamboat Annie, a 2 LP, 45 RPM, $59.99. Are we done on Miles Davis? It's up to George Sambares. Brent has that at $62. Brent does have Miles Davis at $62. Pink Floyd's a $25 start. Fred Carnell on Gary Moore. And now let's go ahead and put up another auction, a Japanese pressing of Queen. Queen, Sheer Heart Attack. It is near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful Japanese pressing here. It does have the insert and the booklet poster. It has the OB nice copy for a $35 start. Pearl Jam is live. Yeah, it's called Live at Wrigley Field Let's Play 2. I think it's from a movie they did or like a concert film. $34.99. We have sold Johnny Cash. I think there's one Kiss left. Also new and sealed is Megadeth Rust in Peace for $36. The Smiths Hatful of Hollows $33. And Slayer's $34. New bid on Miles Davis at $70. Brent, you've been outbid. Now the pre-owned stuff. And this is pre-owned but sealed. An original sealed album. Isaac Hayes is $19.99. What else was pre-owned and sealed? Big Thief Masterpiece. That was pre-owned sealed for $24.99. And we have pre-owned sealed Mandy Moore Silver Linings for $24.99. Also Deja Bomba Stereo. That was pre-owned sealed for $14. Also pre-owned sealed was Ruben Blade South Swing, $24.99. Ryan Eaton's going to take the Pearl Jam. Thank you. And then pre-owned modern pressings. There's only one, really, and that's White Stripes. And that is a 2013 Record Store Day. One LP is red and black, and LP2 is white. It's a 10th anniversary of Elephant, $49.99. Jim Sedal wants the OG Isaac Hayes sealed. Brent, you've been outbid on Miles Davis. It's now at $70, and he's out. Nobody bid on Pink Floyd. You can pick that up for just a $25 buy it now. Seems like a great copy for a nice pair. And we have Queen, a final call, no bid, looking for a $35 start on that. Now, pre-owned vintage that's still available. The Greatest Moments in Sports, $24.99. Babe Ruth there on the cover with Lou Gehrig. We have the Fabulous Thunderbirds, Are You Tough Enough, for $17.99. John Prine was OG with inner sleeve and insert for $44. And we have the Police Synchronicity, purple vinyl, $29.99. Curtis is going to get a nice pair for $25. That's sold to Curtis Marachi. Also, Commander Cody and his Lost Planet Airmen, Tales from the Ozone. No condition notes on that, $19.99. Now the rest are unpaid for auctions. The Best of the Monkeys, $64. Japanese, near mint. Rocky 3, Japanese, near mint, $35. And also Japanese Sticks, near mint, $35. Oasis was $145. 2009 UK, $145. And Changes, that was David Bowie, a Japanese pressing, $50 on that. Okay, Michael, you were second on Pink Floyd. And then the first thing we have is how much was Coldplay? New and sealed gatefold, $33.99. How much was Beck? New and sealed, $33.99. Miles Davis is sold to George Sambares for $70. Thank you. Gerald Whitworth is the only bidder on Queen for $35. That means we are about to sell that to him for $35. My crate's gotten really full, and guess what? We got one more Hatchet Ed bin to knock out and 4 new John crates. Lots of stuff still to auction. And I think, oh, there's a Laura crate up here too. I forgot Laura brought a crate. There's a Laura crate already up here. Let's go ahead and do the last Hatchet Ed crate. Oh my gosh, it's already 9:52. Gosh, it's already kind of late. 9:52, unbelievable. So let's go ahead and do the last Hatchet Ed and then the Laura crate, okay? Next comment is Coldplay sticker price. Yes, all the new stuff is sticker price because there's going to be a video because we pretty much sold out of all of our new stuff tonight. Pretty much the 6 a.m. video is going to be the Hatchet Ed stuff. And yes, MoFi Heart is still available. It's right there. All right, let's sell Queen and let's put up all new auctions. And we got essentially at least 6 more crates of new stuff to go through. Almost time for CDs. Not even close tonight. No, we got 2 more hours of vinyl, maybe 2.5 hours of vinyl. 2 more hours of vinyl, maybe 2.5. All right, that's sold. And let's sell this to Romelu. And I think my crate is really full now. And whoever's tagging, always be careful of these because the bag is perforated. All right, let's do this right here. And we have filled up another crate. Let's introduce the new auctions first. The 45s that was in the bin, I was about to sort through them and make sure some of them wasn't auctions. I'll show them in just a second, okay? Stand by. Stand by. I'm going to put them right there. Let me sort through them and make sure some wasn't auctions or if they can just be buy it nows. Yeah, and then I was going to do some other, but like some of that indie stuff, I have kind of figured out what some of that needs to be sold for. Probably the best way to do it is just $6.99 individually and then bundle it together. So, or it couldn't be indie, it could be other stuff. All right, that crate's full. Unbelievable how much we've already sold tonight. And all right, so what shall we do here? All right, where's the hatchet? Hatchet. Yeah, we've almost got a whole crate of new vinyl here. Let me do a little switcherooing. Let me just put these in here. I'll sort them again later. The easiest way to do this. Does anybody want to make an offer on anything? I guess I didn't put that on the table. That's just on the pre-owned or unsold auction. So Oasis, Bowie, Sticks. Does anybody want to make an offer on anything? Rocky, Monkeys, Commander Cody, any of those right in there. that any of the pre-owned sealed, everything except that stuff back there. Anybody else? Those right there. I guess I never did officially say that, so let me know if you do. Police 25. Sold to Joe DeGaldo for 25. Anybody else? I meant to say that a few moments ago. And let's take the Hatchet Ed crate sticker off. All right. Heart was new and sealed for 60, and somebody's already bought that. The new and sealed stuff is sticker price. All right, got another crate. Let's do it. And then a Laura crate. Uh-oh. All right, let's see what we had over here. All right, the Herman's Hermit, Silhouettes, and Walking with My Angel, $6.99. They're coming to take me away, ha-ha. Napoleon the 14th. I ran so far away, I couldn't get away. Those are $6.99. The Buckinghams, Why Don't You Love Me and Don't You Care. That's the hit side, Don't You Care. Garth Brooks, Walking After Midnight, jukebox promo with jukebox strip, $6.99. And then this looks like something. Frankie Stubbs, Game Who Will Play, and Funeral Dinner. Probably a 3-for I did for $10. We'll say the 3-for there, $10. That's probably 3 I sold for $10. We'll sell those 3. And then 1 CD, Return to the Holiday Hangover, Volume 3. $6.99 on that. And before I start stacking up CDs, let me go ahead and take this stuff right in here and start a pile on the miscellaneous table. I ran so far away, I couldn't get away. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. WS for 30. James Hicks says WS for 30. That's got to be something from the previous bin. WS for 30. WS for 30. White stripes. I will do $40 on the white stripes. Steve Riley got They're Coming to Take Me Away for $6.99. John Durden got Flock of Seagulls for $6.99. William second. Stacy second on Napoleon. Jim Sedal and Rebecca got the 3-for for $10. Okay, that left Garth Brooks, the Buckinghams, and Herman's Hermits. $6.99 each on these. And then some kind of compilation here. It is Tegan and Sarah, Kings of Leon, Government Mule, Fiery Furnaces, Tony Joe White, Hello Goodbye, 3 Days Grace, Bowling for Soup. It's some kind of compilation. Holiday Hangover. It's $6.99 and it's sealed. All right, next auction. Here's one I don't see too often. I wonder if David Johnson's watching. Because if David was watching and he was like, hey, you got a Japanese pressing I don't have? I was like, I don't know if you got this one. It's the Doobie Brothers debut. It's a Japanese pressing for a $35 start. It has an insert cover and obi, and that's a $35 start. And then over here, we got Melanie Clausen getting Garth Brooks for $6.99. Stacy got Herman's Hermits for $6.99. Jeremy got the comp CD for $6.99. And that just leaves the Buckinghams. That's a classic song, Don't You Care? All right, next auction is Western Movie Theme. Original soundtrack recordings and others. Western Movie Theme. Some kind of Japanese set here. A 1972 Japanese compilation, no obi. Currently, no copies for sale on Discogs. What an interesting record. Just blank orange sleeves. Looks like the Magnificent Seven there on the front. And that's a Japanese Western 2LP, $20 start on that. All right, so Hatchet Ed bin, everything sticker price. We got Megadeth Rust in Peace for $36.99. Elton John Blue Moves is $24.99. Megadeth is new and sealed. Ozzy Bark at the Moon 40th anniversary blue vinyl, $29.99. Billy Idol Dream Into It. Billy Idol has a dent right here on the cover. That was marked down for $19.99 in a flip video, and it looks like somebody put it back. That's $19.99 for Billy Idol. It was marked down to $19.99. It does have a dent there on the cover. Shel Silverstein, Drain My Brain. That's $29.99 on purple vinyl. And Holy Moses, Queen of Siam. Holy Moses is $33.99. Jeremy said he didn't realize that was a CD, so he'll pass, okay? So give this CD to Amanda Darby then. Amanda, you're going to get the Hangover CD. The Western Movie Thieves is at $20. Give Susie Billy Idol for $19.99, please. Make sure that goes in for $19.99. Also in here, we have Takedo for $39.99. And we have Horse Lips, unopened, $19.99. Aliens. The band is Horse Lips. Aliens, the album. ABBA Voulez is $19.99. ABBA Voulez, $19.99. What else do I have for $6.99? I have Bobby Brown, Every Little Step for $6.99. Sheena Easton, The Lover and Me for $6.99. Another Sheena Easton, Days Like This, 2. Another Bobby Brown, Roni. Another Bobby Brown, My Prerogative. Soul to Soul, Keep On Moving. And My Farm Blues, Jack White, $6.99 from It Might Get Loud. That's pretty cool for $6.99. Next is Steve Mason on Takedo. That's sold to Steve Mason. We're about to sell the Western for $20 and make the Doobie Brothers a buy it now for $35 unless somebody else bids. Jefferson Starship Spitfire, $14.99 on Jefferson Starship. And REM Document. This is sealed for $29.99. And we have Zoot Sims plays Duke Ellington. Passion Flower, Zoot Sim plays Duke Ellington, $14.99 on that. So let's go back up the top. Chris Bryant, you got dibs on Bobby Brown. There's 1, 2, 3. The ones you don't want can go to Jim Sedal. And the ones you don't want Jim Sedal, Courtney wants all of them. Javi Soto wants Sheena Easton, and that's called Days Like This. That's sold to Javi for $6.99. Jeremy Bryant got Jack White for $6.99. David V, 63 on Bark at the Moon. David B, 63 on Bark at the Moon. Eric Dog is next on Every Step. Every Step. Was that something in here or was that something over here? That was Bobby Brown. So you're next in line on that too. And then James Hicks next on Jack White. And now there's a new bid on Western for $22. Romulo wants Pablo. That's sold to Romulo. And then John Durden says, is that sold to Soul? So Chris Bryant wants the first one, Every Little Step. That means next over here is Jim Sedal. You can have Roni or My Prerogative. The ones you don't want, Courtney does. This is called Soul to Soul. Keep on Moving, $6.99. And there's one Sheena Easton left, The Lover and Me. Next is Stranger Things. That's only $19.99, pre-owned. Over here we have Machine Head, The Burning Red. That's a music on vinyl for $38.99. John Durden got Soul to Soul for $6.99. And then Jim Sedal wants My Prerogative. That's sold Bobby Brown to Jim Sedal, $6.99. That means Courtney Duncan was next. That means all the 45s are gone except for Sheena Easton, The Lover and Me, picture sleeve. Also in the crate, we got Dolly, Dolly, Dolly by Dolly Parton. That's $24.99. Slick Rick, The Great Adventures, 2 LP sealed for $34.99. Oh my gosh, it's the Black Sabbath analog Kevin Gray Paranoid for $39.99. Oh my gosh. And we have Godzilla for $49.99 from Waxwork, the original motion picture soundtrack. That is $49.99. Nobody bid on the Doobie Brothers. Guess what? Just a $35 buy it now. Near Mint Minus with Obi. That's one I don't see too often. Now the Western's at $23. And that means Chris Frazier, you've been outbid, just FYI. All right, and let's put that right over here. We got other LPs to put up for auction, and guess what? If you like 45s, I wouldn't go anywhere. I would turn up your volume, I would crack your knuckles, and I'd say, Chad, bring it on. What do you have? These are all $6.99. But right now, we have Daniel Strom on the Black Sabbath. That's sold. Troy Robinson got the Sheena Easton for $6.99. That is sold to Troy Robinson for $6.99. And then what else do we have? I have this. I have Bruce Springsteen, Streets of Philadelphia. I have Stevie Ray Vaughan and Double Trouble, Empty Arms. Yes, Stevie Ray Vaughan. Stevie Ray Vaughan again doing Taxman by George Harrison. Pearl Jam, Wish List. I got Bob Ware, One More Saturday Night Promo. What else do I have here? Kishi Bashi, For Every Voice That Never Sang. And Empire of the Sun, some kind of flexi disc. Those are all $6.99. Next in the bin is Reba McEntire, and Reba's in shrink wrap for $14.99. Reba McEntire again, Whoever's in New England, shrink wrap for $14.99. Original TV music from Wagon Train, that's VG Plus $14.99. New and Sealed Black Crowes at the Greek Theater, 1991 for $29.99. And the Beatles Past Masters is $49.99. The Western Movie Themes is a 2 LP. Both discs are EX condition. All right, next new claim was Matt Marco, third on Black Sabbath. And then Steve Riley on Kishi. That's sold to Steve Riley for $6.99. Stacy Metternich got Pearl Jam for $6.99. Westerns at $25. Robert Warner on Bob Ware. James Rayner next on Pearl Jam. I cannot believe there's Stevie Ray Vaughan singles going unclaimed right now. Wham! And Empty Arms and Taxman and The House is Rockin'. That's the first time that's ever happened ever in the history of Coletco. And Bruce Springsteen, If I Should Fall Behind in Streets of Philadelphia. Wagon Train is sold right back here to Michael Rudolph. That's sold. The West is at $25. John Darden, back to you. Next is going to go up. It's Pink Floyd Metal. And Pink Floyd is a 1979 U.S. Winchester reissue, EX condition, a $30 start. Once again, a 1979 U.S. Winchester reissue, EX $30 start. Once again, a 1979 U.S. Winchester reissue, EX a $30 start. Susie, you're first on Stevie Ray Vaughan. It's Susie, then Brent, and then Travis Wade got Empire. Let's go ahead and tag that for Travis Wade. And then Jim Sedal next on Stevie, and then Chris Bryant. So it's up to Susie. Also over here, we got Waylon, Are You Ready for the Country? Gold stamp. No, it's a Best Buy gold stamp, $24.99. Also, the Doobie Brothers Minute by Minute, VG Plus $9.99. Past Masters Mike is New and Sealed, the 2 LP remaster. The Past Masters of the Beatles, $49.99. Susie's going to pass, so give the 2 Stevie Ray Vaughans to Brent Robley, $6.99 and $6.99. So to Brent Robley. And then over here, we have Pink Floyd 30, Pink Floyd 35, Western 26. Next is George Strait's number ones, $34.99 for George Strait's number ones. We're also right now right in the middle of a Hatchet Ed putback bin. Yeah, you heard me correctly, a Hatchet Ed putback bin. And I'm doing some random 45s. Mike Torres gets the Beatles Past Masters. That's so to Mike Torres. Let me go ahead and show one more record here. Samantha Fox, Touch Me. No condition notes, $14.99. 26 on the Western, Pink Floyd 35. We got the Bee Gees 1. That is $6.99. Also, Paul Weller, That Dangerous Age, A Record Store Day. Robert Palmer, Early in the Morning, Picture Sleeve. We got Nina Cherry, Kisses. Also over here, we have Jerry the Iceman Butler, promo, Don't Be an Island. We got Paul Simon, One Trick Pony. That is another promo. Also, we got Johnny Nash, I Can See Clearly Now, The Rain Is Gone. And Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Woodstock, and Teach Your Children. Those are all $6.99. Technically, Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. All these right now are sticker price. First read through, these are sticker price. So, John, if you want this, it's yours. If not, it's sold to Travis Wade. Samantha Fox could be sold. And then next is John Durden put NC. And NC was Nina Cherry. That's sold to John Durden for $6.99. Stacy got Bee Gees. That's sold to Stacy for $6.99. And then Stacy put IN. And so let's figure out what that is. So we got what's left over here is we got Paul Weller, Robert Palmer. We still got Paul Simon, Jerry Butler, Crosby, Stills, and Nash, and Johnny Nash. So the comments were Samantha Fox 12, Samantha Fox 12. Travis Wade claims Samantha Fox. We got John Durden with Nina Cherry. Chris Frazier's out on the Western movies. Next was Stacy put BY. I'm assuming she wanted Bee Gees. Then Stacy put IN, and then she put Unshamedly, and then she put Johnny Nash. So, Stacy, what was IN, Unshamedly, and Johnny Nash? Is that all the same thing? John Durden said he'll take Samantha Fox's sticker. That means, Travis, you were next on that. Courtney Duncan next on Nina Cherry. And that means Chris Bryant can get Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. Okay, and I think Stacy just wants Johnny Nash. So that's sold. And then what's the Robert Palmer song? It's called Early in the Morning. We still got Jerry Butler. We still got Paul Simon. And we still got Paul Weller, okay? Unless that's one of those miscues from Stacy. Charlie Daniels Band Traveling Man, VG Plus $17.99. Kelly's Heroes is VG $9.99. And Junkyard, folks, there it is again. Angela Lewis, you cannot buy this. It's on red vinyl for $29.99. Western is officially sold then to John Durden, and that's sold to John Durden for $26. And Pink Floyd's at $40 with Eric Dog. That means out right now on Pink Floyd is Jeff Halsworth. And that means, Jeff, this is at $40. It goes back to you. Next thing over here we have is Groucho Marx, When Radio Was King. Groucho Marx is $14.99. And Alice Cooper in The Alice Cooper Show. Alice Cooper, $29.99. No condition notes on that. Next auction is going to go up right now. It's a copy of Kiss Crazy Nights. And Kiss is a 1987 USOG. It's a 76 press, which is a Herb Serval. It is OG, it's VG or better. It's a $25 start. That's now forbid for Crazy Nights. Final Call and Pink Floyd for $40. REO Speedwagon, Riding the Storm Out. EX Condition, $17.99. Fleetwood Mac, The Vintage Years, a deluxe 2-record set, $49.99. And Alabama, this actually sold at auction for $10. This sold at auction for $10. Alabama Live. And right behind it is Alabama for $45, which included this album and 2 promo singles. So $45 on that Alabama, the album and 2 promo singles, or just this one for $10. And here's another unpaid for auction, a 1982 OG U.S. pressing of Jimmy Page's soundtrack, Death Wish 2, for $20. That's also available. All right, here's another handful of 45s right quick. Hope everybody's ready. Got your fingers stretched, got them popped back into place, cracked knuckles. Let's see what we have. First thing we have here is, I'm going to skip these because they're a bunch of flexi disc. All right, let's show this first. I have no idea. Beach Slang, maybe? Beach Slang. The Manish Boys, that's David Bowie. Wow. Some kind of modern reissue, though. This feels like it's warped. It is. That's warped. Never mind on that. And then Blondie Rapture. It's in a picture sleeve. It does have writing, and the picture sleeve's a little stretch there. So those are all $6.99. And actually, I'm pulling these out of a to-be auction 45 box. So who knows what's going to pop up. Rod Stewart with Ron Wood, Sweet Little Rock and Roller. We got Billy Crystal, You Look Marvelous, double-sided. Let's also do Atlanta Miles, Love Is. Let's also do Rick Dees and Disco Duck and The Clash. The sleeve is pretty dingy. You probably don't even want that, honestly. And then there's the disc. It's nice. Rock the Casbah. The sleeve is pretty dang dingy, okay? But that's $6.99. Let's go over here and see what's going on. We have first Scott Oman on Alabama Live for $10. Jeremy Bryant got the Bowie Manish Boys for $6.99. Robert Warner was second. Brent Robley was third. What is Kiss? And then how much was Junkyard? Junkyard is right over here. And Junkyard is on red vinyl for $29.99. Darren Johnson got Beat Slang for $6.99. Amanda Darby on The Clash. We probably will just put that inside of a plastic inner sleeve. But you probably want to get you a new Epic Company sleeve for that one. It's obviously pretty bad. And then Susie Breedlove on Rick Dees and his Cast of Idiots. That sold. And then Jeremy Rourke, You Were Next on The Clash. Then Jim Sedal. Then Ryan Eaton. All right, so let's go ahead and sell Eric Dog Pink Floyd for $40. So what didn't get claimed there? Atlanta Miles, Billy Crystal, Rod Stewart, and Blondie. Those are all still available. And then Kiss, the final call on this was a $25 start, an 87 OG with the original inner sleeve, VG. And then over here, we have Charlie Daniels, Simple Man, sealed, an 89 USOG, $25. These are unpaid for auctions, all for you, Crack, C-R-A-C, or is that pronounced Croc? Either way, it's a 1980 U.S. private press, disco, scarce. Price is $55. The high on this is $300 on Discogs. It is 44 people have it in their collection, 528 people want it. Wow. How did that not get paid for? Seems like it's a great price. Next over here, we have, how much was Death Wish? Death Wish was $20. A 1982 U.S. OG specialty, near mint. Kiss has one bid for $25, final call. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is this, the Jimi Hendrix Experience, RU Experience. This is a 1970 UK mono pressing of Jimi Hendrix RU Experience. I know it's not the typical cover, but that is a mono 1970 pressing, VG Plus, $20 on that. And then the last couple in here was AC/DC Live, a 2003 US, $40. Also Kiss Crazy Nights, a 1987 Herb Serval original inner sleeve near mint for $70. And Randy Travis is at $35. So right now, here's where an near mint sold for $70 with the original sleeve. Back here is a VG, and it's just at $26. Autumn Bets gets Death Wish. That's sold to Autumn Bets. Guess what? We're going to recap this, and we have a Laura crate on deck and then 4 John crates, or therefore as many as I can get through. Let's go ahead and show some more singles. These are $6.99. $6.99 on these, I think. Okay. I see what John's done here. He's grouped these together. Let me pull from the back instead then. Okay, here we go. What in the world? Okay. I thought the building was exploding, but I think someone just shot fireworks off. All right, so here's what we got. John Lennon. I'm just watching the wheels go round and round. There is some sleeve damage. Over here we have Tonight, the big pink Tonight. It's got a rubber band with it. This is Zuzu, XIU, and Brendan Barnhart. Someone Still Loves You, Boris Yelstein. Talking Heads, And She Was, and Wild Wild Life. Noise Disco Fashion, Perfect Skin, 7-inch single. And Done Something, Coming Down, and Crystal Baby. Those are all $6.99. Okay. Jimi Hendrix has one bid for $20. Kiss has a new bid for $28. Howard Shaw, you've been outbid. Josh Brown got the AC/DC out of here for $40. Randy Travis is not MoFi. Randy Travis is a USOG near mint for $35. Kiss has a new bid for $29. Stacy put J-O for Stacy, and J-O, Stacy, what was J-O? That might have been J-L for John Lennon. Is that right, Stacy? Joe is J-L for John Lennon. And then next is Steve Riley on XIU. That's sold to Steve Riley. Kiss has a new bid for $32. Travis next on XYU. Amanda Darby on Talking Heads. And then Jetstream wants Kelly's Heroes. That's in here. The old classic TV show. That's sold to Jetstream. And then over here, Travis on Dumb. And that's sold to Travis. Robin second on Talking Head. Amanda next on Dumb. And then Jeremy Bryant wants Oasis from the last crate. You want this one right here, the 145, right? The very nice auction that didn't get paid for, which I think was at a great price. You're talking this right here. If so, sell that to Jeremy Bryant, 145. John Lennon is sold to Stacy Metternich. And that leaves these right here. Tonight, I think it's called the Big Pink. Boris Yelstein, Not Worth Fighting, Half Awake. And then Perfect Skin, 7-inch, okay? And let's go ahead and sell Jimi Hendrix for $20. And that's sold for $20 to Jeremy Rourke. I feel like that's a great price for a UK copy from 1970 in mono. And then over here, Kiss Crazy Nights is officially sold for $32 to Buddy Cordova. Now, so up here, unpaid for auctions, all right? And then let me separate the new and sealed stuff. Eric Hendricks already had a bid for $20 and it's gone. He had it for $20 for a long time. Your bid just came in, though, either way. And let me show you the new and sealed, and let's go bring up the Laura crate. All right? I'm going to separate new and sealed, and then pre-owned sealed, and OG sealed. And here we go. So we have Kiss Crazy Nights at $40. This one here. Right now, just given that last sold price, I would do it for $55. It's an 87 sub Herb Serval. Yes, it's extremely nice. I'll do it for $55. If not, we'll roll the dice and I'll re-auction it later, Gregory. It could sell for a lot less. But just based on the last sold, which is probably slightly inflated because it didn't get paid for, I'll do it for $55. You got to think, there was probably a backup bidder that night that was like at 67 or something. All right. Hendrix is long gone. Chad's, oh, I know. I got word on that, Stacy, the day of. I'll be going to the Nashville show, I hope. He's playing in an arena that only holds 4,500 people. So they're saying if you don't get a ticket right off the bat, it's going to be nearly $1,000. So, I mean, that's what I'm reading in forums and in groups. They're like, that Nashville show, if you don't get a ticket on the pre-sale, it's going to be $1,000. But he's also coming to Atlanta, and Las Vegas would be pretty cool. Seeing Paul out in Las Vegas, that'd be pretty cool. All right, we got Aerosmith, Draw the Line. Aerosmith is a Japanese pressing. This is going to go up for a $35 start. It has an insert, has this and this here. No, pre-sale don't start till Monday. What is today? Wednesday? It don't start till Wednesday. All right, and there's that for $35. Next over here, do you got any Star Wars themed? I do not. John, that album's out of stock. If you want to go on a waiting list, I can try to get it for you. Next is Sunnyland Slim. Sunnyland Slim is a 74 USOG EX $25 start. All right. I definitely am going to see Paul, even if I have to bite the bullet for a resale ticket. But what I understand, the Pinnacle in Nashville, I've never been, it's standing room only. So it's just standing room only, and there's a balcony. And the balcony is like probably going to be reserved for like Taylor Swift, you know, and like probably be Nashville superstars there. But I heard standing room tickets only, so general admission. I think that'd be pretty cool. A little small place to see Paul McCartney. Wow. I might have to sell off a high-end record or something to make up for it. Where did we get to? Gregory, I think, is thinking on the Kiss Crazy Nights. And one more quick read through here. Get his autograph. Oh, that's not happened. No. When he's in Nashville, I won't be able to get close to him. You can't unfortunately get close to him. I wish. Okay. We have Megadeth, Rust in Peace for $36.99. Shel Silverstein's $29. Holy Moses is $33. Machine Head's $38. Slick Rick is $34. Godzilla's $49. George Strait is $34. And Junkyard's $29. And Gregory sold on Crazy Nights for $55. All right, sell this to Gregory, $55. I don't think your sold comment came through. Yeah, your sold comment never did hit Restream, so that's okay. But it's sold to you now for $55. All right, let's grab, actually, let me show the pre-owned stuff. So pre-owned sealed document, $24.99. That's pre-owned sealed for $24.99. And then we had Elton John for $24. Horse Lips was sealed OG for $9.99. And then ABBA, Voulez Vey, Jefferson Starship, Stranger Things, that's $19.99. And then Dolly, Reba McEntire, Waylon Jennings, the Doobie Brothers, Charlie Daniels, Groucho Marx radio broadcast, Alice Cooper is $29.99. REO Speedwagon was EX $17.99 and Fleetwood Mac $49. Okay? REM is sealed. This is a sealed copy of document, $29.99. And then new and sealed, there's another one, the Black Crows, Live Greek Theater, $29.99. Alabama, this is our first unsold auction. It is, or unpaid for auction. It's a copy of Mountain Music with 2 promo singles, $45. Charlie Daniels was OG sealed for $25. This rare disco album for $55. And Randy Travis for $35. Anthony Riddle wants Stranger Things, okay? That's sold to Anthony Riddle for $19.99. Any chance you can get me Turning Back the Time by Foreigner? Turning Back the Time. If that's still in print, I can definitely check on it for you. If it's still in print, but I honestly don't know. I can check. All right, so final call on these. Sunnyland Slim, a 1974 OG blues band. Blues Land. What's it called? It's just self-titled. $25. And then Aerosmith is Japanese, a $35 start. Does anybody want to make an offer on any of the auctions or pre-owned records? Not the new and sealed, just the auctions and pre-owned records. While I go ahead and show another handful of 45s, and we got a brand new lower crate here on deck. Here's some more singles. The Ivory Coast and Jody Bonanno, Soul Dad. I have Morse Code, Minutes Spent, Certainty. I have Tree People. I have The Sacred Souls, which I think is a reissue because that's a rare record. Promises, The Morning Benders, and F'd Up, Raise Your Voice Joy, $6.99. Anybody want to throw out any offers? The Unsold Auctions or the pre-owned records here? If not, I'm going to go ahead and bring over that new arrivals. The Fleetwood Mac was called Vintage Years, which is a compilation of the early bluesy stuff, a 2 LP, $49.99. Okay? Fleetwood Mac, and then William Drugovich on Tree. And that was right here. That's sold to William Drugovich for $6.99. And then it's Godzilla offerable. Just because I think something happened with this. This is kind of a pricier record. I'll do 10% off if you want it for $45 to go ahead and sell it. I'll do it for $45. I think that was a waiting list, and then maybe it's not what somebody thought it was, and we kind of got stuck with it. It's a waxwork pressing, really cool colored vinyl. All right, so those singles are still available. F'd Up, Promises, Sacred Souls, Hope, and what's that say? Hope and Anchor, Morse Code, and then the Ivory Coast and Judy Bonanno. All right, and then we had an offer on Charlie Daniels, 30 and then 20. Charlie Daniels is right here. Sell that to Josh Brown for 20, and then Robin Glenn on Dolly for 20. All right, and that's right here, sold for 20. Is White Rabbit on Jefferson Airplane? No, it is not. Greg, you just had a random offer come in on Kiss or a bid. F'd Up is sold to David Smith. Okay? And then John Griffin. Okay. This was the last Hatchet Ed crate of the night. Nobody bid on Sunnyland Slim for $25, and no one bid on Aerosmith for $35. That's a buy. Those are buy it nows. All right, new crate coming up. And it's new arrivals. Stuff from Laura's marked right over here. Should be very good. Here we go. And we got a few tagged advertised auctions left, and then about a half crate of Japanese. And of course, I'm going to keep running those as we continue back here. Okay, let me lay those back there. I got a problem with my 45 stack. It's making my unsold stack uneven over here. So let me take these off for right now. I'm going to put them right back there. So right now, the no bids. Aerosmith 35, Sunnyland Slim 25, Doobie Brothers 35, Santana 35, and unbelievable, the George Harrison box, 2018, I believe, hadn't been grabbed, $55. Okay, that's all the no bids. And he's going to pass on Godzilla. That's okay. And let's put these right here behind me. You change your mind, you're like, you know what, Chad, it's Friday night. I've been drinking a little bit. Go ahead and give me everything that's in that crate. Go ahead and give it. I mean, come on. I only live once. Give me every stinking record in that crate, Chad. I'm going to be like, all right, you dog. You dog. Oh, I just bent over to pick up this crate, and my body said, Chad, you're getting old and feeble. You're getting really old and feeble. Okay. Chad also needs a bottle of water. So you know what you're going to do? You're going to get a chance to look at the Laura Crate sticker right quick. Oh, wow. Laura Crate. Snoopy and Woodstock tearing it up at the Jazz Club. There they are. They are absolutely tearing it up. Very nice. Y'all know the rules. I'm going to show 3 records. First one to claim one gets that in there. Gets that sticker there. And I'm going to go grab a bottle of water. Do you believe in magic? Do 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 do. Rhythm is groovy, you know it feels like old time movie. You believe in magic? Whew. Kisco, we have built a business on Kiss collectibles. If you're going to be selling music and music collectibles, Kiss is usually in the top 5. They are, as far as memorabilia and collectibles, number 1. They're in the top 5 of probably stuff you look for, and they're number 1 probably as far as collectibles. Big business. All right, I'm getting my nasal adjustment, my back adjustment, because we're about to get hot and heavy in here. Hope everybody's ready. All right, here we go. More than the Beatles. It's a lot easier to get Kiss stuff than Beatles, yeah. It definitely is easier to get Kiss stuff. I don't get calls too often say, I've got a whole room full of Beatles stuff for sale. But as y'all see, it happens all the time with Kiss. Here we go. Cool C, Richie Cole, $9.99. Cool C, Richie Cole, Brian Wilson, $29.99. And Andy Shepherd Quartet, Romeria, Contemporary Jazz, $19.99. Throwing some randomness there at you. No putbacks on these either. No putbacks on these either. The Lord throwing some randomness there. Next thing we have going up for auction is right now, it's AC/DC Powerage. AC/DC is a 1978 USOG. It does have the company inner sleeve, which is slightly damaged. The vinyl, unfortunately, is VG minus, but it is OG AC/DC, a $5 start on OG AC/DC. $5 start on that. John Durden, quick on Cool C. There's that. And she felt like Snoopy and Cool C matched. And there they go. They're matching, and they were playing at the jazz club together. That dude looks pretty cool, honestly. And that's so to John Durden. We have Amanda Darby on Donna Turner on Amanda Shepherd. And then we have Doobie Brothers, Minute by Minute, $19.99 for the Doobie Brothers. Also, we have Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion, $14.99. These are non-check condition records. Pilot, $19.99 on Pilot. There's AC/DC. The next auction I have right here for you is this, a 1972 USOG, The Top Seam is Split. It's a Blue Note. It's a jazz album. It's Grant Green live at the Lighthouse. And Grant Green is a 72 OG VG Plus, $30 start on Grant Green. Donna Summer, Collector's Edition, the best of 1977-1980, Walk Away. Donna Summer is sealed for $19.99. Also, Genesis Trespass with no condition notes, $24.99, has a barcode on the back. And Hank Williams Jr., Wild Streak, Shrink and Hop, $12.99 on Hank Williams Jr. And Foreigner 4, Jukebox Hero. It does have a little of cover damage right there, $17.99. So AC/DC has bids for 10, and 15. So Stephen Lawson, you're out. Jackie Reynolds on DS for Donna Summer. That was a sealed record. Thank you, Jackie Reynolds. Our next Japanese pressing is Cheap Trick in color. This looks pretty cool. Cheap Trick in color is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus with the insert. Very clean. That's a $35 start. Does have the insert and Obi. There's Cheap Trick. John Dodd has a bid in on Grant Green at 30. These, of course, are new arrival sticker price. Doug Derrick and the Hoax. Who the hell is Doug Derrick? That's literally the name of it. $14.99. That's a funny name. $14.99. And Rod Stewart's greatest hits. The first cut is the deepest. Do you think I'm sexy? Tonight's tonight. First cut, the deepest. Covered by a lot of people. The original writer, Cat Stevens. $19.99. Beatnik Beach. This is with hop sticker. It is a gold stamp promo. $14.99. Final call across the board because now Cheap Trick has a bid. Now Grant Green has a bid. However, AC/DC has a new bid. It is OG, but VG minus. We're at $20 with Josh Brown. The Commodores, all the great hits. She's a Brick House. $14.99. Once, twice, 3 times a lady. That's what Newman was singing when his mail truck caught on fire when he was hauling fish. And then Lonnie Jolly on Rod Stewart. That is sold to Lonnie Jolly. And we have Neil Diamond, Hot August Night 2. Hot August Night 2 on white vinyl, $19.99. The Jazz people are at it. The Jazz people are at it. Grant Green's at $38. Jeremy Rourke put C, and C was Commodores. Christina Curtis on Hank, and that's for Hank Williams Jr. Joe DeGatto's out on AC/DC. Josh Brown, you may be getting it for $20. What is next in here? The Hitmen, Aim for the Feet, a white label promo, $14.99. One more here. This next one is $19.99, and this is the White Stripes, the Icky Thump Extras. White Stripes, the Icky Thump Extras. It does have a crease corner. $19.99. All right, how about we try to finish out this box of 45s I have over here tonight? What is next? How about a white label promo of the Jackson 5, Sugar Daddy? How about Nancy and Frank Sinatra, Something Stupid? How about Lou Rawls, You'll Never Find Another Love Like Me? What about Elvis, Suspicious Minds? What about Camper Van Beethoven, Come Down the Coast? What about Hail Social, Warning Sign? And what about Magnolia Electric Company, Rider Shadow Wolf? We'll pause right there. Those are all $6.99. John Dodd has Grant Green at 40. David Hoy, you're out. Patty put AS and then ED. AS and then ED. So we had Jackson 5, we had Nancy and Frank, we had Lou Rawls, we got Elvis, and then we have Camper Beethoven, Hell Social, and Electric Coast. So Patty, AS and ED. AS and ED. You've thrown me for a couple of loops there. AS and ED. Not the Jackson 5, not Nancy, not Frank Sinatra, not Lou Rawls, not Elvis Presley, not Camper Beethoven, not Hell Social, not Electric Magnet Coley. Patty, not on White Stripes, not on the Hitmen, not on Neil Diamond, not on Beatnik Beach, not on Doug Derrick, not on Foreigner. I've got to figure out what those were right quick. She's trying to say the White Stripes. Okay, so AS and ED was White Stripes, sold to Patty K. Next is Amanda Darby on Elvis. That's sold to Amanda Darby for $6.99. Amanda, that is sold to you for $6.99. Amanda also got Camper Van Beethoven for $6.99. Chuck Haley next on Elvis. Who is Ivory Bread on Twitch? Ivory Bread on Twitch. Whoever you are, you got Magnolia. Jim Sedal next on the White Stripes. James Hicks next on the White Stripes. Stacy next on Elvis. Lonnie Jolly on Jackson 5. Chris Kirkley had cataract surgery. I hate to hear that, but I'm glad to see you watching. I hope you're okay. Craig Thomas, second or next on Camper Beethoven. Courtney Duncan on Lou Rawls. Stacy next on the Jackson 5. Regina next on Elvis. Troy next on Lou Rawls. Grant Green at 43. Grant Green at 45. Regina next on Elvis. Patty got white stripes. And Ivan R is Ivan R. Bread. The only thing that didn't get claimed there was Hell Social and Nancy and Frank Sinatra. All right, so that means we can go ahead and sell Cheap Trick. And Cheap Trick is sold for $35 to Jeremy Rourke. Y'all tried to comment so much, so fast there, y'all literally hung up one of Facebook's servers. Y'all literally just crashed Facebook. Congratulations. Somewhere Mark Zuckerberg just fell out of his bed. Holy moly, what's going on with our servers? Sir, that guy in Lebanon, he's doing it again. We have AC/DC. AC/DC is officially sold to Josh Brown for $20. Grant Green's at $50. Okay? Next, Love for sale. No condition notes, $34.99. Deep Purple, Nobody's Perfect, $34.99. A gatefold 2 LP. That was the last two regular priced. And now we have check condition. Montrose, Sammy Hagar, EX condition, $17.99 for Montrose. The Tubes, Live, EX, $17.99. And Hecto Rock. That looks bizarre. It's a folk psych album from Finland, 1974, EX, $17.99. Grant Green's at $50. The next auction, you wanted the best, you got it. The hottest band in the land, Kiss, Animalize, a 1984 U.S. Columbia Record Club. It's EX or better. It's a nice copy for just a $20 start. Jay Nutria or Jordan T. I'm going to call you Jay Nutria. I can say Jay Nutria better than I can your last name. You get Montrose. That's sold to you. And then let's put up another Japanese pressing. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. This is Emerson, Lake and Palmer Trilogy. This does not have Lucky Man on it, but it does have From the Beginning. Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Beautiful Japanese pressing here with cover and obi. Nice for Trilogy. Holy moly. $35 star. That's up for bid. Kiss has an open bid of $22. It's J Nutra. Like the rat. Okay? I'll say okay. And then we have Dionne Warwick in the Valley of the Dolls. That's in shrink, VG plus vinyl, $12.99. Grant Green's at $50. It's up to David Hoy. He's back in at $55. Tina Turner Rough. I don't see that one too often. EX $12.99. And Men and Doors, The Hobbit, Communicate. Whoa, a psych record, $14.99. No condition notes. And George Harrison's 33 1/3. That's VG $12.99. VG $12.99 on that one. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. Next singles going up right now. Natural Dreamers. Hella Fortet, split 7-inch. Deerhoof, Physical Forms. Is this a, what is this? Lightning Strikes the Postman. Clouds Taste Metallic. Record Store Day. Mary Hopkin, Those Were the Days from Apple. Harry Nilsson and Linda Lawrence, Just One Look, Baby I'm Yours. And That Is All, a promo. And Lou Rawls, Believe in Me, and A Natural Man. I think A Natural Man is the plug side there, the hip side. All right, there's that. And then Grant Green, 55, now 60. Emerson, Lake and Palmer is an opening bid of $35. It's a near mint minus Japanese pressing. And then Voice of an Injured Goat, thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. And then Grant Green's at 63. Stacy got Mary Hopkin. Stacy got Mary Hopkin. Those Were the Days. Thank you on that. All those are still available. Let's keep going here. I've got Rosanna's, what? Rosanna's Raiders, Calling Down Fire. Christian Metal, VG Plus, $17.99. Also, the Eagles' Greatest Hits, 71 to 75. EX, $22.99. And TCC, Deceptive Bends. 10cc is in EX condition, $17.99. And Carly Simon Torch, EX, $12.99. We got Clouds, this right here. I don't know if that's actually, Eric, I don't know really what this is. I mean, that looks like a CD. Contains an original comic book written and illustrated by Wayne Cohn. I think it's a CD and a comic book, honestly. I don't know if you still want that, but I'm going to tag you for it. And then over here, Kiss has one bid with MT Matt for $22, and we're about to sell it. Okay. Is Tina Turner a single? No, that's a full album back here. Tina Turner Rough is EX $12.99. It's a full album. Next is Marshall Tucker Band's Greatest Hits, EX $17.99. And Love Song, Final Touch. Love Song's a country Christian album, VG Plus $9.99. All right, so all these are still available. Lou Rawls is still available. So is Nielsen and Deerhoof and Hella Fortet and Natural Dreamers, okay? And then over here we got Tina Turner sold to Jackie Reynolds. Jeremy Rourke got Marshall Tucker. And now Emerson, Lake and Palmer can be bought for just a $35 buy now. That's one I don't get as often. $35 buy now. I got a weird autograph request for this. So I met Carl Palmer at a concert, and I got him to sign a copy of this. I bought one brand new sealed at a concert. He signed it. In a collection, I got one signed by Keith Emerson. And so now I'm looking for a jacket signed by Greg Lake. And I've got Carl Palmer, Keith Emerson, and now I need Greg Lake, and I'm going to have them all framed. I've got them all JSA certified. Instead of having one signed by all three, I'm going to have three each signed. So if anybody ever runs across a signed Greg Lake trilogy, send me a link, okay? That's already authenticated. I probably could check it myself. I doubt people are forging Greg Lake signatures, but if you do find one, let me know. But I've got Carl Palmer, Keith Emerson, and instead of having one signed by all three, which is pretty pricey, I'll have three signed by all of them. One each. I need it signed on the front, big and legible. Not personalized, unless he made it out to a Chad. That'd be pretty cool. The odds of that would be slim. I got to get a new pack of sleeves right quick. But Carl Palmer played at the Grand Ole Opry one night on that Royal Affair tour with Yes Asia, Moody Blues. And after his first set, he came out and signed autographs in the lobbies and took pictures. So, yep, Carl Palmer, both of them are dead. Greg Lake and Keith Emerson are dead. All right. So that goes over here. All right, so let's go back to the top. And which Deerhoof? Physical Forms. Hoof Driver. Wow, Kiss has a new bid for $23. MT Matt, I was pausing to sell that. Down here at the bottom, somebody's on the board. Steve Mason at $23. Dionne Warwick is sold to Tracy Songer. And then we had a question on Grant Green. So Grant Green was right here. It's a 1972 USOG. VG Plus on the vinyl. VG Plus on the vinyl. The top seam does have some splitting. Okay? VG minus. MT Matt's out. Steve, you may be getting that for $23. I was pausing to sell it. Steve has bid $23. We have our next auction. It's a Japanese pressing of the monkeys, the birds, the bees, and the monkeys. $15. That does have the insert with it. $15 on that. Chadwick, Symphonic Sketches. Chadwick. It's a classical record. VG Plus, $12.99. Also, we have Peter Gabriel Plays Live. Peter Gabriel's VG $14.99. Deerhoof is $6.99. Deja Vu, Song for Everyone, EX $12.99. And LaRue, So Fired Up. I've never seen that LaRue album. Hard Rock, VG Plus $14.99. Here comes some more singles. You may ask, Chad, how much are these? They're $6.99. We got Diamond, Brendan Benson, Haberdasher, Gap Dream, Alibaba, The Four Tops, If You Don't Want My Love and You Keep Running Away, Junior Walker and the All-Stars, Pucker Up Buttercup, and Any Way You Wanna, Bob Dylan promo, Baby Stop Crying. It's double-sided. We'll do the others in just a second. That's enough for now. All right, and then let's jump over here to Deer Hoof. This is sold to Boontar for $6.99. Next in this crate is Nectar, A Tab in the Ocean, EX $12.99. The Rolling Stone Steel Wheels, VG Plus $12.99. Heart, Babe Lestrange, EX $17.99 for Heart. And the Tramps, Disco Inferno, VG $9.99 on that. And then platter packs. Stacy, I will check what we have up front. Just be sure to remind me, let's make whoever's watching the sale tomorrow, make a note for me to check for Stacy. Hart is sold to Stephen Park, but before that, William Drugovich wants Gap, Dream. So we still got Dylan, we still got Junior Walker. Gap Dream is sold to William Drugovich, Haberdasher, and Brendan Benson. All right. What happened over here on David he went out. Okay. So the Monkeys did not get a bid. It's a Japanese pressing near mint for just $15. And Donna, if you want it, it's a 1980 Japanese pressing for $15. Grant Green then is sold to John Dodd for $70. And I made sure nobody else wanted to bid on that because I gave that auction a lot of time. Holy moly. That's sold to Steve Mason for $23. Seemed like a great price. And then Javi Soto on LaRoe. That's sold to Javi Soto. And now our next auction is the Yardbirds. And the Yardbirds is a 1965 USOG mono, still in shrink. It's in VG condition. It's a $15 start. It's in shrink, VG condition, a $15 start. It is in VG. Brendan Benson is sold to Jeremy Bryant for $6.99. Next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. It is Led Zeppelin. The song remains the same. There is some humidity damage to the cover, as you can see. However, the vinyl is really nice, as usual from these Japanese pressings. And we're going to put this up for just a $35 start. So there's LP number 1. There's LP number 2. It comes with the book. There's the gatefold jacket. No Obi. $35 start. Few more LPs. ZZ Top Rio Grande Mud. VG Plus $14.99. Brian May Starfleet Project with Eddie Van Halen. VG $9.99. And Fleetwood Mac Rumor Shrink and Hype Sticker. Nice. VG $12.99. Dreams and Go Your Own Way. In shrink, that's the first label, $12.99 on that. Wow, there's so many great records left behind in there. Holy moly. There's a lot left in there. I'm kind of surprised some of those didn't sell out. All right, so first we have Bob Dylan, and this is Dreaming of You. It's a record store day. Crowded House, Hey Now, Don't Dream It's Over. We got Moby and Mark Lanigan. This is The Lonely Night. Danielson is Power Ship. And then Days in December by Sweater Weather. Those are all $6.99. Donna Mitchell got the Monkeys for a $15 buy it now. $15 buy it now. And that is sold to Donna Mitchell. Ivan R. on the Starfleet. Project. Craig Roof second. Eric Van Leuven on ZZ Top. Robert Warner on Bob for Bob Dylan for $6.99. Also next is Stephen Lawson on Fleetwood Mac. Richie Lander second, and Susie on CH for Crowded House, then Robin Glenn. And that left Sweater Weather, Danielson, and Moby, and Mark Lanigan. Tramps is Disco Inferno, a VG OG for $9.99. Yardbirds is OG as well, VG and Shrink, $15, and Zeppelin's Near Mint Japanese for $35. Okay, and here's what's on the agenda for the rest of the night. So it's 11 o'clock right now. It is 11 o'clock right now. We have, as far as like inventory, I still got 4 vintage bins that's never been shown before. And I've already went through the check condition bin, so if I deem it possible, we may go through new arrivals best offer. That way, because it is kind of technically time to get into some discount stuff. And while we're doing that, I'll continue to try to show some 45s. And I will continue to run Japanese stuff. At some point, we got to start CDs. But we got a lot of vinyl to try to show between now and then. Man, I can't believe we've already sold that many 45s that fast. It's amazing how fast they add up. But yeah, we got vintage to go through. I'm definitely going to read through this lure crate again because I think y'all left some great stuff in there. We've already been through 5 Hatchet Ed crates. So that's what we're going to do. All right, and Robin Glenn does want the Tramps. Chris Lanigan on Moby and the Mark Lanigan. And I'm probably about to bundle all these 45s that didn't sell if I can find a rightful person, a righteous person to do it. First, let's go ahead and make this. I know the cover has that humidity on it, but if you just need a nice, high-quality pressing of this to listen to, Zeppelin can be bought for $35, and the Yardbirds can be bought for $15. And the Yardbirds has officially concluded all the advertised stuff for tonight. Everything in the hot picture has sold, and there's no bids. I think the only no bids are Japanese pressings. Just FYI. All right. So let me put Zeppelin in a new sleeve. Craig wants to know how much the bundle is. We got Notorious at 30 on Zeppelin. I don't see any other claims, so let's go ahead and roll that for 30. And then let's show that Yardbirds. Actually, this will be the first no bid from the advertised stuff. A 65 USOG mono, steel and shrink. VG on the vinyl, just $15. All right, and let's see what we got here on these. Craig, you should have a pretty good 45 budget built up since I haven't had as many. Let's count them first. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. 28. 28. $75. $75. $267 each. Which Danielson? If he doesn't buy those, I'll show it to you. It's on top right now. It's part of the bundle. Eli Tomlinson got the Zeppelin for $30. Adam Bernardi, I'll split the difference with you on Emerson, Lake and Palmer for $30. And Chris Gardner got the Yardbirds for $15. Chris Gardner got the Yardbirds for $15. Susie second. Adam Bernardi said he'll take Emerson, Lake and Palmer for $30. All right. All right, let's run through these one more time. New arrivals here. Brian Wilson, a solo album, $29.99. The Doobie Brothers, Minute by Minute, $19.99. Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion, $14.99 for Pat Benatar. Pilot was $19.99. That's no condition notes. Genesis was $24.99. Foreigner 4 is $17.99. That does have some cover wear. Doug Derrick and the Hoax, that is $14.99. Beatnik Beach is $14.99. Neil Diamond Hot August Nights on white vinyl for $19.99. The Hitmen's a white label promo for $14.99. Love for Sale, $34.99. Deep Purple was $34. Nobody's Perfect. That should be all the check condition stuff there. And then we got a bundle deal pending to Craig for $75 before I put up another auction. Actually, I'll go ahead and put up another auction. A Japanese pressing, Near Mint, Cyndi Lauper. She's So Unusual, $35 start on that. And then we had the Tubes Live, EX $17.99. Hector Rock, or Hecto Rock, EX $17.99. The Hobbits is $14.99, a psych record. Men and the Doors, George Harrison, VG $12.99, 33 1/3. Rosanna's Raiders, VG Plus $17.99. The Eagles' Greatest Hits, EX $22.99. 10cc is EX $17.99. Carly Simon Torch is EX $12.99. Love Song, that is Final Touch, VG Plus $9.99. Chadwick Symphonic Sketches, VG Plus $12.99. Peter Gabriel Plays Live, VG $14.99. Deja Vu Song for Everyone, that's EX $17.99. And then the last two was Nectar, EX $12.99. And the Rolling Stones, VG Plus $17.99. Let's see here. So let me go ahead and take this stack of sold ones in here, because we're also going to take this stack. All these are sold together to Craig Thomas for $70. You got a deal. Thank you as always. So let me get two separate piles. The first pile is going to be all the individuals were sold, and then he got all those. So that's nice. So that's sold, and then all these are sold. All right, that's good to go. And I guess we got some people already itching to make some offers. So let me answer some questions, and let's get some of this stuff sold. First, let me show you a closer look at Cyndi Lauper. It is a Japanese pressing in shrink wrap, near mint, time after time. Girls want to have fun. A staple we get here quite often. This is super high quality, OG, $35 start. The first question was 9 on George Harrison, sold to Peter Haas, sold. And then the Genesis was Trespass, $24.99, clean copy, early 80s pressing with a barcode. And then Jim Sedal on The Hobbit, that sold Jim Sedal. And then Stephen Parton on Foreigner for $15. Foreigner for $15, and that was right back here. That sold for $15 to Stephen Parton. And then Carly Simon Torch. The cover was in shrink with original price tag. Vinyl's EX $12.99. Jim Sedal picking up another great one, Nectar. And then Peter Gabriel, VG. Let's go ahead and sell that to Jeff Brent RTO for $10. Okay? And then we have Craig Roos sold on Genesis. Adam Bernardi sold on Torch. Do you have any more buy it now makeover crates for the streaming? I've got only 4. I only have a buy it now best offer crate. I've got 4 more that have never been gone through before. All vintage pre-owned records that have never been gone through before. And we're about to do it right now. Anybody else want to make an offer on anything in there? Okay? If not, I'm about to put up another Japanese pressing. Stevie Nicks, The Wild Heart. A beautiful Japanese pressing, near mint with Obi, a $35 start. Some really nice ones still left here to run tonight. Okay? Anybody else? Those are all new arrivals from Laura. Went ahead and took a few offers, get a few more new ones sold there. And, yeah, we're probably going to be doing vintage on sale for at least another hour, as long as participation stays high. I don't even have anywhere to park these. Let me try to get this out of everybody's way, including mine. Yeah, and some of these, I mean, keep in mind, they're new arrivals, but I can see stuff right here, right now, that I think people's going to definitely claim as sticker. And I hope that you do. I hope that you do. Like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and claim that one as sticker. But they are best offer. So let's go through this crate right here. And where are we at? We're at 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we need to sell about 2 more full crates of vinyl. And I bet we can do that doing these best offer, okay? More 45s. I'm going to try my best to locate it. I think I got a sealed box over here. Matthew, Cyndi Lauper is a $35 start. $35 start on Cyndi Lauper. Where's that box of sealed 45s at? Or a box very similar to that, at least. Can I get to this without causing a catastrophe? And then Beatnik Beach. I'm going to work on that, finding that for you right here too. Beatnik Beach. Gold stamp promo, $14.99. OG Atlantic with hop sticker. No bids officially on Cyndi Lauper, $35 start, 3-5. No bid officially on Stevie Nicks, final call. These are new arrivals, best offer. I have a stack here of singles. I think a lot of these are new. We're going to go through them all, $6.99. I've never looked through them before. It's new stuff, modern stuff. Could be old bands with new record store day singles. You know what I mean. All right, let's see what we got in here. The Deep Six. That's in shrink wrap, a Liberty record. $19.99 on that. Very clean. $19.99. Also, The Hustle, the best of Van McCoy. There you go. The Hustle, $19.99. The Anthology of the Marvelettes. That is a 2 LP, one of those great Motown compilations, $24.99. And the Wichita Train Whistle Sings, $24.99. It's Facebook hung up, test 1, 2. There hadn't been a comment in 3 minutes. There we go. There's a comment. There hadn't been one in 3 minutes. Wow. Laura commented, is everybody still out there? Do I need to go ahead and wrap it up? Everybody fell asleep? Everybody fell asleep on me. They're like, oh, Friday night. Oh. I've watched enough. I've bought enough. I'm going to bed. I want to make sure we still have everybody awake. Do I have to blow the air horn? Do I have to go drink another Monster? I mean, everybody's being way too quiet. There's no claims coming in. There's no offers coming in. There's no bids coming in. There's nothing coming in. We got to make sure everybody's awake and alive and everybody is buying the heck out of these. Okay, that makes it really fun. We got to make sure everybody's awake and alive. And Laura said her crate put everybody to sleep. Laura went down an unknown path tonight. And now everybody's like asleep. No, that was a great crate, Laura. Okay. Richie said he ain't bought enough. Okay, good. Do I have to go? Don't make me go up front and eat some trail mix. Do not make me go up front and get some trail mix, okay? I will go up front if I have to and get some trail mix. Let's go up to the top. One more time. Cyndi Lauper now has a bid for $35 with Stephen Parton. Final call. Stevie Nicks does not have a bid, looking for a $35 start. Travis Wade strikes first. Travis Wade gets the Marvelettes for $20. That is Travis Wade's. All right, now we are going through a buy it now best offer crate. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. We have the Kinks. Think visual. The Kinks is a gold stamp promo, $14.99. Ronnie Montrose, The Speed of Sound. Ronnie Montrose is $19.99. This is McGreer. That's Paul McCartney's brother. It does have Kay Weaver's name on the back of it. $24.99. Don McLean, Bye, Miss American Pie. $19.99. United Artists. Now there's 2 bids on both auctions. We're about to sell those for $35.35. Meatloaf featuring Stoney and Meatloaf, $24.99. And Adam Bernardi, I'm assuming you're passing on that Beatin' It Beach for $14.99. I'm going to go ahead and put it back in Laura's crate. Medicine Head, 1 and 1 is 1. Medicine Head's $19.99. Polydor promo sticker, $19.99 on that. Clifford Umstead on DM for Don McLean. That is sold. And Sidney Poitier, The Lost Man, a 1969 pressing. Music by the legendary Quincy Jones, $29.99. Neil Diamond Gold. Neil Diamond is $14.99. And Grover Washington Jr. live at the Bayou. That's got a great song on it called Funk Foot. $16.99, 2 LP. Both auctions are sold. Craig Ruth got Stevie Nicks for $35, and Stephen Parton did get Cyndi Lauper for $35. Okay, so those are sold and sold. Let's see what else I have over here in the 45 department, etc., etc. Filling up some crates. We got at least about 2 more to go before I feel pretty confident. By the way, I mean, the feed, 8 hours tonight, will be about 2 a.m. So, I mean, if we take CDs to midnight, going for 2 hours will be a lot of CDs. I don't know if I haven't even that many I can find, but we'll try our best. And this is sold for $35 to Stephen Parton, okay? Thank you on that, 35. But we can go through a bunch. I mean, I'm at least going to try to sell 4 stacks. Whew. That's going to be a lot of CD time if we take it to midnight. I think we might can take vinyl to like 12:30 though. That might be more reasonable. Troy Robinson on Grover for $12 sold. I'm here to sell vinyl right now. We have the Ballad of Shirley Goodness and Mercy as told by Balderdash. A 1972 rock album, Southern Rock, $26.99. Timothy B. Schmidt, Playing It Cool. Timothy B. Schmidt from the Eagles, $19.99. Also over here we have the Doobie Brothers Farewell Tour. The Doobie Brothers is $29.99. All right, here's some singles coming at you right quick. These are all $6.99. Most of these are like newer. We have the Love and Spoonful, Alley Oop, and Night Owls from Sundazed. Easy Eye Sound presents Good Sound Comeback Around 2 featuring Dan Arbach. That's the Black Keys guy. Lenny Kaye and the Flesh Tones, Lost on Xanadu. Little Boots, New in Town. I've got 2 of those. Spark, Revolving. And Kate Nash, Foundations. Those are all $6.99. Next in this bin is Machito Goes Memphis. That is a Latin jazz album from '68, $34.99. And we have 24 Golden Greats, WMEE 1380. Looks like a radio station deal. Venus, Barry McGuire, Eva Destruction, Magic Moment, Jay and the Americans, Needles and Pins. A lot of 50 or a lot of 60s, early 70s, mostly late 60s stuff. $19.99. LK sold to Ivan R. And that was Lenny Kaye and the Flesh Tones. That sold to Ivan R. for $6.99. Give me 1 second over here. All right. Little Boots sold to Jeremy Bryant. Let me see if there's any difference in these, Jeremy. Might be a color variant or something. I'm seeing black vinyl. So I'll just go ahead and give you that one right there. All those are still available. Let's put up some more auctions, but go ahead and show Starland Vocal Band, $9.99. That does have the song Afternoon Delight on it. McGreer condition. No condition notes on the vinyl for any of these, but there is some writing on the back cover. $24.99 on that. Paul Desmond and Gary Mulligan, Two of a Mind. 1962 Rockaway Press, $39.99. That's pretty cool. RCA Victor. I don't know if I've ever seen that one before. Spyro Gyra Incognito, $9.99. And we have the Spirit Light. This is $24.99. What a bizarre record that is. McGreer is sold for $20 to Adam Bernardi. Robin Glenn on Starland Vocal Band. The Sidney Poitier, that was music by Quincy Jones from the soundtrack The Lost Man. 1969 Uni Press, $29.99 on those. All right, let's put all these right over here. And then next in this stack, these are $6.99. The first one I have is Modern Life is War. Some of these are so difficult to figure out who they are. Modern Life is War. Modern Life is War. Those are 2 from the same artist there. Biffy Clyro, Moderns. Cooking on 3 Burners, Force of Nature. Broken Ones. And The Beast Has Risen. Okay? Next thing. What was the Kinks LP in condition? The Kinks was Thank Visual, Hop Sticker, Gold Stamp Promo, no condition notes, $14.99. M. Stanley on Modern Life is War. And M. Stanley, I think there's 2 different ones. Revival Fires. And it says it's on colored vinyl. It's on white. And then this one here is on green, green, and green. And that's I Want to Be Your Dog from the Stooges and Survival. So there's technically 2 different ones there. $6.99 each. And then Amanda Darby on BC. I'm assuming that's for Beefy Clive Rowe, $6.99. Was that a 45 afternoon light and how much? No, it's an album. It's already sold. Mark Stanley wants 1 and 1. So we got 2 more from Modern Life is War, If I Want to Be Your Dog on green vinyl. And then we still got Cooking on 3 Burners, Broken Ones, and The Beast Has Risen. Okay? Next in the Buy It Now Best Offer bin was Current Rage, 7 songs. That looks interesting. It's a 1982 No Wave Punk album, $29.99. Does have cover damage along the bottom. John deemed it a no condition notes record. It is clean, $29.99. KT, Heart and Soul, and that is Kathy Tricoli, Heart and Soul, $14.99. And Jeff Wayne's musical version of The War of the Worlds, $29.99 on that. We had one of those the other night, and there was a lot of interest. Let's go ahead and try to slip in another Japanese pressing. And that next Japanese pressing is Phil Collins, Hello, I Must Be Going. And Phil Collins is near mint minus and pristine. The vinyl is really nice. It does have an insert. It does have the cover, insert and inner sleeve. It's a gatefold jacket. Phil Collins is a $35 start. Also, we have Frost Music, The Frost, $34.99. Frost Music, The Frost, Vanguard, really clean record there. And Alice Cooper's Lace and Whiskey, $29.99 on Alice Cooper Lace and Whiskey. And Jacqueline Francois, and that is $12.99 on Fontana label. On the Fontana label there, which is probably UK or possibly French, just like her name. 1 second, I got to refresh this over here. All right, let me grab some more singles right over here. And let's see what's next in that box. What did I do with them? Because I had just 2 more left. I'm going to show those next. And then here is a new handful. Okay. And the next one is Wynonie Harris featuring the debut of Sun Ra. Wipers. Better Off Dead, Wipers. Welcome to Wine Country by Theta. Another Wynonie Harris with Sun Ra. Love Tractor. Denzel Curry and Robert Glasser live from Leimert Park. Those are all $6.99 each. Okay. Mike Freiberger on a Wipers. And a Wynonie Harris sold to Robert Warner. And Ivan R. on DC. Denzel Curry. Next in here, Country Coalition, $14.99. Michael Reed next on Denzel Curry. Jeremy Soundtrack, $19.99. Jeremy Soundtrack. Fresh Air, Fresh Air, $14.99. Peter wants to know if people are falling asleep. Just about. Even though it's 171 right now, Peter, about 131 are probably asleep with the feet on. We have Chase, and Chase is $9.99. Bob Seger, 9 Tonight, a Gatefold 2 LP, $24.99. Very clean copy. Bob Seger, 9 Tonight. The Doobie Brothers and Shrink Wrap, What Were Once Vices Are Now Habits, $14.99. Thetans is a national band. It's grindcore, and Michael Reed says he'll take it. So we did sell 1 Wynonie Harris of Sun Ra, and there's 1 Love Tractor left if anybody else wants it. Next is James Gang live in concert. James Gang is $19.99. Grand Funk, we're an American band. It is on the original gold yellow vinyl. It's still got 2 stickers of the 4 stickers left. $39.99. Rycooter Jazz is $19.99. That's in shrink. And Resurrection Band, the best of Res, $19.99. No bid on Phil Collins. It can be bought for a $35 buy it now. If anybody wants Phil Collins, it's $35, a $35 buy it now. Phil Collins is available. $35 on that. Okay, let's put these right over here. Boom and boom. Hey, we got some life. You can always count on Michael McCullough and Clifford Umstead. Seeger, $16, sold. Clifford says, give me the Grand Funk. Sold. We're an American band. We're coming to your town. Greg Allman, Laid Back, $26.99. Van Morrison, Moondance, $34.99. Are you kidding me? Beautiful copy. Second label. And the B-52s, Mesopotamia. A 1982 Winchester press. Original under sleeve. Near mint, $34.99. So many great records left in there unclaimed. Let's go ahead and show some more singles for $6.99. And we got Dillinger Escape Plan, Lure Mint Death, Cheap Trick, Gimme Truth, JTB Garbage Man, another Cooking on 3 Burners, This Girl, and Dawn, Brain Wreck, Split, Anti-Core. Dawn, and that might be Split with Dawn and Brain Wreck. $6.99 each on those. How much is Adam Minority Jazz, the Rycooter? It's in shrink for $19.99. Michael Reed on Dillinger Escape Plan for $6.99. Michael Stanley second. Josh Brown, I'm going to say Van Morrison for $30. William Drugovich third on Dillinger Escape Plan. And Clifford says he's checking out after that one. He's got to go to work. Adam Bernardi gets Rycooter Jazz for $15. Sold. You got it. Okay? A lot of these are modern bands, or when I'm going through singles like this, I'm humbled about how much music knowledge I have. Because when I'm going through these kind of singles, 1 out of 10 I may know or have heard another time. And then some of them I've heard of, but I could tell you very little about them. All right, so let's go through this crate in here one more time. Anybody else on anything in here? If not, we're going to go through another Buy It Now Best Offer. I'm just going to read you the titles. The Deep Six, The Hustle, The Best of Van McCoy, the Mike Nesmith Wichita Train Whistle, Ronnie Montrose Meatloaf, Medicine Head Neil Diamond Gold, Shirley Goodness and Mercy, Timothy B. Schmidt, The Doobie Brothers, Machito, 24 Golden Greats, Paul Desmond Gary Mulligan, Spyro Gyra, The Spirit Light, The Lost Man soundtrack, Sidney Poitier, The Kinks, Current Rage. I'm surprised this punk-related album didn't sell. Kathy Tricoli, surprised the War of the Worlds didn't sell. Or The Frost, or Alice Cooper, Jacqueline Francois, Country Coalition, Jeremy, Fresh Air, or Chase, or the Doobie Brothers, and James Gain, Resurrection Band, Greg Allman, and the B-52s. A lot of stuff still left in there. Those are all best offer, too. Your call on best offer. Oh. That was a fantastic neck adjustment. Oh. I'm still popping. Okay. 2 of mine specs. 2 of mine. Let's see here. That's Paul Desmond and Gary Mulligan. It's an original RCA Victor Living Stereo title, LSP 2624. No condition notes, a 62 Rockaway press, $39.99. Done. And let's grab another handful of singles over here before I change out crates. We're going to end up going through these way too fast. We're going to run out. Right, we got Post Malone, Wow. Post Malone, Wow. Maroon 5, Memories. Mad Parade, Underground. Blur Real, Bo Decker. I've got 2 of them. Tender Sticks, Willow. Kill Verona, There's Hope Behind the Ghost, Volume 1. And One Night Stand, Youth of Today. Those are all $6.99. Okay. I'll pass 2 of a kind, 2 of a mine. Steve, I will not do $20 on this, but I'll do $35. Kelly Vlodarchek on Maroon 5. Robin Glenn was next. Wild T, Youth of Today, so to Michael Reed. Chris Bryan on MP for Mad Parade. Troy Robinson got Post Malone. Jim B was next. Kill Verona, Tender Sticks, and Bo Becker, Blur Real, all still available. Okay, and Chris Bryant second on Youth of Today. Let's go through a new crate, Buy It Now Best Offer. And then Michael Stanley on Keel. This is sold to Michael Stanley. All right, cool stuff there. Let's go through another being a buy it now best offer. Question is, what crate do I want to go through first? Why not the next one that's in the stack? Do I have room for it? I do. Let's go through it. All right, and then Mark Stanley on Mark, or are you correcting me? What did I say? Mark Stanley got Keel and Verona. Michael Reed, you did get Youth of Today. Yes. All right, these are all buy it now best offer. I have the Kinks Greatest Hits. That's in shrink wrap, a 66 mono. Nice. Tricolor Steamboat label in mono. The Kinks, $29.99. Phil Collins is still available for $35. It's still available. Also, nice. The Dream Academy, Life in a Northern Town, shrink wrapped for $14.99. Dr. John is $44.99. A 73 RCA Record Club, no condition notes. Original Gold Soul, which is a 21-track 2LP compilation, $19.99. We're off to a great start on that one. I will try another Japanese pressing. The auction block got kind of quiet on me. I'll try an Obi-less here. This is Obi-less Derek and the Dominoes Layla, which is a very nice 2LP near mint minus Japanese pressing with insert and gatefold jacket. And I'll put that up for a $35 start. Okay? So far, here's the singles that hadn't sold. And then Phil Collins is sold to Jeremy for $35. Thank you. All right, moving right along. I have The Days of Wine and Vinyl, which is a Warner Brothers 2LP compilation, $19.99. James Taylor, America, Mickey Hart, Dion, The Incredible String Band, Bonnie Raitt. That's side one. And then here's a sample of another side. Arlo Guthrie, Tim Buckley, Jesse Winchester, Arthur Conley, Captain Beefheart. Give you an idea. Those are always pretty cool comps. $35 start on that. Layla, Dream for $10. Dream for $10. I will have to have 15 for that. We'll split the difference. Jean-Luc Ponty Live, $9.99. McKendree Spring, Spring Suite. McKendree Spring is $14.99. $14.99 on McKendree Spring. Yes, that is Japanese, just no Obi. Yes, Japanese, but no Obi. Also over here, we have the Best of the Manhattans. $14.99 on the Best of the Manhattans. And Charlie Parker, West Coast Time. Charlie Parker is $14.99. Also, Savoy Brown, Savage Return. Savoy Brown is $19.99. And Boz Scaggs Middleman, $14.99 on Boz Scaggs. Let me grab another handful of singles over here. Doing some for $6.99. Well, there's only like 2 box sets left, and then I'm basically going to have to put these up for auction. So we'll do the Wombats first for $6.99. And then we've got Blind Boys of Alabama with Bella Fleck, Ricky Tikki Tavi, and another Cooking on 3 Burners. And I got a Neil Young. I don't have a Neil Young. There's no disc with it. That's a CD case, no disc. All right. We'll see what this box set is. I'll put it up for auction right quick. Let me do a sample of this here. Okay. I'll put that up for auction in just a second. Adam Bernardi got Savoy Brown for $15. First is Lonnie Jolly on Manhattan, so to Lonnie Jolly. And then Jeremy Bryant got Glitter for $6.99. Its current range, 82 or 1982. And then Michael McCullen on Skaggs for $6.99. Skaggs? This Boss Skaggs. Michael McCullen. Sell that to Michael McCullen for $6.99. Chris Bryant got Blind Boys for $6.99. Boss Skaggs already sold. Manhattan's is already sold. Derek and the Dominoes is a no bid. It's a $35 buy it now. Layla, Obi-less Japanese pressing, $35 buy it now on that. Okay, now let's go back and find that record for Boontar so we can take a closer look at it. We need to take a closer look at that. Let's sell this to Adam Bernardi for $30. Very fair. Thank you. All right, here's an auction right quick. And this here is called Mark Mothersbaugh Mutant Flora. 12 electronic simultaneous party hits by Mark Mothersbaugh on 6 different multicolor splatter records. Auction, $10 start. $10 start. I'll do this for $6.99. Ames Vienna Ting. It's like a CD book box. Ames Vienna Ting. I'll do that for $6.99. It's Mark Mothersbaugh. And then to answer his question over here, Current Rage, 7 songs, is a 1982. It does have cover damage. The vinyl's going to pass at EX or better, $29.99. Okay. Now, this actually got tagged for auction the other night from Laura, and I never did put it up. I never did put this up. This is a limited edition 7-inch subscription box set from Merge Records, numbered 1036 of 1200. It's a 2014 US limited to 1,200 box sets. This originally came with a companion EP, but it's nowhere to be found. So there's 12 45s in here, all on various colors, featuring great artists like Red Cross, Spoon, the Mountain Goats, and more. It's called Merge Records subscription 7-inch box set, numbered, $45 start. That was tagged the other night. I never did put it up for auction. $45 start on that. All right, the next comment before we go any further in this crate is Boontar on 22 on Current Rage. Let's sell him that, and that officially fills up this crate. Let me swap out crates, okay? And let me put up a new empty crate to start filling up. This one is now really, really full. Done. Okay. All right. So Mark Mothersbaugh's at 45 and Merge is at 45. High bid on both of those. Next. These are buy it now best offer. Marshall Tucker Band, Running Like the Wind. New arrivals too. Going ahead and taking offers, getting a bunch of them expedited, sold. $14.99 on that. Kate T Portfolio. This is another Kathy Tricoli. $14.99 in shrink wrap. Krabby Appleton. This is a good album. $17.99. Krabby Appleton. First track's called Go Back. The Bob Crew Orchestra plays the Four Seasons hits. $9.99. The Lasting Impression of Hugh Muscella. $19.99 for Hugh. Tom Paxton's in shrink. It's called Tom Paxton 6. $19.99. Merge has a new bid for $50 with William Drugovich. Ivan R., you're out. And Tim Voldness, you're tied with Ivan R. on the Mark Mothersbaugh. So Ivan's bid of $40 came in first. Susie Breedlove on Krabby Appleton. That's so to Susie Breedlove. Walt Disney Presents the Story of Hansel and Gretel. That's $19.99. Also, George Benson collaboration, Earl Clue. Gold stamp promo, $14.99. Both 45 box sets just got new bids. Just Between Friends soundtrack, gold stamp promo, $12.99. Dick and Dee Dee, Thou Shall Not Steal, $14.99 on Dick and Dee Dee. Krista Burr, Into the Light, that is $12.99. The Kinks info from earlier, this one here was Greatest Hits in shrink wrap, a 66 mono tricolor steamboat label, original reprise, inner sleeve, $29.99. All right, so we got Merge at 55, and Tim Volness has Mark Mothersbaugh at 50, right? And I think Mike Freiberger's out, and he did have it before. Merge is now at 60. Okay, and we got two offers on George Benson for 12. Ada Bernardi first, and then Troy. So Ada Bernardi came in first at 12. Denise said she fell asleep. Oh, I know. Oh, believe me, I know you did. Dennis Coffey going for myself. So did about 190 other people. Dennis Coffey, $26.99. Krista Burr, Troy Robinson. That's so to Troy for $10. The Bob Crew Generation. Thank you, Troy. Music to Watch Girls By, $14.99. Another Kathy Tricoli, the third album, and I've never heard of her before. We have Marshall Tucker Band, a gold stamp promo for $14.99. And A La Carte, that's another Warner Brothers sampler, $19.99. Hansel and Gretel sold for $15 to Michael Rudolph. And Resurrection Band, Awaiting Your Reply, $19.99. So final call on Merge at 60. Ivan R., you're out. And then final call on Mark Mothersbaugh. Mark Mothersbaugh. Boy, that's a mouthful. What a name. Holy moly. And that's with Tim Volness at 50. Tim Volness at 50. Jay Nutra on Marshall Tucker for $10. Say that to Jay Nutra. Steve Mason, you must have your volume off. But I will tell you, no problem at all. You must have your volume off. Make sure you have your volume turned up. This was marked for $39.99. $40. I think you've offered $20 now 7 times. My answer remains the same. I will take $35 for it. Steve Mason, this is marked $39.99. It's a 1962 Rockaway press, EX Plus or better. My price is $35, which is $5 off the original sticker. Next, James Gang rides again. Hope I made that one clear. Funk 49, $19.99. We have Spyro Gyra, Access All Areas. $19.99, Spyro Gyra, Access All Areas. That's a gatefold 2LP, $19.99. Ronnie Montrose is $14.99. And the Kinks 20th Anniversary Edition. The Kinks is a 2LP. That's another compilation. First track is A Well-Respected Man, $24.99. All right, so Merge is sold then. This is sold to William Drugovich for $60. We got Mark Mothersbaugh. This is sold for $50 to Tim Volness. The Vienna Ting CD is sold to David Hoy for $5. Steve, you're just $5 away from buying that record. Just $5 away. $35. We have Jimmy Buffett, A1A, VG, $9.99. Genesis, and then there were 3, $14.99. And the Marvelettes, Greatest Hits, $19.99. Steve Mason, you're so close. After that many attempts, surely you'll buy it for $35. After that many attempts, surely. We're so close. It's a brand new arrival. It's been stickered for less than 12 hours. That's how new it's been. It's been in a collection for the last 60 years. That's why I'm usually pretty firm on new arrivals price. These were just priced today. These were just priced today. These just got stickered. All the work we've had to do. We've had to go buy them, bring them here, clean them. John researched them, sleeved them, priced them. And it can be yours right now for $35. I'm going to take a drink of water. All right, let's try Spyro Gyra Soda Troy for 15. Let's go through another crate. I'm going to remind you of what's in here. That's Soda Troy for 15. Troy picking up a lot of late night deals. Troy, it's weird to see you on late at night. Usually you're not even on. Glad to have you on. So here's all these singles. Let's bundle them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 22 there. You heard me right, 22. I'll do those for $75 as well. That's $340 each. 22 for $75. All right, let's read through these again. We've got Dr. John in the Right Place, $44.99. A 73 RCA Record Club. Original Gold Sold for $19.99. The Days of Wine and Vinyl, The Dream Academy, $19.99. I already told somebody I would do 14. Jean-Luc Ponty Live, McKendree Spring, Charlie Parker, Marshall Tucker Band, K.T. Tricoli, Bob Crew Orchestra, Hugh Muscella, Tom Paxton, Just Between Friends, Rick and Dee Dee, The Kinks' Greatest Hits, Dennis Coffey, Bob Crew again, KT again, La Carte, Resurrection Band, James Gang, Ronnie Montrose, The Kinks, Jimmy Buffett is VG $9.99, VG $9.99, Genesis and the Marvelettes. Over here, we got Hugh Muscella was $19.99. Was there an Uncle Sam? It was Cheap Trick. It's a record store day Black Friday, red vinyl. It's called Gimme Truth. Includes brand new song and live track featuring Roy Wood. $6.99. $6.99 on that one individually. All right. Who's ready for another crate? This is sold to Adam Bernardi for $15. Michael McCullen is sold to Jimmy Buffett. And let's do another Buy It Now Best Offer crate. We're going to do these last two over here. Chris Frazier sold on Cheap Trick for $6.99. Okay. And then there is a 45 on the Lucky Dog label. What is it? Okay. Tender Sticks, Willow. Tender Sticks, Willow Instrumental. $6.99. Record Store Day 2019. All right, let's go through another crate. I'm going to try to track down some more 45s. Everything in here is BINBO. Now, he bought that record for $7. I was at 75 records for $22. Excuse me, $75 for 22 records. Now we're going to do 65 records for $21. I did that backwards again. $65 for 21 records. I'm going to take $10 off the bundle price. So now 21 for $65. If anybody wants a stack, just because he bought one out of there for $7, I'm going to do 10 off the bundle price. Let's get started right here. Seals and Crofts, Summer Breeze, Makes Me Feel Fine, $9.99. Martha and the Vandellas, Dancing in the Street, Love is Like a Heat Wave, Purple Gordy Label, nice, $24.99, no condition notes. Bobby McFerrin, Spontaneous Inventions, $14.99. Ada Bernardi on Seals and Crofts. Summer Breeze, Makes Me Feel Fine. The Searchers, Needles and Pens, $19.99. Utopia, Swing to the Right, $9.99. And Roxy Music, Manifesto. Roxy Music is $24.99. Can you check the color of YOT? YOT. 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 Is that something you've already bought? All right, next is the Sandpipers, $9.99. Tracy, the Cufflinks, $9.99 for Tracy. Everything in here is bought now or best offer. Another Krabby Appleton, Rotten to the Core. That one's $19.99. And Savoy Brown, Boogie Brothers. Savoy Brown is $19.99. The color of youth of today. If it's not already in the back, maybe. Let's see here. The youth of today you got looks like it's red vinyl, perhaps. Pinkish, reddish. Pinkish, reddish. Savoy Brown sold out in Barty for $15. McKendree Spring is the first U.S. band to have Roger Dean cover folk rock Fans of Youngblood. That's from the previous band, wasn't it? McKendree Spring, yeah. I'll show that right quick. Bob Crew, Music to Watch, Birds By, $12.99. Chris Christopherson's $14.99. And we have Crimson Tide, a 1978 red vinyl, Crimson Tide on red vinyl, 78 Southern Rock. Has nothing to do with Nick Saban. Zero to do with Nick Saban. All right. 45. So did we sell everything in that box? Except for the bundle deal there, which I really need somebody to buy. I mean, really need somebody to buy. It's up to y'all. Keep the show alive. Yep, this was full. This was full for the longest. New 7-inch singles. Only thing left is an old sticky note wadded up. That was full. We've been selling out of that box for a while. I was hot and heavy on it for a while. But that was full, and now they're all gone. All right, there's that. And now we have Graham Parker and the Shot Steady Nerves. Graham Parker is $9.99. Also, Bobby Rydell sings Forget Him. Bobby Rydell, $9.99. Elvis Legendary Performer Volume 1, $14.99. Elvis Gold Records Volume 3, $19.99. Drag Beat, The Defenders. That's a cool hot rod cover. $49.99 from 1963. 1963. There's another Krabby Appleton. I know it. Derek Clark says here, y'all going to really let this pass you by? Over here, we got the Ventures, another smash. That's always an interesting one there. The Ventures is $9.99. The Ventures. The Ventures. I was going to show that, see if I can find that McKendree Spring album again. Yeah. The first U.S. album. The first U.S. album to have Roger Dean artwork. McKendree Spring, Spring Sweet. And Derek Clark had a note here. Folk rock fans who love the Youngbloods. And then there's the Ventures, cool record there. Another smash. Susie Breelove is 2 for 2 on the Krabby Appletons. Thank you. We have the Complete Sun Sessions from Elvis Presley. Nice. 2 LP, $34.99. RCA near mint. Susie Krabby Appleton was $19.99. Pink Shoelaces by Dottie Stevens, $14.99. Elvis Presley, His Hand in Mine, $12.99. Elvis Moody Blue, $34.99. Elvis Canadian Tribute, $19.99. Moody Blue, of course, blue vinyl. Canadian Tribute is yellow vinyl. Buddy Holly Showcase, nice, $39.99. Coral Records, Buddy Holly Showcase has a sample copy, not for sale sticker on the back. That's pretty cool. Don Nicole on Elvis Sun Sessions. Crimson Specs. Crimson Tide. Whoop, wrong record. Crimson Tide is a 1978 pressing, no condition notes on red vinyl, $19.99 on that. And this is some of the best of the... Sorry, I can't hardly read that. Some of the best of the Bonzo Dog Band. That's a 1983 pressing, $19.99. Bob Cobb, the Maestro on Canadian. But first, Adam Bernardi got Crimson for $15. Bob Cobb on the Canadian Tribute. Dottie has no condition notes, it looks like. Really nice jacket, too, for an album of that age. $14.99. Melanie, second on Crimson Tide. Already sold to Adam for $15. All right, let me take this stack of sold singles in here then. Let me try to figure out what I could possibly show miscellaneous next. I actually don't have a plan, so might just be on LPs for a few minutes. But right now, there's those. Whoever's tagging the show tomorrow is probably going to walk in and look at all these sold records and be like, you've got to be kidding me, Chad. You've got to be kidding me. All right, let's keep going right in here. And Dottie was $14.99, and Tracy Songren says, I will take that. Thank you. Next over here is Class of 55. Class of 55 is $29.99. Very clean, very nice. We have Neil Diamond Just For You. Neil Diamond's $14.99. This is a great one. Cherry Cherry. Shiloh's on here. Solitary Man. It's on the Bang label. Nice. Clip Corner. $14.99 on Neil Diamond. Ray Charles, Modern Sounds in Country and Western Music, Volume 2. Ray Charles is $19.99. Ray Charles is $19.99. And the Charlie Daniels Band, Decade of Hits, $24.99. Charlie Daniels Band, Decade of Hits. Next is John Anderson Country Fried in Shrink and Hop Sticker, $29. Adam Bernardi on Neil Diamond for $12. Sold. CDs coming up soon. CDs will happen between either now or 2 hours from now. We have Waylon and Company. Waylon Jennings is $24.99. Very clean copy of that. Waylon Jennings. Alabama Mountain Music, $14.99. $14.99. Alabama Mountain Music, very nice. Michael McCullen on Ray Charles for $14. Sold to Michael McCullen. Hank Williams Jr., Born to Boogie. Shrink Wrap for $24.99. Joe Jackson, Look Sharp, $19.99. Joe Jackson, Look Sharp. And never seen this Elvis. Elvis Forever. It's definitely Canadian or French. It's French, Canadian, $24.99. $24.99 on that. Melanie Clausen got Charlie Daniels for $19. Stephen Parton got Alabama for $10. Also, we have Jefferson Starship, $14.99. Charlie Daniels is already sold. The Best of BTO, $14.99. And we have Merle Haggard. This is $14.99. His epic first 11. Who's on Class of 55 and Price? Carl Perkins, Jerry Lee Lewis, Roy Orbison, Johnny Cash, $29.99. We have Don Nicole on $19 on Forever Elvis. That's sold to Don for $19. We got Marty Stewart. This is $29.99. Marty Stewart is in no condition notes, $29.99. We have Jay Nutra on $10 for BTO. Sold to Jay Nutra for $10. John JS for $10. Is that for Jefferson Starship? It's sold to Steve Mason for $10. We have Joy to the World, Three Dog Night, $19.99. This is the very best of Don Williams, $9.99. Lord, I hope this day is good, $9.99 for Don Williams. Steve Martin, A Wild and Crazy Guy, $14.99. And Mellencamp, $19.99. Let me pause there. And let me take a break to figure out what I've got laying around here I can show. Do I have any other like indie modern type singles like that? Oh, here's some stuff over here. Let me see what's in this batch. Let's see here. when I say modern indie, I kind of use those words. Anything that doesn't look like it's from, 66 or 75, but those tend to be really popular too, obviously. That was when singles ruled the world. I can flip through some of these and show these. I don't know if I've ever shown them. So, trying to find more 45s, because we at least got this crate and another crate to do. We at least got this crate and another crate to do of vinyl. Okay? Next is Amanda Darby on Don Williams. That's sold Amanda Darby. Thank you. Michael McCullen got Marty Stewart for $20. That's sold for $20. Steven second on Don Williams. Another $30 offer for that jazz album. You're just $5 away, Steve. You're so close. You're so close. And then Three Dog Night is $14 sold to John Miller. And then over here we have, what were you asking for the James Gang rides again from the last crate? That one was right here, $19.99. It's got a little bit of a seam split up here at the top. No condition notes on the vinyl, $19.99. All right, I'm about to start showing a few more singles, but let me go ahead and show you this. Ted Nugent, State of Shock for $14.99. And David Bowie, Let's Dance, $34.99. Let's Dance has the original on her sleeve. Stevie Ray Vaughan there on lead guitar. All right, let me do some singles for $6.99. Gruppo Sportivo, More Mistakes. Joe Cocker, Feeling All Right, a promo. Outrageous Cherry. Wham, Wake Me Up Before You Go Go. Steppenwolf, Magic Carpet Ride. Leonard Skinner, Saturday Night Special. And Cher, If I Could Turn Back Time. Wow, that's some good stuff there. Those are all $6.99 each. And Jay Nutra, I Will See James Gang for $12 sold. Amanda Darby on Cher. Let's see here. Put those back there. Amanda Darby on Cher. Stephen Parton got David Bowie for $28. Susie Breelove next on Cher. These are all $6.99. Leonard Skinner's Saturday Night Special and Sweet Home Alabama. Kind of a double-sided hits there. Wow. And then Magic Carpet Ride and Born to Be Wild. Wow, that's a double-sided hitter too. Wham and the B-side, instrumental. Outrageous Cherry, Joe Cocker, and Gruppo Sportivo. Sherry Darnell got Skinnerd and Steppenwolf, and Tony next on Skinnerd. That leaves those there. And let me crisscross those. And this is all Buy It Now Best Offer. Just a quick read through here. I've got another one to do. Martha and the Vandellas Greatest Hits, $24.99. Bobby McFerrin, if you need a price, let me know. The Searchers, Utopia, Roxy Music, The Sandpipers, Tracy, Bob Crew, Chris Christopherson, Graham Parker was just $9.99. Bobby Rydell, Elvis, Drag Beat, The Ventures, Elvis, Buddy Holly, Elvis, The Bonzo Dog Band, Class of 55 still available, $29.99. If you make a fair offer on something, I'll probably take it. John Anderson, Waylon, Hank, Joe Jackson, Merle, Steve Martin, Ted Nugent, and John Cougar. Those are all available for $6.99. Sherry Darnell wants the Joe Cocker, Feeling All Right, a promo. Let's do a few more singles out of there. We might have found a pretty good batch here. I've got Aretha Franklin, Bridge Over Troubled Water, and Brand New Me. We got George Clinton doing Atomic Dog, and that's double-sided. My Little Town, Simon and Garfunkel. And that's also got an Art Garfunkel solo album and a Paul Simon solo song. Stone Fury, Life is Too Lonely. The Sun, Let It Be, and Fairy Raid. And Rod Stewart, Lost in You. Those are all $6.99. First, we got Martha. Patrick Lear gets that for $15. Adam Bernardi on Class for $20, sold. And then Steve Riley on GC for George Clinton for $6.99. BK on YouTube, MB for $28. MB for $28. MB. You might have to fill me in there. MB? I don't see an MB. No MB there, I don't think. Lonnie Jolly on Aretha Franklin. Let It Be, sold to Jeremy Bryant. Sherry Darnell on the Merle Haggard out of the crate. Lonnie Jolly next on George Clinton. And then Chris Frazier. Amanda Darby on Rod Stewart. And we have Stone Fury and Simon and Garfunkel still left there if anybody wants those. Stone Fury's kind of like that's kind of like an Angela Lewis band there. White label promo. Come on, Angela. Come on, Angela. Where are you? Stone Fury. Are you kidding me? That's an Angela Lewis band. Before I bring over another crate, let's do some more. Simon F., American Dream. Lionel Richie, My Love. Cool in the Gang, Fresh. Jesse Coulter, Jimmy Loves Marion. Jermaine Jackson. And Kids in the Kitchen, Curtain Stand. We'll pause right there. Those are all $6.99. Oh. Elvis, Moody Blue. MB for Moody Blue. Elvis. Aha. Elvis, Moody Blue. Sold. Now, are you new? BK on YouTube. If you're new, just say yes, first time buyer, and then I need to make sure I get you registered, okay? Very nice. That's sold to you for $28. Okay? Let's go through another crate. Do you believe in magic in a young girl's heart? All those are $6.99. Let's go through another crate, and these are new arrivals never shown. Do you believe in magic in the young girl's heart? Do 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 beep bop 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 bop. All right, if you're a first-time buyer, what I need you to do is in the description of this video, there's a link that will take you to our website where you can fill out the first-time buyer form. And I'd like to welcome you to CollectCo. I'd like to welcome you to CollectCo. I love how everybody, Steve, you're so close. He's being very persistent. But welcome to CollectCo. $8 unlimited shipping. That's as much as you want to buy. You've called us on a Friday night, so you have the rest of tonight till I say good night. I'm going to be here till at least 1 a.m., maybe 1:30, maybe 2 a.m. Central Time. And we have tonight more new arrivals. I'll probably do one half-off bin of older stuff, and I'm going to try to keep doing singles. So make sure you fill out that form ASAP. And then, or if you're on Facebook, you can hop over there and send us a message on a DM. CollectCo's our page. You'll find it very easily. Same logo, everything. And then we will invoice you on Monday, okay? $8 unlimited shipping. $8 unlimited shipping. There was one claim out of here, right? There was one claim, and that was JJ Lonnie Jolly got Jermaine Jackson. Right, and that left Kids in Kitchen, Jesse Coulter, Cool in the Gang, Lionel Richie, and Simon F. Okay? There's that. It says best offer. I do say best offer, and that record was up for best offer, Steve, and it was priced at $39.99. Your initial offer, which I considered, was $20. And I said, I won't do 20 on it, but I'll do 35. Because it is, I think, a pretty good record at a great price, and it's clean, and it's jazz. I'm surprised like John Dodd or David Hoy or Donna or somebody else hadn't bought it. And my best offer is, if your best offer is 30, my best offer is 35. And now after all this, I'm definitely not coming down. So it's $35. It is best offer, but I do have a right to decline. And I'm saying I'm declining your 30. Now, if you want to pay 35, you can say sold, or if you can say pass. If you say pass, we'll put it to rest. If you say sold, I'll put it in the crate, and it's yours for $35. But I can promise you this, at no point will it ever be 30. It's going to be 35. He says he's out. That record is retired. We're not going to show it again unless somebody says they'll take it for $35. All right, here we go. Next thing we have is some more singles, but let's go ahead and get started with these. These are best offer, but I do have the right to decline. If not, everybody would be offering 10 cents on everything. Okay, we have Carly Simon Hotcakes. Carly Simon is $9.99. We have Red Rose Speedway, Paul McCartney, a Brazil pressing. You got to hand it to Steve, though. He's trying. $24.99, a Brazil pressing, a Paul McCartney and Wings. $24.99, very unique. Somebody painted his face, too. That's 24. A Brazil pressing. Frank Sinatra, Strangers in the Night. Frank Sinatra, $14.99. Also over here, we have Rick Wakeman, a white label promo with booklet. Hey, we just had one of these the other night. A white label promo just like that with booklet, $24.99. Josh Brown, do you want the Jerry Mulligan album? If so, I'll sell it to you. It's only $35. All right, next thing we have is some more singles. These are all $6.99. Loverboy, When It's Over. Bonnie Tyler, If You Were a Woman and I Was a Man. Woodstock by Matthew Southern Comfort. The Rolling Stones, and that's Jumpin' Jack Flash as the A-side. The Kaz and Can't Singing Orchestra Circus. Quick Joey Small, and Neil Diamond, Porcupine Pie, and Play Me. Those are all $6.99 there. Josh Brown says he'll take it for $35. There we go. We sold it. It's gone. Steve, you brought this to so much attention, somebody else has bought it. They're like, wow, he's not taking that for $35? I better buy it. Holy moly, what an absolute steal. I can't believe it. Now somebody else has bought it. So did Josh Brown for $35. Chris Bryant got Loverboy for $6.99. That's so did Chris Bryant. Next is Firefall self-titled. That's $9.99. And we have Cleopatra and All That Jazz by Al Alceola. And that is $16.99. $16.99. Steve's probably like, great, thanks. I'm glad somebody bought it. That's the page has been turned. We're on to new fresh blood now. Bob Cobb needs to put back Elvis. I'll have to pay the $2,000 restocking fee. Which Elvis did you buy, Bob Cobb? The Maestro? Did you buy Canadian? At this point, I kind of forgot because I've sold 2 or 3. Adam Bernardi. Yes, I forgot about your Carly Simon. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Nothing else in here. Neil Diamond, Kaz and Can't, Stones, Matthews, and Bonnie Tyler. Otto Adams says he's heading to bed. I hate to see that, but good night. We have Casinos. Then You Can Tell Me Goodbye on the fraternity label. That's not too easy to get in shrink wrap. $29.99. Bob Cobb is going to pay the $100,000 restocking fee. Oh my gosh. They would rather do that than pay the price of the record. It's still available, and it's autographed. Elvis, yellow vinyl. It's not autographed. I'm joking. Instead of 19, it would be, I don't know. Next thing we have is Best of, wow, I've never seen that before. Best of Cream, a 1969 French pressing, $34.99. That's interesting. Sunshine, Badge, Crossroads, Right Room. All right, let's grab some more singles back here. Get Together, The Youngbloods, as featured in Forrest Gump. Come On, People Now, Smile on Your Brother. Good Vibrations. Carla Bonoff, Somebody Else's Eyes. Richard Marx, Should Have Known Better. Brian Ferry, Don't Stop the Dance. And The Police, King of Pain. That's some good stuff there. All in the original company sleeves or picture sleeves, $6.99 on that. We have the Big Brother and the Holden Company debut. That does have Janis Joplin. That's the first label, too. $34.99. Michael Reed on the Police, King of Pain. That's sold to Michael for $6.99. Everything in here is buy it now. You can just go ahead and boom, buy it. Like boom, Big Brother, bow, bing. That means you got it. Pow. Boom. Or you can make an offer. And we have Richard Marx. That is sold to Don Nicole for $6.99. Troy Robinson, $7. And we have Merle Rush, Angel of the Morning, $19.99 for Merle Rush. Yeah, Georgie Fame. And that's a 65 mono white label promo, $19.99. Georgie Fame, white label promo, $19.99. Now, that's what I'm talking about, Steve Mason. Boom. Fair offer, and that is sold to you for $27. Plus, you pick up local, right? Aren't you picking up local? Don't you pick up local? Family, It's Only a Movie. Family is $19.99. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Don't Come Around Here No More. Shrink wrapped and near mint minus for $34.99. Dr. John's Gumbo, a 1972 Monarch press, $39.99. Dr. John's Gumbo, $39.99. Steve picks up local. Great. You'll be dealing with my mother, Julie. She's a tough cookie, okay? Just FYI, she's a tough cookie. Melanie Clausen on Big Brother for $27. Sold. Bow. Boom. Sold to Melanie Clausen. The Del Fuegos, Boston, Mass. $19.99. John Denver's Greatest Hits. $14.99. In shrink wrap. Take Me Home. Country Roads. Rocky Mountain High, Colorado. $14.99 in shrink wrap. If you think I'm a tough negotiator, go up there and try to deal with Julie. I've seen her stuff marked $20 and people offer $12 and she'll say, yeah, right, how about $35? Amanda Darby on the Del Fuegos. That sold to Amanda Darby for $15. John Denver sold to Stephen Parton for $12. Beautiful copy. Also over here, Derek and the Dominoes in concert. 2 LP, early 80s pressing, $34.99. The Confessor, Joe Walsh, $19.99. And the Eagles Live, a 2 LP, $39.99. Inner sleeve, poster, gatefold, beautiful. 45s. Joe Cocker, Love, You Can Leave Your Hat On. Dream Academy, The Love Parade. Santa Esmeralda, The House of the Rising Sun. Danny O'Keefe, Good Time Charlie's Got the Blues. And Simply Red, Money's Too Tight to Mention. And Picture Book. Telling Mom I call Judy, that's my aunt. I got a mom named Julie, technically Julia, just like the Beatles song. Half of what I say is meaningless, just to reach you, Julia. Amanda Darby on Joe Cocker. Oh, wow. Look at this. Josh Brown is going to pay for that record that Steve Mason wanted. And he said, Steve, he's going to buy and pay for that and give it to you for free. Can you believe that, Steve Mason? Wow. Josh Brown said, drinks are on me tonight. Whoa. Don't let Julie do the auctions then. Yeah, you don't want to negotiate with her. $39.99 on the Eagles. Somebody offered $35, she'd say, yeah, right. How about $60? That's how she negotiates. I've seen her do it at flea markets before when we used to go up and sell. She'd counter, she'd be like, now that price is null and void. I had it marked for $40. Now you're going to offer $35. How about $70? All right, here is Elvis Presley Greatest Hits. I have never seen this in my life. It's a 78 UK 6LP box set, $49.99. Wow. Never seen this before, and it comes with a quality guarantee. They'll guarantee it. I'll guarantee it. $49.99. Also, we have Gordon Lightfoot, another great compilation. Gord's Gold. It has literally everything except the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Gord's Gold. Great comp there. $26.99. And Hear the Beatles Tell All. $19.99. There they are. All right, so that last little stack of top 40 stuff, nobody else. Simply Red, Danny O'Keefe, Santa Esmeralda, The Dream Academy, Brian Ferry, Carla Bonoff, The Beach Boys, Good Vibrations, The Youngbloods Get Together, Neil Diamond, Kaz and Kance, Stones, Jumpin' Jack Flash, Matthew Southern Comfort, Bonnie Tyler, Current Stand, Jesse Cotton, Kool and the Gang, Lionel Richie, Simon F., Stone Fury, Simon and Garfunkel, Wham!, Outrageous Cherry, and Gruppo Sportivo. Anybody else? If not, I'm going to offer those as a bundle. Emmylou Harris, Elite Hotel, $14.99. Duran Duran, Union of the Snake, $16.99. Jerry Lee Lewis, Milestones, a 2LP gatefold, $29.99. Jerry Lee Lewis, Milestones. Also, Indian Summer, The Dream Academy, a 12-inch single, $9.99. And Savoy Brown featuring Ken Simmons, Wire Fire. This is $19.99, Wire Fire. Next thing is Claymore on Stone Fury for $6.99. $6.99 on Stone Fury. Patrick Lear, thanks for tuning in for tonight, as always. That's sold to Claymore for $6.99. Stephen Parton, Duran. You got it for $15. Adam Minardi on Savoy for $14. And Lonnie Jolly, I just got to figure out what BT was for. It's probably a single, right? BT was... You actually let me know before I go hunting, okay? And then the Ventures played the Country Classics, $9.99. The Best of Golden Earring, that's pretty cool. That's early Golden Earring, 1972 German. So what you got to know about Golden Earring, they started in like, that's a really cool record on the carousel. They started in what, the mid-60s? And then, of course, they had really big success in the 80s with some big radio hits. But that's pretty cool. BT was Bonnie Tyler. Okay, thank you. That saved me a lot of searching time. I can go right to that now. And now I'm going to count them and see if we can do a bundle deal with anybody. Yeah, Duran was a single. It was. Yeah, it's a Capital 12-inch single. Union of the Snake and Secret October. If anybody does want that, $15. Susie on Golden Earring. Elvis for $40. So did Don Nicole. At least one of our Elvis buyers are watching. Billy Joe, 52nd Street. Thank you, Don. $14.99 on Billy Joe. Alabama, $14.99. John Anderson's Greatest Hits is $29.99. $29.99. And another Elvis, I'm unusual. I'm speechless. I'm without speech. It's an 84 German 2LP. Looks like a movie compilation. Very cool. Look at that gold suit. I wonder where that is right now. Wherever it is, it's worth a fortune. Next is Billy Joel. That is $12. So does Stephen Parton. All right. So what else do we have here? Whoa. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 singles. $40. $40. 40. You heard me right. How much is this, Elvis? It is $39.99. $39.99. Utopia, $19.99 on Utopia. Billy Joe and Innocent Man, $14.99. Jade Warrior Kites, $24.99. How could you go wrong with that price on the bundle? So did Amanda Darby. So I'm going to go ahead and take the individual, and then I'm going to put the bundle next to it so there's no confusion there. All of a sudden, I got the hiccups. There's the individual. The bundle has Gruppo Sportivo on the top. Shipping away some 45s tonight. Those have been back here behind me forever because we've took a big pause on selling 45s. Mostly because we had other stuff to get to. Plus, I like changing it around a little bit. All right. Right over here, John Anderson, John Miller. I'm going to sell that to you for $20. Tom Petty was $34. You're talking about shrink wrap. You're talking about the Southern Harvest. Yeah, $34.99. Steve Mason just booed somebody. He's booing somebody now. Joe Jackson is $19.99. The Eagles is $39.99 live with poster. Air Supply is $9.99. And the Best of the Bonzos. And that's a 1970 Canadian, $24.99. Let me see if I can find another little batch like that. Those are pretty dang good. What else do we have over here? What is back here? What are these? That's not probably of interest to y'all. Some of these have been gone through a bunch. I think these are like ones I've shown and then they didn't get by. I don't know if I've got any more over here that are ready that haven't been shown, honestly. Another second. Okay. Don on Elvis for $30. That is sold to Don. Oh, he was booing me to scare me to stop the hiccups. He was booing me to scare me to stop the hiccups. Acoustic Alchemy, $19.99. The Colorful Ventures in Shrink for $9.99. Jimmy McGriff at the organ. Wow, this is on Sue Records. 1964 mono, $24.99. Topakipa, $24.99. Also, Hollywood Drag, wow, the Darts, another Hot Rod cover, 63 in Shrink, $49.99. Savoy Brown again, A Hard Way to Go, $19.99. And Cheap Trick, Found All the Parts with the single, and it's a 10-inch, $19.99. $19.99. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Adam Minardi, you have racked up. You have racked up tonight on Savoy Brown. That sold Adam Minardi for $14. No, the Darts is OG, William. Yeah, OG and Shrink. 1963. Beautiful and Shrink. In Shrink. Beautiful copy from 1963. OG. I'm just going to read titles in there. Don't hesitate to make an offer. You know, because this is great inventory stock from those flip videos I make every morning. And you've seen what happened earlier tonight. I went through one of those and we sold almost everything. We did sell everything. And it was just on the first go around. So, I mean, at some point, these are going to get discounted. So, while it's late tonight and y'all are still watching, he offered $40. I'm going to sell it to him. Let me just remind you what's in here. If I don't like the first offer, I'll counter. And usually my counter is the final price. We have Red Rose Speedway, Sinatra, Strangers in the Night. Rick Wakeman was a promo. Firefall self-titled. That is Cleopatra and all the jazz. I think they've basically taken the Cleopatra music from that big movie of the day, and Al Scaiola has turned it into a kind of a jazz album. The Casinos, that's another tougher one to find from that era in shrink wrap for $29.99. Merle Rush, Angel of the Morning. Georgie Fame, Yeah, Yeah. Family, It's Only a Movie. Dr. John here, another one kind of tougher to get. $39.99, a 72 OG Monarch, no condition notes. Derek and the Dominoes is $34.99 in concert. Joe Walsh, The Confessors, $19.99. Matthew Sherritt gets the Eagles for $29.99. Steve Mason gets Sinatra for $10. Those two are sold. Gordon Lightfoot, Gord's Gold for $26.99. Hear the Beatles Tell All, Emmylou Harris. Jerry Lee Lewis Milestones, which is a 2 LP Rhino compilation, like Whole Lot of Shakin' and Great Balls of Fire and High School Confidential. It's on there. It's a 2 LP, $29.99. Indian Summer of the Dream Academy. The Ventures Play Country Classics. The Duran Duran 12-inch single, Union of the Snake. Utopia, Alabama, Billy Joel. Jade Warrior Kites, which earlier, Derek Clark said Jade Warrior for so many prog albums. He says that is a great prog album. It's available. Also, Tom Petty's Southern Accents. Joe Jackson, Big World, I think. Yeah, Big World. 2 LP and Shrink. Air Supply, Lost in Love. Best of the Bonzos. Acoustic Alchemy. And The Colorful Ventures. The Colorful Ventures. J for 10. And let me figure out which one that was. J. J. Did you mean Jade or J? Whew. I never did go get my other energy drink like I normally do. I think I might go do that right now. Otherwise, my brain's almost tapping out, and we still got a little bit more to go. So I better go up here and figure out a game plan. What is my game plan? I could eat an apple and some peanut butter. That sounds pretty dang good, honestly. Good, I still got apples up here because I'm about to eat the heck out of them. Candy. This might be pretty good right now. Just something. I'm halfway across the store now. Hopefully y'all can still hear me. Let's do water and candy. That might be better than an energy drink. They're both equally as bad. They could both be equally as bad. That's the Jimmy Neutron candy. Okay, let me figure out what happened here while I walked away. Okay, so he said J $10, and I was like, what is that? Let's go ahead and sell Stephen Parton, Gordon Lightfoot for 15. And then Jade Warrior Kites was marked $24.99. And he says near the front, a face on it. He said J15. Did you mean Jade? I don't see anything in here, J. There is Jade Warrior Kites. It's marked $24.99. I'll do it for $20. And then the Ventures Play Country Hits, which was right here. That was $9.99, if that's the one you're referring to. And we're going to do one half off bin. Yeah. We always finish, or I mean, these are still new. This Ventures, too, was $9.99. Chuck, they were both $9.99. And the Billy Joel album was Innocent Man for $14.99. All right. So, and then Georgie Fame was right back here. Tracy, a 65 mono white label promo, $19.99. Okay. So what I'll do 18 on Jade Warrior. If Steve wants it, he has first dibs. If he passes, Adam Bernardi, it can go to you, okay? So 18 to one of you. Let's do a half off odor crate. I'm trying to fill up another crate and a third. And I think if we do a half off, we'll be able to get to it, and then we can do CDs. Trying to get some energy in my system. Georgie Fame sold to Tracy for 15. Jade Warrior sold for 18 to Steve Mason. Both Ventures sold to Chuck Haley for 15. Awesome. Anybody else? As I get some, like I said, some calories or whatever you want to call it in my system. Only thing I had before the show was a Subway sub. I ate half, well, it's a full sub. I ate one half, and then I ate half of the other half after I got started. And let me tell you, my body has long since consumed that. I don't know actually what I'm going to eat after the sale. I'll tell you what, though, these little candy things, they're tasting pretty good right now. I better lay off of them. All right, let's find a half-off crate. I think I know where I want to pull from because I actually pulled stuff out of here for the flip crate this morning. And after I got through it, I was like, wow, there's a lot of great stuff in here. And I was like, what I don't pull out, I'll make in the next half-off crate. And it's very late to be showing vinyl, but I am going to do these half off, no more, no less. Maybe the last crate of vinyl of the night. We're about to find out. Who knows? And then we'll run through some CDs. And we've got about an hour and a half before Facebook expires. I might take this thing to 2 a.m. Who knows? I really didn't get started till 6, but y'all never know about me. These little nerd clusters are delicious. If you ever get a chance to buy some nerd clusters, oh my gosh, these are like, I'm viewing these little things right here as like some kind of B12 pills right now. I've got to apologize. These are so good. I'm addicted right now. Whoo, man, those are good. Now it's time for some water. All right, I'm going to save the rest for just a few more minutes from now. You know, remember when you was a kid, you had to try to ration your candy? That's what I'm doing right now. Half off, no more, no less. This crate's easy with prices. You don't have to worry about what I had it stickered. You don't have to worry about what you're going to offer. I'm going to tell you the discount price. There's no negotiating. The price I'm saying is the final price. And here we go. I have Edgar Winter's White Trash recycled, $10. Lou Reed, Growing Up in Public, $17.50. If I don't say anything about grade, then the vinyl is nice. Typically EX or better. Lou Reed is $17.50. iContainer's Greatest Hits. It has some writing on the cover, $13.50. $13.50. Carpenter's Passage. Carpenter's is $5. And the Good Book, Melanie. The Good Book is $5. Nat King Cole, George Shearing, Let There Be Love, $5 on Nat King Cole. And the Righteous Brothers right now, that's in shrink wrap for $17.50. The first time I had that candy, I was at the theater. I think I was watching Dune. And I never leave a movie, even if I've gone for the third time to see it. But I got for the first time a box of those Nerd Clusters. About an hour into Dune, I had ran out, and I was like, I've got to go get more of these. And I'd ate so much, I'd already felt bad, but I was like, I'm going to just go get more. I've got to get more of these things. This is the most delicious thing I've ever had. And so off to the lobby I went. And I had popcorn too, and then I went home and I felt sick for like the rest of the night. But it was worth it. Ike is soda Lonnie Jolly. Steve Mason on Carr for Carpenters. Patrick Francis second. Phantom Canuck on Melanie. Great prices in here. I mean, come on, they're half off. And Lonnie Jolly on Nat King Cole. Next is Linda Rostat, Living in the USA. It's got a heck of a saw mark. It's only $5 though, no condition notes. The Rolling Stones Rewind, now just $17.50. This was $34.99. It has the original on her sleeve, $17.50. Renaissance, Ashes Are Burning. Renaissance is $5. W.C. Fields, the original voice track, $10 on W.C. Fields. Keely Smith, Swingin' Pretty. Keely Smith is $5. And Brother to Brother, Shades in Creation. Brother to Brother is now $10. Another, this is Marx Brothers this time. The original voice tracks from their greatest movies, the Marx Brothers, 1999, now $10. Steve Biddlecombe on Keeley. Steve, thank you. That's so to you. Todd Rundgren, the ever-popular Tortured Artist Effect. I don't want to work. I just want to bang on the drum all day. $10. Roxy Music is $12.50. And then Paul Simon Graceland is $15. You can call me Al. Nancy Sinatra Boots, that's in shrink wrap. Nancy Sinatra is $17.50. Jeremy Bryant on Lou Reed. That is sold to Jeremy Bryant. And The Pit and the Pendulum, that is now $10. Steve Biddlecombe, while you're watching, so I need to ask you and Jason Boxell. So I've got on my radar Metallica London 2026. They're playing 2 nights in July. And I need to probably get y'all like in a group message so I can talk to y'all about logistics of getting to London. I think I can buy like a travel package where they already have the hotels and stuff booked. But if I am going to come into the UK, I'm going to have to talk to some of my UK customers. I'm going to have to talk to my UK customers and get some travel pointers about traveling to the UK. Or anybody else that's been over there, because I've yet to ever leave the nation. I've never left the US, but I think instead of my long planned out trip to Tokyo, I think I'm rather going to go see Metallica in London 2026. So I'm going to have to talk to Steve and Jason and all my UK buyers. Oh my gosh, Pink Floyd in the half off bin. Pink Floyd for $20. Holy moly on that 83 Carrollton press, $20 on that. Oh my gosh, the Rolling Stones in the half off bin, $17.50. $17.50. Oh my gosh, it's Rockpile. That's not as exciting, but it does have the bonus single, Nick Lowe and Dave Edmunds, $12.50 on that. And Joe Walsh, the smoker you drink, the player you get, $10 on that. But yeah, see, when, yeah, I got to get with Jason. I mean, he works for MI6. He's basically James Bond. But when I saw Metallica, I went and see them in Denver, and that was the last show for the U.S. Then they played the Aussie thing. And then they're going to Australia later in the year. And I was like, I was going to go try to do one more like crazy, Metallica show. And then I was like, man, July for London, that's right around the corner. And then I looked again, and it's 2026. And I was like, oh, fantastic. Because I didn't think they was going to go right to Europe that fast. And so I was like, great. I've got a whole year to plan and book it. And that way, whenever it comes up here, I can be gone for a week and the whole operation doesn't shut down. Pink Floyd is sold to Burt Jordan. And I have a passport. Yeah, I have a passport. We have Lacey J. Dalton, Taking It Easy, $7.50. And we have Lulu. I got a passport 2 years ago when I thought I was going to go to Japan and buy vinyl. And I never did. I still hadn't went over there because I hate leaving this place. Y'all know that. I hate leaving this place. I hate to walk away. We have Robert Frost reads his poetry. Robert Frost, $7.50. Wow, George Strait for just $25. That's unusual. Greatest Hits Volume 2 and Shrink. That's a steal. Chad, I went to London and Brussels in February to see John Kell and Magma. Nice. And then I was having a Paul Beal, a really good customer, a longtime customer. He gave me all the information about Japan, and I never did use it. And I still got it, though, for whenever I need it. But that's going to be a fun trip. That's going to be fun. It's expensive, though. I've already, the travel packages, oh my gosh. Because I'm not sitting in the stands. I want down on the floor. And to do the travel packages for general admission, it is expensive. I'm like, holy moly. We have Lee Michaels Live is a white label promo, $17.50. And Lights Out UFO, $15. Great deals in here. Buy them now before they get bought later. James Brown, Can Your Heart Stand It? James Brown is $15. And Daniel Band, Running Out of Time, $10. Heading to Colorado to see Eric Church of Red Rocks. Wow. Yeah, my friend in Colorado, customer and friend, of course, Sean Holford. I said, Sean, next time I come out here, it's either going to be see Metallica, which is going to be probably a long time, or I want to go to somebody I really want to see at Red Rocks. That's definitely on my radar. Edwin Riviera on UFO. That's sold to Edwin Riviera. Thank you on that. And we have David and the Giants. That's $10. Under Control. And Debbie Boone, You Light Up My Life, $5. But far as bands right now, like my favorite bands, you got to think about it. You got Zeppelin, you got the Beatles. You know, definitely number one, number two. Zeppelin is done. Paul McCartney's touring, and you can see Ringo, and he just announced a tour. But I don't know of any other of my favorites that I would travel out of the country to see. Metallica's the only thing still playing. I mean, think about it. My top favorite artist, and they're still alive and well. I feel like you should go door. $7.50 for T-Bone Burnett. Kim Carnes, Barking at Airplanes, Gold Stamp promo for $5. And the Beatles, First Live Recordings. Beatles is $10. First Live Recordings, Hamburg, Germany. Kenny Loggins and High Adventure is $5. And the number one hits is Sonny James, a white label promo, and Shrink, $7.50. White label capital promo. Enlightenment, the best of Lou Christie, $7.50 on that. And John Haidt, Slug Line. John Haidt, just $7.50. Iron Maiden, I have not tapped into the Iron Maiden catalog yet. I know it well. I haven't bought into Iron Maiden. I have not. I can't get, not saying I can't get into it, just not a fan yet. Some bands come later. Frost. My next one would probably be Tool. And Tool is about to go play in Japan. Tool is about to go back into Japan. They're about to play a couple shows in Japan. So I was like, oh, wow, here you go. Lonnie Jolly on beat. Lonnie Jolly on beat. And Tim, I've already pulled the Robert Frost for you. Unless there was more. Unless there was another Robert Frost. I've already pulled one for you. I've already pulled that. And then Adam Bernardi on John Haidt. Patrick, the first 3 albums. Tool. I would go out of the country to see Tool. Rush. Really? Is that like breaking news? Is that true, or are you thinking they're being patient? I would love for them to do a Neil Peart tribute tour. I'd be on board. I'd be like, I'm in. Chuck Haley on Lou Christie. So, kind of like Pantera. I mean, they're basically on just a tribute tour. Mick Fleetwood, The Visitor, $10 on Mick Fleetwood. Blotto, Blotto, $10 on Blotto. The Great 28, Chuck Berry, the original Chess Masters. Chuck Berry is $15. Diana Ross, To Love Again. Donna Ross is $5. And Power Glide is $7.50. Power Glide is $7.50, and the Lemmy soundtrack, $10. And of course, I love Yes, and I love Yes, but you got John Anderson touring. I will go see him. It's amazing. But the other band that's touring that call themselves Yes, I'm not a fan. So, and that's coming from a huge Yes fan. Adam Bernardi on Diana Ross, that's sold. Lonnie Jolly second. The composer is, the music is, I guess, Bob Fosse. It has a lot of movie dialogue on this too. It has a lot of movie dialogue on this too. Bryan Adams is $7.50. Yeah, you can tell those guys, they're too good of musicians. Rush wants to play. I agree. They're ready. They just got to get it together. The Rippingtons, Moonlighting, $15. They're in the same situation as Led Zeppelin was in 1980. They're in the same situation. When you have a drummer die like Neil Peart or John Bonham, you really can't just say, let's hire another drummer and keep going. That guy's replaceable. So they're in the same situation. It's just it's like, we can't continue without this guy, but we want to. That's why Page and Plant did so much solo stuff. They did all that. You know, they just wanted to do something, but they couldn't say this is Led Zeppelin and go forward. Same thing happened with Rush. Bryan Adams sold to Ed Riviera. The Pit and the Pendulum. I mean, when like you're the greatest drummer in the world dies, it's like, what do you do? The Pit and the Pendulum. That is now $10. And Johnny Dorsey Burnett Together Again, $12.50. Johnny and Dorsey Burnett Together Again, $12.50. Melanie at Carnegie Hall. Melanie is $10. Stephen Parton on The Pit and the Pendulum. That's sold. Keith Moon was replaced, and you're right, it just wasn't the same. Yeah, they never did put out another good record, really. That was it. They still played great live, and I think Rush would too. Alex and Getty would play great live. It would still sound great, but $10 on James Brown. James Brown. Morgana King. Morgana King is $5. Everybody loves Saturday Night. Sonny and Cher, All I Ever Need Is You. Sonny and Cher is $10. Pointer Sisters, $5. That's also true. Neil Peart wrote most of their music. That's right. He basically would write the lyrics. They'd come in and then make the song around it. The Ames Brothers, $5 on the Ames Brothers. Lonnie Jolly on James Brown. That's sold to Lonnie Jolly. Adam Bernardi on the Pointer Sisters. Sold to Adam Bernardi. Also, Chet Atkins, The Guitar Genius. $5 on Chet Atkins. And Billy Joel, Songs in the Attic, just $7.50. That was a pretty dang solid half-off crate. And I think during all my yik-yakking there about drumming and touring, we missed a few. Lonnie Jolly second on Pointer Sisters. I think this is worthy of another read-through. And Steve Mason got Billy Joel. Yeah, a prime example of a new vocalist is AC/DC. Oh my gosh. They got a new vocalist and come out with the biggest album of their career. Back in Black. I Hit the Sack. Very true. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Metallica replaced their bass player twice. And they're still one of the biggest touring acts in the world. All right, here we go. Edgar Winter's White Trash Recycle, $10. These are half off, no more, no less. The Righteous Brothers is $7.50 right now. Linda Ronstadt, Living in the USA is $5. Rolling Stones is $17.50. It's a compilation. It has Miss You, Brown Sugar, Undercover the Night, Start Me Up, Trumbull and Dice, Hang Fire, Emotional Rescue, Beast of Burden, Full to Cry, Waiting on a Friend, and Angie. A lot of great songs on that. $17.50. $17.50. 4 times. Well, I guess if you count Ron McGovey and Bob Rock, who played on the Black Album. I mean, played on St. Anger. We got Steve Mason on Linda Ronstadt. Lonnie Jolly got the Rolling Stones. I figured the track listing would sell that one. Mike Brangle second. Edgar Winter, Righteous Brothers. Renaissance is $5. Ashes Are Burning. W.C. Fields is $10. We have Brother the Brother is $10. Shades in Creation. The Marx Brothers, $10. So you got W.C. Fields and the Marx Brothers there. Kind of a set they did from Decca. Really early stuff there they used to comp. And then we have Todd Rundgren is $10. And Roxy Music. Did I show this the first time? Avalon is still available in the original on her sleeve, $12.50. And we have over here, we have Paul Simon Graceland for $15. And Nancy Sinatra Boots, $17.50. Tricolor Steamboat label in shrink wrap. That's now $17.50. Also, the Rolling Stones Now. Here's an earlier one. And that's the Blue London label, $17.50. $17.50. Yeah, I forget all the time about Journey not having... Yeah, Journey got kind of rebooted with Steve Perry. A lot of people forget about that. That is right. Mike Brangle on Roxy Music. Mike, you got that one. I'm going to go ahead and swap out crates because this one has gotten full on me. Too full to try to put in more records in there. And that means we've sold a lot of vinyl out of there. Let me grab another empty one right quick. So after Newsted left Metallica, pretty much Bob Rock, the producer, played the bass on most of those tracks on St. Anger. Rock Pile, Seconds of Pleasure with EP, $12.50 on that. Joe Walsh, The Smoker You Drink, $10. I actually think he played a live show with them. I think they played it like they did some kind of promo for St. Anger, and like Bob Rock is before they officially hired Rob, he's like on stage playing with them. Lacey J. Dalton, Taking It Easy. Lacey J. Dalton is $7.50. Lulu is $7.50. Heaven and Earth and the Stars. And George Strait, still available for $25. Greatest hits. Does Fort Worth Ever Cross Your Mind? The Chair. Oceanfront Property. All My Exes Live in Texas. That's just $25. Lee Michaels Live is a promo for $17.50. James Brown is $15. Can Your Heart Stand It? Daniel Band, Running Out of Time. Daniel is $10. David and the Giants, Under Control, is $10. Also, You Light Up My Life, Debbie Boone, $5. T-Bone Burnett, $7.50. That is that's a full album, actually. At first, it kind of looks like a single. Kim Carnes, Barking at Airplanes. Kim Carnes is $5. Kenny Loggins and High Adventure is $5. The number one hits of Sonny James, $7.50. Mick Fleetwood, The Visitor, $10. Blotto is $10. The Great 28, Chuck Berry, $15 on that. Also, Power Glide is $7.50. Dustin Hoffman Lemmy, $10. The Rippingtons is $15. Moonlighting. Johnny and Dorsey Burnett is $12.50. Melanie's $10. Carnegie Hall. Morgana King, $5. Sonny and Cher, $10. The Ames Brothers, $5. And Chet Atkins, $5. All right. Anybody else? 154 faithful viewers still watching on all platforms. On all platforms. Anybody have any last vinyl request before I show some CDs? And we have went through a lot. So we've went through 5 John crates, not counting what I did to start the show. We went through 5 John crates, 5 Hatchet Ed crates, a Laura crate. And then to begin the show, we went through 2 crates of new vinyl, flip video, a tagged crate, a Paul crate, then we had 4 crates of new vinyl. Everything that's left is in 1. So yeah, that's pretty amazing. We've went through a lot tonight. We've done 7 hours of vinyl. 7 straight hours of vinyl. We have covered a lot of ground. And I have 3 little nerd clusters left. And I'm going to eat them right now. And we're going to find this James Gang album. Give me 1 second. I think Eric Clapton's coming to Nashville. My uncle wants to go see that. I got to buy me and him tickets. I got to buy me and him tickets for that. I think I'm going to treat him to Clapton. Otherwise, he'll buy nosebleed and want me to drive him there. And I'm like, look, I don't mind driving you anywhere, but I ain't going to a concert in Nashville doing all that. We're going to have to at least have some decent seats. A little bit better. I've sat nosebleed a bunch. But if we're going to do all that, let's try to get better seats, Uncle John. One time he said, we're going to see Bob Seger. I was like, awesome. I said, where's the seats? And he's like, you'll see them when we get there. He said, you'll see them when we get there. I was like, oh no, this isn't good. And when I say we was at the top of the Bridgestone Arena, we was at the top of Bridgestone Arena. And I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, John, I would have bumped this up 150 to at least get down there a little bit more. I mean, what's $150? That was a great show. Seeger, oh my gosh. I don't think he's touring right now, though. James Gang, 3 crates back. I hope I can find it. I hope I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. 3 crates back? Oh, man. You might have to give me till after the sale. Otherwise, that might be tough. I will try my best to find it, though. Okay, not in there. That's the crate I just went through, right? Yeah, that's the crate I just went through. Alrighty. Feel like I'm close. You'll be surprised how fast I can track down a record. Sold to Jay Nutra. Did you sell the Eagles' greatest hits a few crates back? I don't think so. I don't think so. I can try. Let's see. I mean, I feel like I have those all the time, so it's kind of hard. That one's always hard to remember because I'm like, well, because I get those so often. Do you remember in what it was probably in a new arrivals crate, right? I have actually boxed myself in. Not good to try to be I'm about brain dead too. Holy moly, I can't speak. It's that time of the week. I try to usually rest a lot before Saturday because by this time of the night, it's like if I can put two sentences together, I'm doing good. Not this time of the night, this time of the week. After doing so many, because I did oh, it was $19.99. James Gang is $19.99. I'm going to have to clean up a few crates before I do anything else, so we can still just chit-chat. Let me move some stuff around. The highlight of tonight was Hatchet Ed crates. So we went through 5 Hatchet Ed crates. In the morning, I'm going to have a video of all the new vinyl that was left behind. There were so many great new LPs. And then Edwin or Hiram, you'll probably want to try to check that out. But there was a lot of new vinyl that showed up tonight, including several new releases or new albums. A few stray metal records did show up, and it's actually all left right here. This is all the newest stuff that showed up tonight. I got Motley Crue's Greatest Hits for $39.99, Oliver Anthony for $24, Motley Crue Theater Pain 33, Dawkins Now Playing, which is like a Greatest Hits for $24, Girls, Girls, Girls is $33, King Crimson was $29, Shout at the Devil was $33, Too Fast for Love $33, Scorpions Love at First Sting. Also, we have Seraphim Gold, Half Past Human for $29, Seraphim Gold Dark Parade on fog-colored vinyl for $39, and Dead Guy is $33. Now, those last 3 are probably the most of the newest. This is James Gang. It is EX Plus to Near Mint Minus. It is clean for $19.99. Michael, if I find that Eagles, I will pull it for you. As of right now, I'm not 100% sure. $15.99 sounds like it was a check condition record because that one's usually marked for more. If we have an Eagles Greatest Hits, actually that might have been in Laura's crate, but I think I've already condensed that stuff. Let me see if she has one. There was, here it is. Yep. I was about to say, that sounds like a Laura check condition. EX $22.99. EX $22.99. Prices are clues. I can find stuff with like clues and covers. Otherwise, a lot of it blends together. All right, so sell this to Jordan now officially for $15. Okay, he gets that for $15. Also, Susie wants Dawkins for $24.99. Susie gets that. And let me show y'all tonight's no bids too. I got a few no bids as well. And we probably need to clear those off officially. And this is sold to Michael Herrera. We price so much stuff universally the same, then if it's a lower price, I can typically say, oh, that was check condition. We had Santana for $35. We had the Doobie Brothers for $35. Errol Smith for $35. Sunnyland Slim for $25. And George Harrison, a beautiful 2018 180-gram box set for $55. That was the deal of the night, still unclaimed. And then 4 Japanese pressings, a Santana Double LP Greatest Hits, a Doobie Brothers Debut, an Errol Smith Draw the Line, and Sunnyland Slim. Sunnyland Slim, those are still available. And then there were some other questions before all that. Time for my classic late night in between requests about possible ordering vinyl. Are these Bobby Dazzle, Fanbozy, Walt Disco Unlearning, and John Kell Poptilical Illusion of Possibilities? Give me 1 second, I'll check for you, okay? Give me 1 second, I'll check for you. And then one more question, the doors left is sealed repress. It is, quote, a repress or reissue, but this is top of the line. Analog Productions, cut from the original Analog Master, super high quality vinyl. That is a 2LP 45 RPM. That is $59.99. That is from Analog Productions, Analog Mastering. Paul Brothers gets the George Harrison box set. Susie gets Santana. And now that leaves Errol Smith, the Doobie Brothers, and Sunnyland Slim. Those are available. Okay. Let me put these in the sold. I was trying to fit everything over here in this last crate, but now I'm kind of out of space. So let me just go ahead and pull some relief out of here and just start a new crate right quick. That way these aren't as tight. All right. And in case I sell anything else. And then Doobie's Adam 28. I think if David Johnson was watching, he would have bought that one. And sometimes he watches the replay and he'll message us and say, is such and such still available? But I'll sell it to you right now for $28. He said sold. All right. Just 2 unsold auctions. I'll try to do those again tomorrow for lower starts. Snoop Dogg Doggy Style is gone. Now, I can still get that album, though, Josh. That is still in print as a 2LP clear vinyl. That one sold earlier tonight to Jim B. I know exactly who bought it. Let me see if there's one up here. We usually keep that album in stock, and if you want a waiting list, we can do it. Yeah, I've got one right here. I've got a 30th anniversary clear vinyl. It's the same thing. It's remastered, and it's on clear vinyl. $34.99. Okay. And then glitter, I'll check on those in 1 second. There's only 2 unsold auctions. Sunnyland Slim, a 1974 USOG EX, a blues album, of course, $25. Errol Smith OG Japanese Draw the Line, $35. Josh Brown wants Snoop. Make a note for me to order more. That's there's no telling how many of those I've sold at this point. The CD people are getting restless. They are getting very restless, everybody. Angela's about to come through the screen if I don't start showing some hair metal CDs. She is going to start clawing me, attacking me, cussing me. I got to go back here and get them. My next move is walking to the back, and oh my gosh, there's more 45s. My next move is to walk back here and get these off this top shelf. So let me go do that. Oh my gosh, look how much Kiss stuff's still back here. Whew, goodness gracious. Harvester of sorrow. Where's that stool out of John's? Okay. What is in here? Okay. Okay. Please don't fall on me. If y'all knew how risky my position was right now. Oh, okay. Got him. Okay. Okay. I'm up here. Journey, Trial by Fire. Journey, Greatest Hits. Journey, Escape. Journey, Evolution. Journey, Infinity. Quincy Jones, Q's Juke Joint. Quincy Jones, Back on the Block. Supertramp, Even the Quietest Moments. Supertramp, Crime of the Century. Donna Summer, Crayons. Donna Summer's Greatest Hits. Styx, Cyclorama. These are all $6.99. Tony McDaniel, you've got first dibs on Journey. Tony, let me know if you want Infinity, Evolution, Escape, Greatest Hits, or Trial by Fire. You've got dibs on all those. Tim Graham has dibs on Supertramp. Tim, let me know if you want Even the Quietest Moments or Crime of the Century. He wants both. Tony McDaniel on Donna Summer. Let me know if you want Crayons or Donna Summer's Greatest Hits. Patrick Francis first on Styx. That leaves Quincy Jones and Quincy Jones. Tony just wants Journey's Greatest Hits. All the Journeys are still available, and he's going to let me know on Donna Summer. And then there's the two Quincy Jones. Next, hope you're all ready. What's happening? Elton John, Peachtree Road. Elton John, Greatest Hits. That's a good one. Let's say, but I think a disc has fell out. There we go. Elton John, Songs from the West Coast. Elton John, The Road to El Dorado. Elton John and Tim Rice's Aida. Elton John, The Big Picture. So Tony McDaniel wants Donna Summer's Greatest Hits and Journey's Greatest Hits, okay? So you got a Journey Greatest Hits and a Donna Summer Greatest Hits. Done. Give me 1 second, please. I got into some dust. Okay. I feel better now. Stephen Parton on Elton John's Hits. Chuck Haley second. Christina on Elton John West Coast. These are all $6.99, by the way. Coming at you right now is Supertramp, Breakfast in America. Donna Summer, Another Place and Time. Styx, Crash of the Crown. Louis Jordan, Five Guys Named Mo. Journey, Arrival, and Quincy Jones, Body Heat. Good night to all the vinyl people who do not interested in CDs. Thank you for watching for probably the last many hours. And good night and see y'all tomorrow. We got Elton John, Made in England. Elton John, Red Stripes Back. Elton John, The One. Elton John, Live in Australia. Elton John, Greatest Hits 2. Elton John, Madman Across the Water. Oh, wow! It's a SACD of Captain Fantastic. And Elton John, Honky Chateau. And Elton John, Empty Sky. Wow. All right, and then 10 Graham, you got dibs on Supertramp. 10 Graham, you got dibs on Supertramp. And there was only one, right? Yep, Breakfast in America. Patrick Francis on Journey, Arrival. That's so to Patrick Francis. And then Stephen Parton on Elton John, Madman Across the Water. John Durden on the SACD. And Jim B was second. And Jim B is pounding his fist on the desk. He is pounding his fist on the desk. That's a $300 CD. Next is Chuck Haley on Elton John Greatest Hits 2. That's so to Chuck Haley. Anybody else? There's Elton John, Elton John, Elton John, Elton John, Elton John, Elton John, Quincy Jones, Louis Jordan, Styx, Donna Summer. What label is Donna Summer on her? Another Place, Another Time. Right there. After tonight, Jim B may be opening him a Twitch account. He's like, okay, Twitch, here I come. Next stack of CDs, the following. These are all $6.99. We have Al Jarreau, High Crime. Al Jarreau, L is for Lover. Jarreau, Al Jarreau. Keith Jarrett, Changes with Gary Peacock and Jack DeJohnette. Jamiroquai, Dynamite. Jamiroquai, Funk Odyssey. Jamiroquai, Traveling Without Moving. Jamiroquai, Sconronkinized. Those are all $6.99. And show me the journeys again. Journeys that are still available. The journeys that are still available are Infinity, Evolution, Escape, and Trial by Fire. Those are still available. Jeff, Brent, RTO. This little stack had Jamiroquai, Keith Jarrett, Gary Peacock, Jack DeJohnette, Jarreau. Patrick Francis on the Keith Jarrett. That is sold. The question is Donna Turner watching? Next. Y'all can tell these are unfiltered. We just literally sold a $3,000 CD for $6.99. Over here, we got Norah Jones, Come Away With Me. We got Norah Jones, the Peter Matlick Group. We got Howard Jones, Perform 01. Howard Jones, Dream into Action. The Jones Boys, Al Jolson, Eric Johnson, Elton John, The Diving Board, The Captain and the Kid, also Elton John, and Ricky Lee Jones, Flying Cowboys. Jeff Brent wants Journey Evolution. It is yours. Thank you. That's so to you for $6.99. Susie wants Donna Turner. I think that's the one Patrick is passing on, right? I think that's the one he's passing on. So does Susie Breedlove. Oh, wait a minute. She's tagging Donna Turner. I thought you were buying Donna Summer. You're tagging Donna Turner. If Donna's not watching, then she's asleep. Tagging probably won't do any good. Now, unless you have like a direct line to her alarm, some people have probably fell asleep. And they're going to be like, dang, I fell asleep. The best of Waylon. Jellyfish. Nice. Jellyfish. Jefferson Starship Gold. A double pack of what? Jefferson Airplane. Interesting. Jars of Clay. Good monster. Jars of Clay. Jars of Clay. Al Jarreau. Al Jarreau. And Al Jarreau. These are all $6.99. Stephen Parton gets Waylon Jennings. Tim Graham was second. That left Jellyfish, Jellyfish, Jefferson Airplane, Jefferson Starship Gold, Jars of Clay, Jars of Clay, Jars of Clay, and Al Jarreau, Al Jarreau, Al Jarreau. Now, Robert put JA. That's only for Jefferson Airplane. And Chris Frazier third on Waylon. Now, Chuck, your J could be for a lot of different stuff. So I'll let you clarify. He's already got Jefferson Airplane, though. All right, this next stack, guess what? They're all $6.99. We have Elton John. We got Elton John. We got Billy Joe Greatest Hits, Billy Joe River of Dreams, Billy Joe Greatest Hits 1 and 2, Billy Joe The Bridge, Billy Joe An Innocent Man, Billy Joe 52nd Street, Billy Joe Piano Man, Antonio Carlos Joe Beam, and Jethro Tull Aqualung. Those are just $6.99. Chuck on Jefferson. Now, gold is still available if you want that. Starship Gold, Airplane sold, but I can give you Jefferson Starship, okay? Any of those kind of blue for Jarreau. I hadn't seen that one. No, not yet. Billy Joe Hits 1 and 2. This is sold to Stephen Parton. Great price on that double pack. And then Stephen Parton on Jethro Tull. And Tim Graham next. And then John Bergenstorm. Jefferson Starship Gold sold to Chuck Haley. And that left Elton John, Billy Joe, Billy Joe, Billy Joe, Billy Joe, Billy Joe, Billy Joe, and Antonio Carlos Jobim. Those are all still available for how much? Just $6.99. Last handful of this top row. Looks like we're about to get in after this into some I's and some J's coming up next. Tom Jones, Reloaded, his greatest hits. Tom Jones, Praise and Blame. Janis Joplin, Pearl. Don't forget about Janis Joplin's greatest hits. Norah Jones, Little Broken Hearts. Norah Jones, The Fall. Japanese Norah Jones. Another George Jones, Japanese, Feels Like Home. Jim B just fell out of his chair. We have Manaheim Steamroller. We also have Grover Washington Jr. and Sharon Jones and the Dap Kings, 100 Days, 100 Nights. All right. John Durden on NJ. Norah Jones. So let me know if you want, I guess, which of the four you want. Feels Like Home, Not Too Late, The Fall, or Little Broken Hearts. And then Stephen Parton on Janis Joplin Greatest Hits. Robin Glenn, you're next on JJ. Pearl's left, Greatest Hits I've Been Claimed. Chuck Haley second, possibly third on those. And we still got Sharon Jones, Grover Washington Jr., Manaheim, Tom Jones, and Tom Jones. Right, and then we got all the Norah Jones pending, the John Durden. He wants the Japanese imports for $6.99 each. Jim B just got back in his chair. He did fall out there for a second. Robin, Janis Joplin, Pearl's yours if you want it. Let's keep going right here. These are all $6.99. She does want Janis Joplin Pearl. Sold. Next over here, Jackson 5 Ultimate Collection, Isley Brothers featuring Ronald Isley, a.k.a. Mr. Biggs, Baby Making Music. The Isley Brothers featuring Ronald Isley and a.k.a. Mr. Biggs. The Isley Brothers featuring Ronald Isley, a.k.a. Mr. Biggs. Chris Isaac, Mr. Lucky, Chris Isaac, Always Got Tonight. Next is Chuck Haley on the Tom Jones Greatest Hits. That's sold to Chuck Haley. It's not unusual for Chuck to be buying Tom Jones. Those are all $6.99. Next is Chuck Haley on J. Now, J was probably for Jackson 5. That's the only J I see in there. Then Guy Shard was next. And we have more coming up right now. Hope everybody's ready. What could we possibly have? Chuck Haley did want Jackson Greatest Hits. Let's grab this stack right here. These are all $6.99. NXS, Full Moon Dirty Hearts, Inagata Davida, Iron Butterfly, The Best of Donnie Iris, IQ 30, IQ Dark Matter, IQ Are You Sitting Comfortably, Iona Another Realm, Iona The Circling Hour, Iona Open Sky, and Iona with the All Souls Orchestra Roving Chord. These are all $6.99. Susie wants both Chris Isaac. Chris Isaac and Chris Isaac sold to Susie Breedlove. Interesting stack there. 1, 2, 3, 4 from Iona, 1, 2, 3 from IQ, and then Donnie Iris, and then Iron Butterfly and NXS. NXS is sold to Susie Breedlove, and Christina Curtis was second. Time, we got like 40 minutes. I don't know if I'm going to use all of it, but we got 40 minutes. Susie Breedlove got NXS, Christina next. We got 40 minutes. Let me refresh over here. Let me refresh Restream. We might not have 40 minutes. How much time do we have? We have 30 minutes. We got 31 minutes. We got 31 minutes. Will I use it all? I'm going to do it till I go through these couple boxes of CDs I have ready up here tonight, which probably will take 30 minutes. Angela Lewis got Donnie Iris. Aaliyah. Aaliyah. All right, here we go. What else do we have left? We have more Iona Live. We also have Iona Journey to the Moon, the Jackson 5 or the Jacksons Japanese. And then we have Chris Isaac, Michael Jackson Thriller Special Edition, and the Best of Walter Jackson. Those are all $6.99. What IQs do I have? The IQs that I have left are You Sitting Comfortably, Dark Matter, IQ 30, and those are what's available there. First on the J for Jackson is, or Jack for Jackson, I've got the Jacksons and the Jacksons. And then next is Tim Graham on MJ for Michael Jackson. And then we got Best of Walter Jackson. And then we got Chris Isaac, and then 2 more Ionas. Okay? And then over here we got Susie on Iron Butterfly. That's sold to Susie. And then, do I still have Journey Infinity? I still have Journey Infinity, yes. And then John Durden, I guess you got 2 picks on Jacksons there. John Durden's got picks on those 2. As Jim B continues to pound his desk. First thing I have over here is a claim on Chris Isaac with Tony. You've got 4 there to pick from Tony. Scott Arnold, but before that, Patrick wants IQ 2 and 3. IQ 2 and 3. Okay, you might have to help me out here. Let me figure out what these are labeled. This is IQ, Are You Sitting Comfortably? IQ Dark Matter, and IQ The Archive Collection. So, Are You Sitting Comfortably? And Dark Matter. So, you want those 2, right? Not Are You Sitting. Not Are You Sitting, the other 2. Okay, so you want these 2. You want that one and this one. Those are sold to Patrick Francis. Scott Arnold on Journey Infinity. Tim Graham, you got Thriller. And then John Durden wants the Jacksons Going Places. Jim B, let me know if you want that one, okay? He got the Japanese import. And Tony wants to know if I have Chris Isaac, The Wicked Game. The Chris Isaacs I have here are San Francisco Days, Forever Blue, Baja Sessions, and Speak of the Devil. All right, those are going all over here. Next, Boney James Backbone. Also, we got Etta James, The Right Time, Bob James, Morning, Noon, and Night, Bob James, Dancing in Water, Bob James, David Sanborn, Bob James, Earl Clue, Tommy James and the Shondell Original Album Series, 5 studio album box set. Are you kidding me? And then we got Etta James, Mystery Lady, Songs of Billie Holiday. Those are all also $6.99. and I'm going to go ahead and show these. We got Joe Jackson's Greatest Hits, Janet Jackson Rhythm Nation, Janet Jackson Control, Bob James Touchdown, Paul Jackson Jr. The Power of the String, Paul Jackson Never Alone, and Paul Jackson Jr. Out of the Shadows. These are all $6.99. Jim B gets Tommy James. He is officially celebrating. He's like, thank goodness I finally got a $300 CD for $6.99. That's so to Jim B for $6.99. Robin Glenn was second. Stephen Parton on Janet Jackson Rhythm. JJ Rhythm. That was right here. That's sold to Stephen Parton. Chuck Haley next on Tommy James. Nick Bergeron, then Susie Bree Love. And Robin Glenn next on Janet Jackson. Unless you want Control. Control's still available. Control is still available. So Paul Jackson Jr. is available. Paul Jackson, Bob James, Joe Jackson, Etta James, Bob James, Bob James, Bob James, Bob James, Etta James, and Boney James. Okay. And Robin gets this Janet Jackson. Okay. My stacks are getting wobbly, and my stack over here is pretty full. But let me go ahead and do these right here. We got Elmore James, John Brim, Who's Muddy Shoes, Boney James Pure, Boney James Ride, Boney James Rick Braun, Boney James Sweet Thing, and Boney James Seduction. There's some more of those. Let me go ahead and take this stack into the sold room. And we got a claim from Patrick. Let me go ahead and take these in here, though. Let me get them a little bit more organized around the corner. I am losing my religion. Beep bop. Shooby dooby dop. All right. We got Patrick Francis on Paul Jackson. And there was Paul Jackson Jr. Never Alone or The Power of the String. Patrick, your dibs on those. Let me move some of my stacks around over here. I can tell Donna's definitely missing out. She has went to bed on us, folks. She would have bought, oh my gosh, half of these back here Donna would have bought. She's asleep. Those are available. Out of the Shadows only. Is that it? Did I say that? So you're telling me there's a Paul Jackson CD called Out of the Shadows? There's a Paul Jackson CD called Out of the Shadows. There it is. All right. Here we go. I can't grab them. There we go. All right. Billy Idol's Greatest Hits. Julio, My Life, Greatest Hits. Beneath the Surface, Incognito. Insidia, Away, Away. James Ingram, The Power of Great Music. NXS Kick, NXS X. Welcome to Wherever You Are, NXS. NXS Switch, and Iona. Those are all $6.99. Stephen Parton got Billy Idol. Susie was second. That leaves Julio, Incognito, Insidia, James Ingram, NXS, NXX, NXS, NXX, and Iona. Billy Idol, Steven was first. Steven also got NXS kick. Boy, he got NXS kick in and Billy Idol before other Billy Idol claims came in. He got 2 before the next Billy Idol came in. And then another Billy Idol, then another Billy Idol, then another Billy Idol. John Bergenstrom next on kick. And Christina wants once X. Okay, these X titles, NXS titles, are going to be confusing. She put once X. I got one just called X, and then welcome to wherever, and then switch. Okay, so let me know. She wants X, just the album X. John, that means you're next. And then Nick, you can let me know on switch or welcome to wherever you are if you want those. Okay. Here we go. Next handful. These are all $6.99. Nice. Steve Howe from Yes. This is Turbulence. Big Walter Horton with Carrie Bell. Bruce Hornsby, Kristen McBride, and Jack DeJohnette, Camp Meeting. Bruce Hornsby, Spirit Trial. Bruce Hornsby, Hot House. Bruce Hornsby, Harbor Lights. Bruce Hornsby, A Night on the Town. Bruce Hornsby, Scenes from the South Side. Nick Bargeron got NXS to Welcome to Wherever You Are. That's so to Nick Bargeron. Done. So to Nick. Also, I've got the Howland in Bowden project. There's Bruce Hornsby. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. Jimmy Bohorn, Dance Across the River or Dance Across the Floor. Lightning Hopkins, Cadillac Man. And Lightning Hopkins, Sitting In With. NXS Switch is sold to Christina Curtis. John Darren on Lightning Hopkins, you can have Sitting In With or Cadillac Man. And that leaves Steve Howe, Big Walter Horton, Bruce Hornsby, Bruce Hornsby, Bruce Hornsby, Bruce Hornsby, Bruce Hornsby, Bruce Hornsby, the Howland and Bowden Project, Bruce Hornsby, and Jimmy Bohorn. John Darren got both Lightning Hopkins. Nick Bargeron, you were next. Next is Iona, Beyond These Shores. Iona, the Book of Kells. Another Iona, Idle Cure, Eclipse. Idle Cure. We have Brian Hughes, Straight to You. Brian Hughes, Under One Sky. Howlin' Wolf, How Many More Years. The London Howlin' Wolf Sessions and Howlin' Wolf, Change My Way. $6.99 each. All right, and then I'm going to go get, I think there's another half crate back there. I got to go back up to that top shelf where I know there's good titles like these. Howlin' Wolf, there's 3 there to pick from. Change My Way, London Howlin' Wolf Sessions, or How Many More Years. John, if you don't want all those, just let me know. Or if you do want all of them, just let me know. And now I have an empty crate. So let me go get some more, okay? He gets all 3 Howlin' Wolf for $6.99 each. And this crate is empty. Leslie makes an appearance. That was another party we were missing. Leslie. Idle Cure is on Girder Records. Girder, Frontline Records. Looks like Girder, Girder. All right, I got to take a trip to the back. I think there's one more half crate up there on that top shelf. And then for tomorrow, I'm going to have to do some more hunting. It's amazing how many CDs are tucked away in this back room. I mean, we still hadn't really started on these racks, but anything else I'm finding seems to get better and better. And there's no telling what we'll find tucked away in other places. Looks like John's got the ultrasonic cleaner out. They're doing some cleaning. When we bought an ultrasonic cleaner, I bought it to clean high-end records to make them even better. Like take a mint, you know, something record and make it even better. Well, John takes them and he'll clean like VG minus records that have been water damaged, and he uses it for like the opposite of what I bought it for, but that's okay. We don't have a lot of time, so we'll find a lot of really dingy records sometime. And he's like, hey, I can just put them in this ultrasonic, shake loose all that grime, and then we can just dry them and they're good to go. When I bought it, I was like, hey, we can take like a 67 mono mint Hendrix album, ultrasonic clean it, and then be like, hey, this has been ultrasonically cleaned. It's perfect. But it is very time consuming. All right. Nick Bargeron wants both. Hope y'all heard all that. I was talking the whole time. Both auto cures, so to Nick Bargeron. And Angela was second. All right. Y'all ready? Def Leppard, Rock of Ages, The Definite Collection. Daughtery, self-titled. Blind Gary Davis, Harlem Street Singer. Birth of the Cool, Miles Davis. Barbara Dennerlein, Hot Stuff. Barbara Dennerlein, Junkanoo. Delirium, Karma. Delane, Lucidity. Those are all $6.99 each. Also coming from that same stack is Miles Davis Volume 1. James Darren, Because of You. Charlie Daniels, Simple Man. Charlie Daniels, Decade of Hits. Daniel Amos, our personal favorite. And Miles Davis, Volume 2, no artwork on that one. Stephen Parton first on Def Leppard. Little dusty, but there it is. Tony next. Robin third. Angela fourth. Nick Bargeron on Blind Gary Davis. Stephen Parton on Charlie Daniels Hits. And then Miles Davis Volume 1 is sold to Tim Graham. Chuck, you were second on Charlie Daniels. Let me know if you want that. Tim Graham also wants Miles Davis 2. The only Charlie Daniels left is Simple Man. That leaves Daughtery, Miles Davis, Birth of Cool, Barbara Dennerlein, Delirium, Delane, James Darren, Daniel Amos, and Charlie Daniels, Simple Man, unless Chuck Haley gets it. All right, let's go through some more. So this is about a half of a crate, and it looks like some pretty cool stuff coming up. So let's see what we got. And we have about 16 minutes to put a finishing bow on the show. Paul Cotton, Changing Horses. James Cotton, The Best of the Verve Years. Tom Scott, From Me to You. Girls, 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 The Sounds of Elvis Costello. Essentially a Elvis Costello double pack, 2 LP. The Cores, Home. The Cores in Blue. The Cores, and that's Talk on Corners. The Enchantment, Chick Corea and Bella Fleck. Chick Corea, The Definite Collection, and the Chick Corea Electric Band. Amanda Darby first on the Cores. Amanda, you've got a total of 3 there to pick from. Still got the Costello double pack and 3 Chick Coreas there. Those probably will get played. Or those probably will get claimed. More coming at you right now. $6.99. We have Talk on Corners. That is sold to Amanda Darby. And then the Chick Corea with Bella Fleck is sold to Stephen Parton. Jeff Brent wants me to hold the James Cotton. It's being held. Crosby, Stills, Nash, Live It Up. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young, American Dream. I've listened to this CD more than any other CD in my life. By far, it's not even close. Not even remotely close. This one right here. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young So Far compilation. Thousands of times. Speaking of Thousand Roads by David Crosby. We have Crazy Rhythm, Rue Crazy. Lamont Cranston Band. John Cowan, The Messenberg Sessions. David Coverdale, Into the Light. Coverdale and Page. Coverdale from Whitesnake. And Don Convey and his friends, Ad Lib. Those are all $6.99. James Cotton's right here. James Cotton's called the best of the Verve years. Best of Verve years, James Cotton. It's got 20 tracks on it, $6.99. Now, Chuck Haley, you were technically first on CSN, so you've really got dibs on 3. You can have So Far, American Dream, or Live It Up. Your dibs on those, Chuck Haley. And then Chris Frazier. And then Chuck Haley, or Chuck Haley has dibs. Jeff Brent RTO on CP, and that's for Coverdale Page. Angela just on David Coverdale. Nick Bargeron next on Coverdale. And then Tim Graham next on Coverdale Page. And then Donna on John Cowan. So did Donna. Now, Chuck, I'm assuming you want just So Far, right? Is that right? That's the only one you want out of there? You've got dibs on all 3. I'll make sure you want just that one before I move on to the next people. Next thing, $6.99. Jeff Brent RTO. No, she wants James Cotton. We got to make sure Jeff Brent RTO is passing. He's got to pass first, and then I'll tag you. Jim Croce, you don't mess around with Jim. Jim Croce, I Got a Name. CCR Chronicle. CCR Cosmo. CCR Wheeling the Poor Boys. And Rodney Crowell, the Houston Kid. Now, I'm really confused. The last 3 comments have been JC, James Cotton, and JC. So I'm assuming those are Jim Croce claims from John Durden. And John Durden, I'm assuming you want both of those. Chuck Haley, I never did get a confirmation. I never did get a confirmation on which of these you for sure wanted. 100%. Okay? And then John Durden, you've got dibs on 2 Jim Croce's. Stephen Parton first on CCR. And then Chuck Haley, you're next on Cosmo's Factory or Wheeling the Poor Boys. And then after those, Greatest Hits. No, these are essentially studio albums. Leroy Brown should be on this one. Leroy Brown's not on either one of these. No. This is some of the greatest music ever made right here. Unbelievable. That's some of the greatest music ever made. Okay, so CCR hits, and so he wants just So Far. Okay, so I got to go back here. Chuck Haley just got So Far. That means there was anybody else on CSN. The next people, technically, was Chris Frazier. So, Chris, if you want either one of those, let me know, okay? And then the next comment is that CD on hold is Paul Cotton, correct? You said James on the second time around. Pass on James. Paul Cotton. I have... Right here is Paul Cotton. Paul Cotton is called Changing Horses. Paul Cotton, Changing Horses. So, pass on Jim Croce. Steven got CCR hits. Chuck Haley next on CCR. He wants Cosmo's Factory, the 40th anniversary edition. Chuck also got CSN So Far. And then Susie wants both Jim Croce CDs. Okay. That also means that Donna can have James Cotton. And now Paul Cotton is still on hold. Okay? And there's those. All right, let's keep going. Let's finish out this crate here first. We got Lanny Cordola of Riffs and Symphonies. Johnny Copeland, Texas Twister. Conspiracy, The Unknown. New album by Chris Squire of Yes and Billy Sherwood. Alice Cooper, Last Temptation. The Best of Alice Cooper. The Ancient and the Infant, Ron Cooley. And One Night Stand, Sam Cooke at the Harlem Square Club. Those are all $6.99. Great stuff there. And Don, if I can go through the rest of this crate, I can probably show you some of the stuff in the back. We've been saying your name for about the last hour. I was like, half of this back here would be gone if Donna was watching. Copeland is sold to Donna Turner. Stephen Parton on Alice Cooper hits. Mega Blast first on Sam Cooke. Donna next on Sam Cooke. Robin, there's one Alice Cooper left. Tony next on Sam Cooke. Robin next on Alice Cooper. Tim Graham next on Sam Cooke. Patrick Francis wants the album with Chris Squire and Sherwood. That's so to Patrick Francis. So Larry Cordola, The Ancient and the Infant, and one Alice Cooper CD is still left. These are all $6.99. We have Harry Connick Jr., 25, Concrete Blonde Bloodletting, The Commodore's Ultimate Collection, The Best of John Coltrane, Coltrane and Johnny Hartman. We also have Phil Collins Going Back, Phil Collins Serious Hits Live, Phil Collins Both Sides, and Phil Collins But Seriously. Those are all $6.99. The next comment is John Darren on CB, and that's for Concrete Blonde. Donna Turner got the Commodore's Ultimate Collection. Donna Turner on John Coltrane. I'm going to go ahead and give her both. I don't even have to ask. And then Tim Graham on HC. Harry Connick. Leslie next on Concrete Blonde. Chuck next on C. Robin next on Commodores. Susie got all Phil Collins. 1, 2, 3, 4, all sold to Susie. Those are done. Commodore's already sold. Scott. Leslie, Phil Collins already sold. Chris, BJC. Whatever that was, I think that whole stack's gone. Okay. Concrete Blonde, change that from John Durden to Leslie Holt. Change Concrete Blonde from John Durden to Leslie Holt. That stack just got obliterated. There's nothing left there. I'm going to go ahead and take all these in here. Susie got first to Phil, and she said all. Phil all. That means she's taking all. All sold to Susie. All right. Let's put those there. That's all done. Next stack. New stack. We'll probably do a recap. If Facebook feed might end, but we'll try to read through all these again. I think it'll be worth my time. Donna, you've got to at least buy 20 from the leftovers. I think you will. I think you will. Best Coltrane. Okay, Chris, you were second to Coltrane. We got Harry Connick Jr., Harry Connick Jr. Trio. Hey, that's the artwork that goes to his Miles Davis. Tim, I'll make sure I find that CD for you. There's the artwork for it. Harry Connick Jr., 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 Chris Squire Conspiracy with Billy Sherwood, Ray Conniff 16 Most Requested Songs, and Harry Connick Jr. Oh My Nola. All right. There's that. All right. Harry Connick Jr., 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different ones. Squire and Sherwood and Ray Conniff. Next is going to go up right now. These are all $6.99. Phil Collins, No Jacket Required. Phil Collins, Hell I Must Be Going. Phil Collins, In the Air Tonight. Phil Collins, Face Value. Albert Collins, Cold Snap. Albert Collins, Frostbite. Megan Samantha Coleman. And Deborah Coleman, A Soft Place to Fall. Those are all $6.99. How much you may say? $6.99. Stephen Parton first on Phil Collins. Now, Stephen, there's Face Value, which has I Can Feel It Coming in the Air Tonight. And then there's a 5-inch compact disc single of In the Air Tonight, an 88 remix. And then you also got Hell I Must Be Going and No Jacket Required. Okay? So there's those. John Durden on Albert Collins. Let me know if you want Frostbite or Cold Snap, John. And then Stephen wants Air. Do you want the single and the album? We'll go ahead and tag John with both Albert Collins. Do you want the single and the album of In the Air Tonight? So let me know on that. And then Just Face Value. Okay, he wants Just Face Value. So next was Donna on Albert Collins. And then Donna got Deborah Coleman. Donna got Deborah. Patrick Francis wants the Chris Squire from the last stack. That's sold to Patrick Francis. Chris, you're next on Phil Collins. So there's the In the Air Tonight single. Hello, I Must Be Going, and No Jacket. Okay, Any Harry Connick. I had not seen the Christmas album yet. And then Jim B wants the single. That's only if Chris Frazier passes. And then Patrick Francis also asked about it. That must be a good single if Jim B's buying it. Holy moly. Okay, let's go ahead and glue another handful here. We have Paula Cole, This Fire. Natalie Cole, Still Unforgettable. Natalie Cole, Ask a Woman Who Knows. And then Natalie Cole, Snowfall in the Sahara. And Natalie Cole, Stardust. All right, so next over here was Chris Frazier on Phil Collins. And he wants No Jacket Required. Okay, and then over here, Jim B gets the $300 single. He was next on that. Then Patrick Francis. And that just leaves Phil Collins, Hello, I Must Be Going. And then we got Natalie Cole. There's 5-4, and Donna says pass. So Rob and Glenn, there's one Phil Collins left. She put Phil Collins. I'm assuming you want that last one that's left. And Nick Bargeron wants Natalie Cole, Unforgettable. Right here. She wanted no Phil Collins. She wanted Paula Cole. Robin wants Paula Cole. Okay, so that Phil Collins is still available. Where's Susie Breedlove at when you need her? Jim B just got a $10,000 Phil Collins single. Holy moly. This is why people stay up late. You're basically getting paid to buy these CDs. Here's some more before I drop them. We got Kimberly. Hold on a minute. Let me do it this way. We got Kimberly Dame. Billy Ray Cyrus, Some Gave All. Very tough to get on vinyl. Feel So Good. Albert Cummings Live. Def Leppard Retroactive. Jamie Cullum, Catching Tales. Jamie Cullum, 20-something. Brian Culberson, Bringing Back the Funk. The Crusaders. The Crusaders. Rodney Crowell. And Jim Croce's Greatest Hits. All right. Susie Breedlove does get that last Phil Collins for $6.99. Susie also put Billy for Billy Ray Cyrus. Donna put BC. And BC was for Brian Culberson. Robin put Fed. 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 She was auto-corrected for Death. Paul Brothers was next. Then Nick Bargeron. John Durden got Jim Croce. First Tracks, Bad Bad Leroy Brown. And then Chuck Haley next on Jim Croce. So that stack left Kimberly Dom, Jamie Cullum, Crusaders, Rodney Crowell. And there's only 2 more left in the box before I start a recap. And that's the Crystal City Rockers after all these years. And another Brian Culberson, Modern Life. And there is 60 seconds left on Facebook. If you're on Facebook and you don't have a if you're on Facebook and you don't have a YouTube or a Twitch or an X, then you won't be able to see the recap. I want to thank everybody who's watching on Facebook because there's 45 seconds left. The feed's about to end. I'm not going to be showing anything else new, but we are going to do a recap, okay? And I probably wouldn't be doing it. This makes up me doing a recap and going well past 2 a.m. is because of that Spyro Gyra bundle from last night, right, Donna? That's what I'm going to do for you. I'm not going to sign off and go eat. I've been on here for 8 hours. It's 2 a.m. I'm going to keep going. Okay? And if you don't have a Facebook, or if you probably the people over there didn't even hear what I said because they said it's already ended. All right, let me find a box because what I'm going to do is I take these off. I'm going to box them up because what don't sell, I'm going to take a picture of and post in the group. And the reason I do that is because we sell the absolute heck out of them. G-tagged the other crate the other night. You should have seen the stacks. Let me find my CD trays. They're around here somewhere. I got CD trays somewhere. If I can find these. Oh my gosh, look at all these posters over here. Box set, Soundgarden, Nirvana, Metal. What's in this crate? Here's a whole crate full of Metallicas, Black Sabbath, Megadeth, Alice in Chains, Slayers. Like a whole crate just full. OG stuff. Didn't even know why it was over here, but it is. Let me go find that tray. And we'll start with we'll probably start with the most recent and work our way back, okay? Donna, you've got a lot of cheer team on here right now. They're like, Donna, 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 Donna. You're getting really cheered on right now. Donna, everybody together. Donna, Donna. I don't know where my trays are at. That's not good. Because these are perfect for putting them into that. I'll just, I guess I'll just put them back in the crate. I got to have my trays because that's perfect for taking photos of them. Okay. Here we are. So, let's start right here. Also, I don't think I got her last Brian Culberson. I didn't. Donna got this Brian Culberson. I didn't ever did tag that. So let's start with the most recent. I wish I could find some empty trays. Because I can snap pictures so quickly. I'll do it later. Okay. So Crystal City Rockers after all these years. This is sealed. Rodney Crowell, Life is Messy. Rodney Crowell, Fate's Right Hand. Crusaders, Street Life, 300 South. Crusaders, Healing the Wounds. Jamie Cullum, 20-something. Jamie Coleman, Catching Tails. Feel So Good. Albert Cummings, Live. And Kimberly Dom, Can a Girl Change Her Mind? Now, when I can free up some space, I'll go ahead and jump to the old stuff. I mean, I'm probably going to read through them all, but that way I can jump back there to some of the old stuff too. So there's those. Right? Mega Samantha Coleman. Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, American Dream. Crosby, Stills and Nash, Live It Up. Rodney Crowell, The Houston Kid. We have CCR. Wheeling the Poor Boys. Fortunate Son, Midnight Special. John Cowan, The Massenburg Sessions. Don Convey and Friends, Ad Lib. The Lamont Cranston Band, Rock a While. This was Crazy Rhythm, Rue Crazy. Thousand Roads, David Crosby. And The Definite Collection of Chick Corea and Return to Forever. Patrick Francis wanted Crystal City. I must have not ever seen that. So Patrick, you got Crystal City. Thank you. Susie Q on CCR. And that was Willie and the Poor Boys. Let's tag that for Susie. Natalie Cole Stardust. Natalie Cole Snowfall on the Sahara. And Natalie Cole Ask a Woman Who Knows. Chick Corea Electric Band. The Coors in Blue. The Coors Home. Elvis Costello. The Songs of Elvis Costello. The Sounds of Elvis Costello. And Tom Coster, From Me to You. All $6.99. Let's go over here. Ray Conniff, 16 Most Requested Songs. And then a bunch of Harry Connick Jr.'s. Oh My Nola. She. Star Turtle. Voodoo Mama, Hear Me in the Harmony, which is a single. To See You. Self-titled. 20. Harry Connick Jr. Trio. And 11. Lots of Harry there. Alice Cooper, The Last Temptation. The Ancient and the Infant, Ron Cooley. Lanny Cordola of Riffs and Symphonies. Paul Cotton, Changing Horses. Charlie Daniels Band, Simple Man. Daniel Amos, Our Personal Favorite, world famous hits. James Darren, Because of You. Delane, Lucidity. Delirium Karma. Barbara Derlene, Junka New. Barbara Derlene, Hot Stuff. Miles Davis, Birth of the Cool. And Daughtery. Yes, there is a Miles Davis CD left. I knew it. Donna on Miles Davis. I knew it. I knew it. Brian Hughes, Under One Sky. Brian Hughes, Straight to You. Iona, I-O-N-A. Iona, The Book of Kells. Iona, Beyond These Shores. Jimmy Bohorn, Dance Across the Floor. Bruce Hornsby, let me stop right there. Actually, let me show this. The Howland and Bone Project. Patrick Francis wants Larry Cordola. Okay? Now I've got these stacked where I can see the spines, and they're a lot easier to get to, honestly. I can pull them a lot faster. So do Patrick Francis. Now, the reason I stopped on Bruce Hornsby is because I think there's an abnormal amount here. The Way It Is, Scenes from the South Side, A Night on the Town, Harbor Lights, Hot House, Spirit Trial, Camp Meeting with Christian McBride and Jack DeJohnette, Walter Horton with Carrie Bell, Steve Howe, kind of surprised I didn't get claimed. Yes, solo artist. Iona, another one. James Ingram, The Power of Great Music. Indicia, Incognito, and Julio, My Life, his greatest hits. That's just the way it is. Things will never be the same. Incognito. So to Donna. All right, now we're getting into some of the very first ones we showed, which was a ton of stuff. This is when I was really chanting your name, Donna. I was like, maybe I keep saying her name, she'll show up. All right, we got Paul Jackson Jr., Never Alone, duets. Paul Jackson Jr., The Power of the String. Norah Jones, Little Broken Hearts. Norah Jones, The Fall. Norah Jones and the Dap Kings, 100 Days, 100 Nights. Grover Washington Jr., All My Tomorrows. Manaheim Steamroller, Christmas. Tom Jones, Praise and Blame. Antonio Carlos Jobim, Blame. Let me pause there. Donna on GW for Grover Washington. That's definitely one. I was thinking maybe Sharon Jones, too. It's still available. And John Durden on AJ. And AJ was for Antonio Jobim. That's one you don't see as often on CD. And then, no, was that, wait a minute, you put SJ. Not AJ. You want Sharon Jones, okay. Not AJ, you want Sharon Jones, all right? And the reason I broke those up, because we're about to hit a bunch right here. Let me do these first. Billy Joe, Piano Man. Billy Joe, 52nd Street. Billy Joe, Innocent Man. Billy Joe, The Bridge. Billy Joe, River of Dreams. And Billy Joe, Greatest Hits, Volume 3. And of course, 1 and 2 is put together. And we already sold that one earlier. Okay. And then I'm going to wait on those. And then we got Al Jarreau, Hearts Horizon. Al Jarreau in London. Al Jarreau, Tomorrow Today. Jars of Clay. Jars of Clay, Who Are We Instead? Jars of Clay, Good Monsters. Jellyfish and Jellyfish. And that was Jellyfish Spilt Milk and Jellyfish Belly Button. A lot of Al Jarreau there too. Stephen Parton got Greatest Hits 3. He's the one who got Volumes 1 and 2 earlier. So Robin Glenn, you were second. Amanda Darby on Jellyfish Spilt Milk. That's so to Amanda Darby. All right. And Chuck Haley third on Billy Joel. Let's grab the stack right here. All right. Boney James Seduction. Boney James Street Thing. Boney James and Rick Brom, Shake It Up. Boney James Ride. Boney James Pure. Elmore James with John Brim, Who's Muddy Shoes, Blues there. Bob James Touchdown. Joe Jackson's Greatest Hits. And Etta James Mystery Lady. Etta James Mystery Lady. So the first claim I see is Donna on BJ, and that's for Boney James. There's 5 different ones there, Donna. And then there's Elmore James, and then there's also Bob James. So Boney, Bob, that's the only 2 BJs. But there is Elmore, there's also Joe Jackson and Etta Jackson, or Etta James. I'm going to go ahead and put those right over here. Okay, so actually, she wants all Boney James, Bob James, and Etta James. You just got the James collection. You got all the Boney, you got all the Bob, and you got Etta. Okay? And I think there's some more of those same people about to come up. Here's Bob James and Earl Clue. We got Bob James and David Sanborn. Bob James Dancing on the Water. Bob James Morning, Noon, and Night. Etta James The Right Time. Boney James Backbone. IQ, Are You Sitting Comfortably? Iona, Journey into the Moon. Iona Live. Patrick Francis wants the James Gang Greatest Hits. That stack almost got obliterated after that recap there. Joe Jackson sold. So the only thing left there in that last stack was Elmore James. And this stack had Iona Live, Iona, IQ, Boney James. He says all of Boney and Bob and Etta. Okay, so Boney, Etta, Bob. All those are sold to Donna. Look how easy that was. Boom. Okay. Iona and IQ. Boy, we got a lot from Iona. I've never heard of Iona before. Whoever they are, they got a bunch of albums, and we got a bunch of them. And then this stack here is the best of Walter Jackson. Iona, 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 Iona. The Isley Brothers. The Isley Brothers and the Isley Brothers. That's what's left in that stack. The Isley Brothers, the Isley Brothers, the Isley Brothers, Iona, 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 and the best of Walter Jackson. Okay, and Donna, there's 3 Isley Brothers. There is Baby Making Music. It's Body Kiss and Eternal One. Dibs on 3 goes to Donna. Ionas are available. She gets all 3 Isley Brothers. Right? Let me go ahead and take... these around the corner. I think we're going to hit our 4-stack quota tonight even, starting just really late. We're going to get close. Plus, we sold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stacks of 45s and 8 crates of vinyl. Another full pack night tonight. This is why Paul's about to go on another buying trip. Hey, we got some leads, I think, on CD collections. We're going to keep y'all stocked. All right, here we go. We got the Jacksons, 2300 Jackson Street. Go ahead and put Donna's name on it. Chris Isaac, Speak of the Devil. Chris Isaac, Baja Session. Chris Isaac, Forever Blue. Chris Isaac, San Francisco Days. All those are still available. Also, Donna Summer, Another Place and Time. Jamiroquai, Synchronized. Jamiroquai, Traveling Without Moving. Jamiroquai, Funk Odyssey. We have Jamiroquai, Dynamite. And then Al Jarreau, Al Jarreau, Al Jarreau, and Al Jarreau. Okay? Those are all available. Jackson is sold to Donna Turner. That is sold to Donna Turner. Okay? And let's see. I was trying to keep all those Al Jarreaus together. Dang it. That's okay. Then Jamiroquai and Donna Summer. I thought earlier somebody had claimed a Donna Turner, but it was a Donna Summer. We got Eric Johnson, Via Musicon, Al Jolson, the best of the decade years, the Jones boys, Thad Jones, Quincy Jones, Jimmy Jones, Eddie Jones, Howard Jones, the Peter Malik Group featuring Norah Jones, Journey Trial by Fire, Journey Escape, and Ricky Lee Jones Flying Cowboys. Susie got all Chris Isaacs. That's also to Susie. That was a bunch of Joneses, folks. Talking about keeping up with the Joneses. You had Johnson and Jolson, and then Jones, Journey, Jones. Those are all available. And the reason I'm going to put those there, I've been waiting to try to do all these together here. Okay. Elton John, the big picture. Elton John and Tim Rice's Idea. Elton John, The Road to El Dorado. Elton John, Peachtree Road. Elton John, Empty Sky. Elton John, Honky Chateau. Elton John in Australia. Elton John, The One. Elton John, Red Strikes Back. Elton John, Made in England. Elton John, Captain and the Kid. Elton John, The Diving Board. Elton John, Greatest Hits. And Elton John, Rock of the Westies. And then Robin Glenn, you got dibs on two Journeys, which is Trial by Fire and Escape. And then this last stack is right here. This is the last recap. Quincy Jones, that's Back on the Block. Quincy Jones, Q's Juke Joint. Donna Summer, Crayons. Quincy Jones, Body Heat. Louis Jordan, Five Guys Named Mo. And Styx, Crash of the Crown. Now, if anybody wants a bundle deal on Billy Joel, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there for $25. And then same thing for Elton John. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 Elton John albums. 14 Elton John albums, that would be $60 if anybody wants those. $70. $70. 5, 20, 10, 20, 70. 70. 70 on Elton John, 5 apiece. Billy Joel, 5 apiece. Robin Glenn gets Journey Escape. Donna wants Quincy and Lou. You got Louis Jordan. Quincy Jones. Donna, I'm going to say those last 4 for $20, okay? Last 4 for $20. Bundle deal for Donna. Bundle deal on those last 4 for $20. Thank you, Donna. Clay Moore gets Styx. So to Clay Moore. Anybody want Elton John or Billy Joel bundles? The Piano Men. There they are. They're the Piano Men. You get some classic albums in here, too. Empty Sky, his debut, is great. And then, of course, Honky Chateau with Rocket Man. You get a Greatest Hits. Rock of the Westies. We all know that sold 20 billion copies on vinyl. Island Girl. And then I've recapped, and that's it. Wow, we sold a bunch. So what we're going to do is I am going to say good night. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Clay. Thank you, John Durden. Thank you, Susie. Thank you, Robin Glenn. And Stephen Parton. Anybody else still watching that want to pop their name up so I know you're watching? Patrick Francis. There's Stephen. There's John Durden still. Thank you. That's it for tonight. And I really need to clean up my station here and get ready for the final show of the week tomorrow. Another week has flown by. Boontar, thanks for sticking late. And I haven't been this late in a long time. 2:20 a.m. 2:20 a.m. Central Time, 3:20. Anybody watching on the East Coast? Tony Mack is still watching. Is that Tony McDaniel? That's Tony McDaniel. Thank you, Tony McDaniel. And guess what? I'll be back tomorrow. I kind of went home a little bit early tomorrow, but I slept. I went to a deep sleep. I woke up, and then I had to go to Publix and get food, and I just got here really late. That's why we're on here so late. I really want to start at 5 and go to 1. That's my ideal time. That leaves me time to do everything else I need to do to run this business. This is the most important thing I do every day, obviously. But I try to start at 5 and go to 1. But y'all know I've been starting at 5:30 and I go to 1:30. And then later this week, it's been 1:40, 1:45, which gets me on here even later. It's still 8 hours. Any way you look at it, it's 8 hours. But if I can stop at 1, that's a reasonable amount of time for me still to get stuff done here, go to the gym, which I hadn't been all week. I hadn't been to the gym in 2 weeks. I know I hadn't been in the month of July. I don't think I went many times in June. So, Waffle House. I am hungry. I don't have a lot of stuff on the menu, though. I've got ramen, or I could go see how busy Waffle House is. And that's another thing, food. Sometimes if I can stop at 1, I can get to a couple of these restaurants around here before they close if I don't have food prepared. But I do have ramen tonight. And I actually do love ramen noodles. I think I'm about to go eat some right now. And I want to thank y'all, as always. And I have nothing else left to say except a big thank you. Y'all are incredible as always. I ate all the brownies, I ate all the burritos, and I didn't eat the pizza. I ate my mom made a whole tray of burritos, enchiladas, whatever you want to call them, boom, 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 covered with cheese. And I ate those in 2 days. I ate all of her brownies. I ate all the fudge she brought me back from the mountains. I had a whole pack of Nerd Clusters earlier. My stomach is hurting because of that, because I usually don't eat that much sugar at once. Pickle noodles. Pickle noodles. I'm probably going to eat ramen. Then when I get to my house, I'll chug a big glass of chocolate milk. Big glass of chocolate milk. And then hopefully, I'm usually falling asleep, or I'm getting in bed, the sun's coming up. It actually gets pretty bright around 7 a.m. when I'm trying to really go to sleep, maybe even as late as 8 a.m. or 9. Of course, it's really daylight then, and I'm like, oh no, I got my mask on to try to block out the light. They were, dude. I'll take Billy Joe's Piano Man. Sold to Stimpy for $6.99. Okay. That's going to be the last sale of the night. I am hitting the button to end the stream. And but Boontar, I will say, it was my 3rd time seeing Dune. So I did leave. I didn't see it, you know. I would have never left if it was my first time. I cannot walk out on a movie to go get more food or use the bathroom, ever, if it's my first time seeing it. But I did. That was my third time seeing Dune. Ramen nerds and chocolate milk. Yep, that's been my diet tonight. Actually, it's Publix sub, which I still wish I would have got 2. I wish I would have got 2 because I could have another one to eat right now. I don't know why I didn't do that. Oh, maybe apples with peanut butter. I love apples with peanut butter. That's actually what I'm heading for right now. And then I might eat the ramen when I get home. That sounds a lot better. That actually sounds a lot better. Ramen when I get home. All that sodium to make me pass out. High blood pressure, I'll just pass out on my couch. There we go. And then I'll wake up and I'll hustle here to get started at 5:30. In the meantime, I've got about 3 hours of work here to do at my store, which begins right now. Thanks for watching, and I am signing off. I can't find the button. Where are you, button?